Our story begins in a private high school named Shubi. The name represents being one of the top schools in the prefecture. But also that's not all. Hajime is excitedly looking forward, as the Love Mav manga, which is extremely popular especially with the heroine named Aoi Akasaka, is rumored to be modeled after this school. With this information he enrolled without a second thought. Hajime Takashi arrived early in the school with a smile on his face as he'd planned, coming here 2 hours before the opening entrance ceremony. With an energetic mood he scours the school, praising it everywhere. He looks as if it's a holy ground. Although he still hasn't seen the main attraction, he pointed towards the resource room on the first floor of the south building, being a sacred place where Aoi-tan had her base operation just as mentioned in the story. He then wanders off where the resource room is. Upon arriving he excitedly opened the door announcing his arrival. But he is met with a short black-haired woman sitting, still writing something, which Kurikoa-ten seemingly looks at him with confusion. The room stood still in silence as Hajime mentions Aoi-tan's name, confusion her even more. He then panics, apologizing towards her, as he didn't expect anyone would be in this room. He nervously questions her intentions, which she explains having some time before the entrance ceremony, wanting to learn about the school details. As such she seeks permission. Hajime ponders of her being a new student that looks like the heroine on his favorite manga, although he suddenly gets questioned as Kurikoa wonders who this Aoi-tan is. Hajime subtly explained the name belonging to a character from a manga. He showed excitement of the manga he liked, calling it his favorite. He explains the contents of it having a touching scene and being a masterpiece called Love Mav, explaining each detail. Kurikoa on the other hand looks at him, locked in questioning to go on with his words. But then Hajime suddenly stopped as he understood the dreadful look she's giving, as those eyes is filled with destine. He sweats nervously as he suddenly stormed out of the resource room, confusing Kurikoa. As Hajime got away from the situation he sits down under the stairway, pondering about his stupid actions, as he ultimately planned to hide his otaku side in high school, but he revealed being one to a female freshman due to her looking like the Aoi-tan in his favorite manga. This pushed him to end up showing his creepy otaku side to her. He tried brushing off his worries as he might never get to see her, as Shubi is a huge high school, putting his chances of meeting her for the next 3 years is slim. But to his surprise he sat in the classroom right next to her. Seemingly he showed signs of nervousness, staring blankly as he couldn't believe the situation he's in right now. He couldn't accept the chances of them meeting. He suddenly became nervous as rumors might spread around him being a creepy otaku, repeating the previous nightmare cycle all over again back in middle school. He thought of this situation, otherwise pondering as she might have forgotten already about him. But upon a closer look at her she glances at him with dreadful eyes, whispering she found her. This made Hajime startled as he observed her standing up and leaving the classroom in silence. Hajime became anxious but also worried as her gaze earlier becomes a sudden threat, seemingly planning to use him as a source of entertainment, all because he's nothing but a gross otaku. He questions how much is her ransom, as her idea is like a mafia waiting to extort him. Hajime suddenly overheard a woman standing up, not believing the words that came out of Kurikoa. He looks at her with confusion as he heard his classmates crowded together saying all the same things about the words that came out. They all cheered, but Hajime breaks the silence, questioning if Kurikoa is an amazing person. They became enraged as he only addressed her as Kurikoa, correcting his words describing her. Kurikoa is said to be the granddaughter of the chairman, one of the top rich families. Along with her status, she also excels in both academics and sports, being both beautiful and talented. Many people enrolled in the school just because of her. They stand firm as it's outrageous for an unknown commoner to sit right next to her, leaving Hajime to be in the spotlight, making him look bad in front of the other classmates. Unintentionally getting involved with a very important person, he wailed the corridor, pondering his anxiousness around his classmates, as they almost talk bad behind his back. Questioning if they're a cult, he suddenly got grabbed by Kurikoa as she looks at him with a hostile gaze, leaving him confused about her intentions. Alone in the room, she stands creepily greeting him, forced by his circumstances as the pressure from her is unresistible, especially belonging to a super rich family, not being able to imagine what kind of threats she makes. He obliged silently to her demands. Their awkward interaction is filled with silence, startling Hajime as she seemingly is not doing anything although she's trying to get the words out of her mouth. She then exclaims with confidence, asking for the manga Love Mad to be shown to her. She stood firm on her curiosity upon hearing his words, which she demands seeing it. Hajime all along misunderstood her from the start, as her eyes from before wasn't full of disdain, but a person locked in and interested in his words. He responds to her demands, but unfortunately he reveals not having it on him right now. Although she seemed to misunderstood his words being full of lies, he tried calming her down by explaining bringing mangas to school is against the rules. Met with disappointment, Hajime questions if she likes the manga. She then revealed of never having to read on ever in her life, as her life is just a straightforward strict reality. Being the granddaughter of the chairman, she has to live up to their expectations, especially with her classmate. With this, she is forced to excel in her studies, leaving her to always hold back and try her best around them. But in reality, she wanted to have freedom on doing things she likes. And seeing Hajime act like without a care in the world, she became envious of his circumstances, as she also wanted to experience his carefree nature. But faced with reality, she can't, and not having any solution to it, she doesn't want to push him on doing it for her. Although thankful for listening to her story, she apologizes for dragging him, suddenly asking to keep things a secret, especially with their conversation. As Hajime understood this and is planning to leave, he remembered her words of wanting to enjoy manga. He stopped in his tracks, turning around to face Kurikoa, questioning if she wants to enjoy manga secretly. Kurikoa doesn't seem to fully understand his words, which he then took out his phone, wanting to lend it to her while at school, as he has it on the manga reading app. He questions her if it's alright, which she doesn't seem to mind. Although she questions this manga app he's speaking of, Hajime looks at her helplessly as she seemed to be left out and has a lot to catch up on. He helped her put the app on her phone, which afterwards she seemed to be full of curiosity, looking at it with happiness. She couldn't seem to believe that manga is now appearing on her phone, looking like a child who just discovered the internet. She usually acts composed, but her excitement couldn't be held back towards the manga showing her true self, which she then questioned if it's weird about her getting all excited. Hajime doesn't agree, as he also had similar experience on his first ever bought manga, explaining otakus are happy creatures upon finding friends, and this made him glad that she finds joy as much as he does on mangas. He also promises to keep everything a secret between them, and shortly after left her, although he ponders if maybe his approach was a bit too forceful. His thoughts wander of not wanting to bother a girl who's trying so hard. Although he seemingly stopped as he was walking by on the spot in Love Manga where Awita and the heroine stopped the protagonist. He looks at this as it's never going to happen in real life. He then suddenly experienced the same exact scene as he was stopped by Kurikoa correcting him, as she explains of being always alone. And being with him is night and day, enjoying and learning much from him, making her happy. She is grateful of enrolling into this high school. Hajime, on the other hand, looks at her wondering if it's just a coincidence on what he's experiencing, as the exact words coming from her are exactly the words that pierced his heart in the story, just like right now. She then exclaims wanting to be friends with him, although it begs the question, will they be friends or lovers in the end? Hajime, surprised by her words, exclaims in a nervous voice of being an otaku. Although he doesn't seem to reject her offer, he officially became friends with Kurikoa-san, starting their fated encounter to be more than just a coincidence. The very next morning, Kurikoa is seen calling out for Hajime, with a loud and enthusiastic voice, speaking in front of everyone, shocking their classmates. This made everyone wonder what were his actions for Kurikoa to shout at him. They speculate him being scolded at or something even worse. Back at the school, Hajime is confronted by Kurikoa as she enthusiastically shared information on reading the manga New Love. They indulge in each other's passion, giving Hajime happiness and satisfaction of being able to share otaku stuff with one another. She then passionately talks about manga corporations being quite impressive, as originally these chapters were meant to be paid, although they're cleverly partnered with other companies to earn ad revenue as a way to provide it to customers for free. She exclaims one could be left behind as the world can change in a blink of an eye. When not paying attention to, this made Hajime ponders if she's an old woman stuck in a young person's body. Afterwards she questions when does the heroine appears in the story. Hajime looks at her anxiously. As revealed, the manga describes her oblivious towards this information. Hajime suggests that Kurokawa probably imagines that Aoi-tan is some kind of creature mascot. Hajime spoke out loud, questioning if she doesn't think that the heroine from Love Mav kinda resembles her. Upon hearing this, Kurokawa stands in silence as she exploded, calling out this suggestion a bunch of baloney. She exclaims not being cute and points out the heroine being way more charming than her. Hajime showed satisfactory as he is now glad and getting into the manga passionately, which made Kurokawa suddenly remembered Hajime's words of otakus being happy creature when they find friends that they could share and be themselves. A sudden realization came to Hajime as the place they're standing seems similar. Explained in Volume 5, Love Mav is a spot where they exactly are, is the heroine finding the cherry blossoms, pointing out the mixture with plum trees. Hajime desperately wanted to discuss the topic at hand, although he tried his best not to spoil it to her. He suggests talking about it next year, but is suddenly interrupted as Kurokawa calls out as she pointed out the plum trees mixed in with the cherry blossoms. Once again she reenacted the scenario said by the heroine from the love manga. Kurokawa, oblivious to this information, smiles happily towards Hajime, making him get a nosebleed from the overwhelming experience. He then afterwards asks Kurokawa to share her thoughts about the second chapter, which shortly after 6 days the day has finally arrived as Kurokawa gathered enough points to read the chapter 2, vividly remembering Hajime's words from that day. As she was about to start reading, a sudden scream could be heard loudly in the hallway, shocking personnel inside. The butler then barges in with immediate concern, questioning Kurokawa if she's alright, which she assured of sleep-talking, brushing off the issue at hand. Left alone, Kurokawa is met with a scene she seemingly couldn't forget, facing a wall, questioning her next course of action. The very next day, Hajime is seen could be walking, pondering about Kurokawa's thoughts about Chapter 2, when he suddenly gets grabbed by a timid and anxious Kurokawa, asking for a moment. Inside, she started explaining about the next chapter, but her face suddenly gets red, asking if there are any lewd scenes after the initial chapter. Hajime seems confused as he couldn't have possibly read something on what she is describing. Kurokawa insists, showing a picture as the page showed the heroine's chest midly exposed, confusing Hajime as he questions the normality of this picture. He immediately understood Kurokawa-san's innocence, as she has absolutely no tolerance for even the most mildly erotic content. Seeing Kurokawa-san still struggle of looking at a mildly exposed cleavage in a particular scene, Hajime stood still, unfazed by her, assuring every page of the love manga to be completely wholesome on every chapter. Kurokawa-san couldn't believe his words, as Hajime didn't expect Kurokawa to have a strong reaction to even the most vaguely ero manga content. With this in mind, he's determined to convince her that it's not like that, wanting her to keep reading more. But suddenly she exclaims if she did the same undressing scene as the heroine. This made Hajime stood in a dazed, basking in the beauty of Kurokawa, which she panics, asking to not thought about it too much. Kurokawa never expect to be shown of a shameless scene in the manga, which upon seeing it firsthand made her exclaim weird noises. Hajime understood this as he became worried, seeing her circumstances on leading with her stopping to read love manga anymore going forward. With quick thinking, he explains about fashion magazines showing swimsuits and little cleavage, although she pushed the idea of those magazines being targeted towards women. On the other hand, love manga is also read by men, exclaiming the manga must have an ulterior motive. Hajime still couldn't calm down as Kurokawa is pushing her innocence, as some fashions do exposes some cleavage, but can't look at them due to them being naughty. Hajime doesn't have time to be fawning over things, as it seems really impossible to persuade Kurokawa-san that love manga is wholesome. With a will there's a way he pushes his confidence, putting the last question if he himself is also filled with ulterior motives. Reading love manga and seeing those midly exposed cleavages, he exclaims, also changing clothes, exposing his chest, questioning if this makes him naughty. This caught Kurikawa confused as Hajime seemed to finally get her wavering towards him. Seeing the iron is hot, he strikes, pushing the idea of the heroine just changing clothes, squabbling as the heroine is a character who doesn't enjoy showing herself exposed to the opposite gender. Exclaiming that thinking something differently just by some little exposed cleavage makes her the dirty-minded one. Kurikawa waved in revealing her foolishness as she insists discard her impure thoughts on continuing the chapters. Hajime is happy that he seemed to convince her of the idea, although shortly after the bell rang, but suddenly Kurikawa seemed to flung her phone towards Hajime, missing him by a few inches. Surprisingly, the phone landed to another person, which upon a closer look, a teacher is seemingly asking if this is her phone. Kurikawa became nervous as she seemingly can't answer straight, but it's saved by Hajime as he claimed the phone belonging to him. Being scolded by Kurikawa walking while he looks at his phone, he gets called out for being an airhead. The teacher exclaims, understanding his age of adolescence, as she winked at them, asking to not showing naughty things to women, leaving Hajime shocked and Kurikawa staring at him blankly. The three became silent as Kurikawa dragged Hajime back into the room, confusing the teacher, leaving Hajime to apologize and beg for forgiveness, as the scene was a bit naughty after all. He cried, showing tears, although still fighting for the innocence of love manga, as among otakus it is focused more on cuteness. He then promises any of it won't betray Kurikawa's expectations. Kurikawa kneels down, fully understanding the situation, as she expects his words and affirmation towards love manga, leaving Hajime filled with assurance. Upon returning the phone, she apologizes for the words airhead being pointed towards him because of her clumsiness. Hajime expresses gratitude and happiness, as he would do anything, even as far shielding her from those words. He seemingly rizzed her with his words. Being nervous, he hurriedly left, heading to the classroom. Being left alone, Kurikawa-san seemed happy, as no one could have expected the Riz gods to bless Hajime, striking her heart and soul. In the classroom, Hajime is pondering about any clubs to join. Although he seems to completely forgot about them, he reminisces their time on the resource room discussing manga, pointing out it wasn't really a club activity. He looks over his shoulders, wondering if Kurikawa would join any clubs. Pondering the loneliness it would put him in, he immediately panics, as he's seen himself too dramatic. As such, he can't let Kurikawa see his pathetic sides anymore. He pointed out his luck and the miracle that she even talked to him after school, ultimately wanting to support and send her off with a smile. But unbeknownst to him, Kurikawa suggested opening up a manga research club. This completely stunned Hajime, as her secret of reading manga might get exposed to everyone, pondering if she changed her mind already. He ponders if she wants to make new otaku friends, degrading himself of not being good enough for her. Although with this in mind, he still wants to send her happily off to any club she desires. Hajime couldn't seem to get his words out of his mouth, as he apologizes for being surprised, as he didn't expect Kurikawa to be interested in that club. Kurikawa questions how to accept his words, making Hajime thought of something positive to say. With the immense strong feeling of pressure on him, she looks at her, making him think twice on lying with her. Although he seemed to question himself if he really has to lie in order to give her a positive response. With Kurikawa really wanting what she desires, he revealed not wanting her to join any clubs, with things being a couple of days having fun with each other. The thought of her straying away would make them have less time. Revealing his honest feelings, even though it might seem pathetic and selfish on his end, this words coming from him put Kurikawa happy, although she doesn't seem not have the courage to show her expression. With her back turned, she assured not joining any and wanting to spend more time with him. Leaving Hajime with fortunate news, she then immediately fell to her knees, as she was so relieved, making her lose strength in her legs, as she must be making a weird face, unable to face him. With her assurance of his opinions on joining clubs, she insists on going home, leaving Hajime to ponder that she only cared about his opinion from the start. Hajime called out to her, bidding farewell to see her tomorrow, leaving Kurikoa with a weird expression as she left happily with a smile on her face, seen by the people that looked up to him, although it still leaves Hajime to imagine the expression she was hiding. The next morning, as classes seemed to end, Kurikoa wanted to speak with Hajime about her thoughts on Chapter 3 when she suddenly gets interrupted by her fellow classmates asking about their problems, inexplicably leaving her out to not talk to Hajime, disturbing her peace as everyone looks at Hajime with disgust and gazes full of hatred. Ultimately bombarded with questions and inquiries, Hajime left, leaving Kurikoa all alone. With all her work done, she panics upon checking the time being late at night. She hurriedly ran to the resource room, wondering if Hajime is waiting for her arrival. Although upon opening the door she was met with disappointment, as he wasn't there. Although Hajime seemingly praises her for a good day's of work, leaving her shocked, questioning where he has been, he brushed it off as picking some flowers, although he must have waited for quite a while for her. They immediately got interrupted as the school closing, leaving them with unfinished business as Hajime part ways. This left Kurikoa with a bitter taste in her mouth as she couldn't talk to him properly. On the way home, Kurikoa still ponders as she couldn't handle the situation earlier a bit more smoothly. Her words made her butler apologize, misunderstanding it for his driving. Later she explained messing up and ended up wasting another person's time for no good reason. She ponders if there's any other way to make it better. The butler suggests sending an email towards the person, although she isn't up to date as students doesn't really use emails anymore. She praises the person teaching her so much, and it will feel strange for her to keep up appearances going forward. With a sad look on her face, she exclaims of not wanting to be labeled as someone who isn't in touch with reality. The butler suddenly had the idea of having the lady download the Talk app on her smartphone, exclaiming its popularity among her youth these days as a way to communicate. This suddenly sparked Kurikoa, as the next day she couldn't be seen in her seat. Although Hajime is yet faced again with a serious and old Kurikoa confronting him early in the morning. She became serious upon questioning if he has the same app as her, although she immediately became confused as she seemingly cut off at such a weird spot. The Talk app is discussed as the two of them became intrigued, as apparently Hajime also didn't know such app existed. This made Kurikoa happy as they both discovered something new, although she apparently left Hajime in the dust with a confused look on his face. Kurikoa, upon going home, suddenly realized that she forgot to achieve her goal. Becoming nervous and struck with the sad revelation as she completely forgot about her task at hand, which is rare for a lady like her. At that time she exclaims, being so happy that they were the same in a level kind of sense, which explained that her happiness overshadowed her forgetting about her goal. This made the butler became shocked by her sudden words. The next day at school, Kurikoa is seemingly being avoided by Hajime as she seems left out and gazing from afar. She suddenly realized this as whenever she's around with their classmates, Hajime knows to keep boundaries, which made Kurikoa try reaching towards Hajime, but to no avail, leaving her. Kurikoa realized that her voice couldn't reach Hajime. Although going forward she insists on using the communicating app called Talk, making Hajime stand up surprised, questioning if it's really alright. Kurikoa doesn't seem to mind this as she couldn't confidently approach him earlier. This made her question if Hajime likes the idea, which he exclaims loving to communicate on the phone. Their first exchange of messages occurred with Hajime facing a long but sincere message. As he was reading and trying to understand, he became relaxed all of a sudden, expressing his thoughts, praising her for also finishing up on the Chapter 3 release of the love manga. Kurikoa is now finally showered with joy as she managed to get out of the thoughts and feelings she wanted to talk about. She seems excited as the whole time she kept quiet, although with a cute look on her face. This gave the idea that they will be messaging the whole day through text, leaving Hajime still feel pleasure by having her talk to him every day. After school, Kurikoa is panicking over a spider, which Hajime sees as the perfect recreation scene on the love manga, making him teared up as his eyes and ears drool a form of snot, which made Kurikoa worried and concerned as he seemingly got overwhelmed. She suddenly mentioned midterms exams coming up, asking him to take it easy, which in that exact moment Hajime questioned the school crisis he was about to face, as for the first time something other than happiness came into his mind. Previously told the Shubi High School is one of the top schools, its impressive acceptance rate is achieved through after-school support, with this student below 80 or so must attend 3-hour after special lessons until their grades recovered. Faced with the crisis, Hajime is met with depression as he is now worried about overcoming the limit. Although Kurikoa cheered him up as he just needed to review, Hajime revealed only getting into the school by pure luck, which he lacks confidence in himself to be able to pass. Although he promised to still talk to her, he only reminded her on his needs to focus on his study more and might not be able to stay in school afterwards. With confidence he exclaims, passing over 80, although as his back is turned towards her he became depressed, still pondering how he will overcome this crisis. Back at home, Hajime is dreadful about his situation as he doesn't have confidence to score over 80, pondering about Kurikoa if she's already enjoying reading the love manga. He ponders as Kurikoa will ace the test with ease compared to him. Early in the morning, Hajime is seen tired and eyes that haven't seen much sleep, as everyone him is way more competent than him, and he bets none of them would face any hardship for the exam like he does. Although he looked towards Kurikoa as she seemed to have bags under her eyes, seemingly spending the whole night studying, she noticed his glance over him as she looks at him with a zombified look, asking to borrow his time after school. As the two are alone, Kurikoa handed over a piece of paper, consisting the summary and notes, for each subjects. With determination, a reenactment of the scene on Love Manga is once again, as she imitated the exact scene word for word in the manga, leaving Hajime in shock. As she realized this, she apologizes for not intentionally trying to imitate the heroine. More importantly, Hajime seems worried as she stayed up late at night whilst also reading, meaning she barely slept at all. He became concerned for her health, grabbing her by the shoulders, urging her to get some proper rest and take care of her body. As she realized his actions, he immediately apologized, as Kurikoa is taken by surprise, as it's rare for someone to worry about her, especially for studying. But the sudden realization kicks in towards Hajime, as this is seen as the norm, especially to a lady like her. With the efforts made by Kurikoa, he pushes on through with confidence. But for some reason Kurikoa skipped with her feet all the way home, indicating her happiness. Thus Takashi is surprised by Kurikoa's notebook, being amazed as she summarized the whole page of key points in just one line, making it super easy to understand. Add to the fact she finished this all in one night. Sleeping for only 30 minutes, she pushed herself hard, not just for him but for their after-school gatherings. As her little sister was ordered to not disturb his big brother, she caught a glimpse of him making weird noises, doing something strange, but he denies the accusation. Tomorrow at school, Takashi, knowing that Kurikoa did her best for him, gets motivated, not wanting to waste a second of his break time studying the hardest he could. On the other hand, Kurikoa is approached multiple times by her classmate. Takashi saw this and indicated she was pretty popular in the classroom. Knowing this, he ponders that it's not rude of her talking about being all alone even if he's not around, pondering that Kurikoa doesn't seem to have any issues. He suddenly overheard Kurikoa being questioned if she read manga, shocking Takashi, wondering what her answers might be, although Kurikoa outright questions this, giving the satisfaction, exclaiming she won't be indulging in vulgar things, shocking Takashi on what kind of conversation they are having. He ponders if this is what it feels like when an individual's parents and classmates expects you to have highbrow hobbies, although they don't meant any harm. As it must be exhausting to deal with this all the time, seeing how she secretly acts and be herself around him, although he brushed this off, stopping overthinking of things, focusing hard on him. He pushed himself to the limits, listening to the lessons and cramming hard on studying to get over 80 points. The day finally arrives on the day of the test, being nervous as the test papers are handed out. Upon seeing the questions, it became clear and easy to understand, as this is the part he studies on his own. Knowing the answers immediately, Kurikoa noticed his demeanor and smiled in silence. After the exam, he suddenly get a text from Kurikoa pondering how his exam went. He answered in confidence of scoring above 80. But Kurikoa ponders that he shouldn't say it too soon, as shortly after her hunch was correct as he managed to score 77 on the exams, shocking him. His life events suddenly flashed before his eyes, exclaiming his death will serve as payment for his foolishness. The teacher suddenly breaks the news about the last question on the exam, including something she hasn't covered, calling for the student who got the last question wrong, making an exception, letting him pass. He then immediately shouted in happiness, exclaiming he got it wrong, claiming to the whole class he almost failed. Sitting in silence, the teacher suddenly gets angry, asking him to do some review instead of being proud for making mistakes, giving Kurikoa a sense of relief upon hearing his words. Shortly in the library, Takashi excitedly announces his passing, staying above the safe line in all subjects, thanking for her efforts on making him pass. Kurikoa sees this as a success, encouraging herself to help him score even higher. Takashi looks at her in silence, pondering why she is serious all of a sudden. He questions her about the Chapter 5 of Love Math, which she excitedly revealed doing so, being so expressive, talking enthusiastically about her thoughts and opinions on the chapter. As their days continue happily expressing their thoughts, she immediately stood up, asking to go into the restroom. As she finishes her business, she suddenly gets called out. The twin tail woman asks if she could have a moment of her time. She agrees but asks her to come down from the stairs. This immediately made her refuse, as it's not important, giving the weird creepy vibes. After she got back, upon opening the door, Takashi is slumped down half asleep with the notes on his lap. The papers fell. Seeing it, she picked it up, discovering it's the notes she made, seeing all of the hand sweat wrinkling them and the writing fading, indicating he used it so much, giving her satisfaction knowing so. As he was asleep, she thanked him for all his hard work, being thankful towards him as for the first time in her life she actually looked forward to after-school activities. Being thankful for putting in so much effort in her showing her affection grew. She went ahead and admit of just kidding with her words, but in reality it all came from her heart. As Takashi-kun wakes up from his sleeping, he gets worried if he was talking weird in his sleep. Kurikoa confirms he wasn't weird talking in his sleep. Takashi suddenly mentions about the Love Math manga celebrating its 10th anniversary fair at the anime shop. He enthusiastically talked about securing stickers and buying collections. He planned on going next Sunday, but Kurikoa suggests if it would be okay joining him that far. This shocked Takashi, as he never expected she would initiate joining her, but with that said, there was no reason to refuse her request. As the day arrives, Takashi is waiting at the mochi tree to meet with her. He ponders about his looks, not being conscious about fashion at all. He ponders what kind of outfit Kurikoa would wear, as she seems the type to go out with fashion in mind, as in the Love Math the main character went on her first date with the protagonist wearing all black, but he doubts if she would go that far. He suddenly looks at his phone for women's fashion, seeing the no pants style becoming the rage. This ultimately gave him a shock of worry, as there is a slim chance that Kurikoa might show up in this outfit. Out of nowhere, he gets called out. Seeing Kurikoa, he breathes a sigh of relief, being glad to see her show up in normal clothing. Takashi, seeing her, looks like the main character. He finds her cute. He seemingly mentions her name, but is stopped by Kurikoa as she insists he must not say her name as much as possible, as she doesn't want people around her to notice her, indicating the trouble would come if people knew she was with her. Although she denies this reasoning, as it's fine for her being with him. She tried explaining in elementary school she snuck out of the house one time to buy a manga at a bookstore in town. When her father found out, her manga was thrown away, as the bookstore owner, who recognized her face from a photo, called to thank her father's company. As right now she can't fully grasp my father's or grandfather's social connections anymore. She feared if the things she bought today ever gets found out, it would be thrown away, as such she won't be able to handle it. Takashi sees this as a strong love for the Love Math manga. Understanding her situation, he is assured of not letting anyone found out. He puts his words out as it's like being on a secret dates, finding it thrilling and fun, Kurikawa ponders if this is a date, which he panics due to the slip of his tongue, denying it although this made her sad all of a sudden. He explains of clearly inviting her to a proper date and not through vague tactics like this, indicating he would be glad to date her, although he suddenly realized that he is declaring he would be inviting her to a real date. Being too carried away, he finds the situation bad as it might be off-putting. But on a closer look she seems fine with the idea and doesn't find it weird. As they went ahead to the anime shop, he still ponders as this is not a date, and yet he couldn't even look her properly in the eyes. As they tried to head down the stairs nearing their destination, he called out to Kurikawa but couldn't seem to find her whereabouts. As he tried looking for her, Kurikawa is seen running at full speed, explaining she got separated, being swept away by the crowd. As Takashi looks away for a brief moment, she then once again gets carried by the crowd of people. Shortly after getting back, she explains of never walking through a crowded area, finding it alien as people always step aside for her. Although she managed to get there on time, she revealed waking up at 5 a.m. for a 9:30 meeting. Seeing her determination, he asks to stick as close as together if possible, lending her a collar that's connected to his bag. Upon walking, they somehow found it strange as it's like walking a dog, not wanting to go with the idea it's fine if they just stick together. They also came clear of calling each other's name as to not find it troublesome, but also to get acquainted to one another. They then settled for Yeo-san, but hearing the words called out to her, she finds it heart-throbbing. Upon arriving to the anime shop, she became mesmerized seeing all the manga-related items. Looking at each item in the store, she exclaims the excitement she gets of encountering the unknown. He then suddenly pointed out to the Love Mav special feature corner. This made Takashi take pictures excitedly, talking how it's not usual for the manga to be on a flat display as for new releases depending on the stock amount, clearly being a miracle. She leans down seeing the alternate cover version of the manga. Takashi saw this as she gazed in silence, stealing her smile away. We cut back to days before the date. Takashi questions his little sister's girl opinion on the outfit from a girl's point of view. As he pulls out a shirt, she called him gross, pondering if he mugged someone for it. At school that day, she talks with her friends on being forced to help pick his brother's clothes for his date. His friends tried praising her brother of studying at the Shubi High School, calling it impressive. But she bad-mouths his brother for being an otaku who has nothing better to do than study. A male classmate suddenly noticed her talking about her brother's lame personality. But she then gets hostile, questioning who he is to talk about her brother like that. Her friends revealed that she is secretly a brocon, asking not to touch that nerve of her. She then exclaims on Sunday they will gather at the station to spy on his brother's date. The little sis revealed that he might be getting tricked, wanting to protect him, and will try to take down the woman that's deceiving him. She shortly excused herself to the restroom, but upon exiting she bumped into someone. The salaryman didn't take it nicely and shouted at her. But even so, Kurikawa steps in, wanting to get the police involved, but also pointing there are cameras here to prove everything. This made the salary con man to back off and ran away. The little sister became enraged, which Kurikawa revealed seeing the man in front of the restroom wandering back and forth, keeping an eye on his actions. She thanked Kurikawa for helping her, revealing that waking up at 5 in the morning for her meetup is worth it. She finds Kurikawa odd but definitely a good person, although she gets questioned if it's a date, but she doesn't seem to be sure either. Revealing this is the first time she is going to a place like and not wanted to be late or waste their meetup's time. Finding her situation to be in the not quite dating stage, she bids her farewell. Upon going back, he then saw her brother's date. Upon realizing it was Kurikawa, they then leave, knowing full well if it's her they would be alright, giving the sister certification to her. Back to the present, Kurikawa is still mesmerized as she realized the alternate version of Love Mav was the one book that she absolutely got from the bookstore from her childhood. This revelation shocked them both, as it was apparently she judged manga based solely on their covers, not realizing up until now. She then excused herself, asking to wait outside, leaving Takashi alone to ponder. as she remembers the flashback of having her manga book be thrown when she was a kid by her father, destroying her happiness. She then immediately wonders, even though it was indirect, she was once threw the manga away, not having the rights to enjoy it, almost pushing the button to uninstall it. She then suddenly gets surprised as Takashi revealed buying a lot of things showcasing the stickers and buying some for her, asking she should hide them in a no suspicious book to avoid her parents finding it, and besides everyone uses electronic dictionaries so they won't even know, and since it might be impossible to get them later on. He buys her a copy of the alternate version, although she tried rejecting this as it might get thrown away and not having to bring herself to read it anymore. But he then called out that giving up on reading out of guilt is a waste, and seeing as how much she enjoyed the manga, it won't be judging her for her past actions. Seeing as to how she would be able to find enjoyment reading it even in secret, he would hold on to this as a sort of wish, asking if the day comes when the Kurikoa-sama can read manga freely without worrying others. He hopes she still has the passion and encouragement to love reading mangas as much as she does now. Wanting to wait for that day to truly comes, he hopes they still continue to be close enough so he could gift it back to her. This suddenly made her teared up, showcasing her happiness, being thankful and glad she met Takashi-kun, asking until the day comes she asks to take good care of it. Although she insists on paying for it, he then doubles down, giving it as a gift, exclaiming of going all through the trouble to look cool, and it would be all for naught if she paid. At that exact moment he still didn't notice the change in Kurikoa-san. Shortly after, they took a seat at a restaurant, and seeing the great opportunity to cool off. Although she ponders how did he knew she was feeling under. Although it's obvious from the start, as they were walking around she became looking more and more like a boiled octopus. This made him hope that she would at least wear something lighter, but he became mesmerized on her under the hood. She ponders if her outfit was weird, as it's her maid that usually shows us for her, revealing the outfit to be her personal choice today. After a while he questions if it's alright calling her on that nickname, as it might be troublesome if a classmate finds out. She slowly affirms it's fine to do so, as she doesn't think she will ever meet people from over there again. He then expresses his greatest condolences, giving the misunderstanding that the people she was referring to have passed away. She explains her past, as in the first grade she completely ruined her school life once, as in elementary her parents had her attend an elite private academy. Being so naive about the world back then, it wasn't guaranteed that everyone shared the same thoughts or values. As such, her parents were usually very generous and let her spend freely as long as it's not for frivolous things. This made her spend her money however her classmate wanted to just be liked by them. But one day suddenly, she realized that she failed at building relationships, as her classmates called her out for being stingy. Takashi finds this troublesome, as compared to him he made a pillbug rice bowls, getting scolded for it. Kurikoa later on found the whole situation turned into a big problem later on, which she fled and transferred to a school in England where no one knew her, which she got the nickname Yoi-san and wouldn't be an issue if used in Japan. She then happily talks about having someone other than her family buy something for her, making her happy, as it's her first ever gift. She cried so much due to the happiness. She then excused herself for a moment, leaving Takashi to ponder, as it made his heart feel heavy from all the weight she is shouldering ever since then. Knowing full well himself there is only much he could do, but no matter how hard it is he still wants her to smile. Kurikoa in the restroom finds her eye a bit swollen from crying earlier. She ponders if Takashi-kun saw her ugly face, indicating that it's a good thing this wasn't a date. She then suddenly mesmerized on how cool looking and matured he was back there. Back at the table he reveals not being mature at all and just used to eating alone. Going to ramen shops and wanting to eat pancakes at a stylish cafe has been one of his dreams. Add to that it's hard to go in alone as a guy. They gladly agreed of going to choose this place to try out new stuff. He then questions if she has time after this, wanting to stroll around the place for a bit, spending their day off, doing things together, and having fun. But in the end she realized she was this happy due to Takashi being by her side. As the day ends, they soon see parting ways, revealing that it's Kurikawa's first time using the ticket gate, clapping for her success. Takashi soon see her ticket and insisted on going to the nearest station with her, worried for her safety. In the end, she accepted. As the train is arriving, she seemed to reach out as Takashi grabbed her hand, not wanting to be separated. In the train, they only stood to each other. As their heart beats faster than usual, they arrived at the station sooner than expected. Upon going out of the train, Takashi let her hands go, seemingly making her not felt the connection of physical touch. As the day reached an end, getting ready to part ways nearing her exit, she pondered if it's selfish to think this way, as she doesn't want the day to end yet. Takashi suddenly speak up, revealing of not having spent a day off with anyone other than his family. Seeing their time together was fun and not wanting it to end, he thanks her for her time. She then also revealed that it's the same for her, but she suddenly noticed her butler standing, giving her a shock at his appearance. Takashi questions what seems to be wrong. She pointed out the person standing over the butler who always takes care of her, but revealed that she didn't notify him, wondering how they managed to find her whereabout. He immediately understood the whole situation, as this is the part where he gets caught for sneaking her out and receiving one hell of a scolding. Takashi ponders to confirm if he looks angry, but upon a closer look he is absolutely furious about the situation. Seeing as how he made an enemy of the Kurikawa family, he confronts them, wanting to figure something. As they approach him, the butler's words struck him like a moth to the flame, or something, pondering if it's just that. Kurikawa questions if he was waiting for her return the entire time, although he denies this. Her butler revealed of tailing her for her walks since 5 a.m. Takashi apologizes as it was him who dragged her around. The butler affirms if she were forced to spend time with him. She then revealed she was more than glad, as it's the opposite of force, coming here with her own volition. The butler understood, finding no malice, although they are worried about her father, but he reveals being entrusted with the lady's care and don't feel the need to report her mere walk. Seeing this, they felt a sense of relief, seeing as he was angry before ultimately denying this. As Takashi handed the stickers to her, parting ways, they bid farewell, making Takashi exclaims of saving even more and more research, asking to another date, giving the statement that there would be another time they will get to spend their day off like this. She exclaims of wanting to look forward to it, wearing something stylish, knocking his socks off. Takashi is left questioning this, but her butler finds this to be something different. The butler in the car shortly after points out she is a woman and be careful of men being wolves. He then ponders if she had fun today, talking about the pill bug rice bowls being an exquisite dish. In school, Takashi is called out by a fellow classmate in front of him. Takashi is surprised by their different treatment of him, giving him the weird feeling something is a bit off. Even after school, the teachers seem to notice him and gives him chores like taking out the trash. He seems to question the circumstances but doesn't deny their request. As he looked around, he noticed a lot of people in remedial classes. His teacher approached, explaining that they set the passing score pretty high. With this, it's evident that the first year midterms usually consists most students needing this class. She suggested that they let their guard down after getting into their chosen high school, as not many students can approach the tests like the entrance exam. His teacher smiled happily. Takashi seems confused, although it's revealed that his classmates and the people around him treated him differently, as the test was tough, making most people barely pass even after cramming like crazy. Despite this, he cleared every subject, complimenting him for the achievement. This resulted in people not looking down on him anymore. Takashi finally understood the weird feeling he was getting earlier. With middle school being different from high school, here if one shows results, people will acknowledge for it, thus meaning everyone has seen how hard he has been working. Takashi almost cried with tears of joy hearing this, pondering that she almost sounds like an actual teacher. The sensei immediately grabbed hold of him, exclaiming that he must make sure succeeds, so she could laugh triumphantly. He became confused with her words as she exclaims that so many people who look at their remedial system mocking them, hearing words like such a try-hard prep school, This pisses the teachers off, and it's becoming frustrating as all of their students are just as capable. With a shocking look on her face, she claims that when the graduation season comes, it would be the moment where she show off her students. With this in mind, she gave Takashi a reminder to always come for her if he ever needed help with his studies, or if his grades are slipping. Hearing this, at some point that teacher might have overheard the students calling him worthless nobody as to why she was looking out for him all this time. As Takashi headed out of school grounds, he overheard a commotion at the gate. The guards were blocking entry to a non-student, asking her for permits. The woman in front of the gate is persistent, trying to squeeze her way in. The woman then suddenly called out for Takashi as he identified as a first year. She then exclaims to hand over the boy named Takashi. Takashi became surprised hearing his name. He identified himself, although the woman in front of her didn't seem to believe his words. He questioned her identity, seeing as she somehow knew his name. She explained the person she was looking for is a total dream boat and at the top of the class. Not only that, he excels at sports and is super athletic, with the muscular type to boot. Hearing this made Takashi gloomy, seeing as he is not what he seems to be. He paused her words, mentioning Kurikoa as she is at the top of his grade. Kurikoa's name piqued her interest. She seems acquainted with Kurikoa, seeing as how he called her by her nickname. She ponders if he was a friend. Takashi agreed, although he doesn't seem to be sure about calling her that way. She then exclaims of entrusting information relating to her. With every words describing Kurikoa being an airherd and super sensitive to what other thinks of her, and always prioritizing others over herself, Takashi couldn't agree more, as she was perfect in every shape or form. She then revealed that the person named Takashi must have manipulated Kurikoa using his pheromones and status. Hearing this made Takashi to quietly clamp his mouth, being surprised that he somehow got an enemy all of a sudden. She exclaims that last Sunday Takashi was with Kurikoa for hours. She seems to misunderstood that Kurikoa, her close friend, endured something awful like that for hours, not wanting to forgive him. She claims to take this Takashi down no matter what. The guards overheard and claims that she was psychotic, although Reina, the woman in front, have come fully prepared to go down if necessary. She held out her hands, meeting friends with Kurikoa, as this must be fate that brought them together. She asks that they destroy Takashi. Unbeknownst to her, Takashi is in front of her the whole time, standing with a smug, funny-looking face. Reina pulled out an invention of a toy called Super Sturdy, being a support item. With this, her family was able to pull in around 14 million yen a month on licensing fee alone. One thing led to another, and their door to parties full of rich elites opened to her. But the kids on those families were from long-established noble families, being drilled with etiquette and manners since little. This made her completely left out, with no refinement, becoming the target of the ridicule. However, she didn't speak up as her father looked so happy, even though those parties always brought her more pain than anything. She didn't give up hope until Kurikoa came and approached her, treating her as an equal. She was first suspicious of Kurikoa, wondering if she approached just to tease, but she supported Reina, and before she knew it herself, she started to fall for Kurikoa. That's why they started meeting outside of those parties, where she found more joy in. This time around, she wanted to help Kurikoa, wanting to handle the Takashi guy she was mentioning. Pondering if he was up to no good, Takashi understood her circumstances, wanting to clear things up. But he changed his mind, seeing as how she threatened to smash his balls on the spot if this Takashi guy was just a worthless nobody. He became anxious, wanting to leave the situation. As she tried to excuse himself, Kurikoa peeked and questioned if she was looking for someone. Takashi couldn't believe that she was standing behind him the whole time. She seems to notice Reina, as it has been a while, although they both seem awkward meeting one another. Kurikoa questioned if Takashi knew Reina, which he couldn't seem to answer, although he wanted to take the lead and not to stir up any trouble. He thoroughly explained searching a leaking pheromone. Reina ponders why he phrased it like that. With everyone being together, it would make the search for this Takashi guy easier to find. Takashi panics, clearing things up, pointing to another Takashi they knew. Kurikawa seems confused, not being able to understand, although Takashi winks at her, as he begs to Kurikawa to get the hint and play along. This made her locked in, exclaiming that Takashi-kun is handsome too. This surprised Takashi, as this wasn't what he meant. Although Kurikawa seems serious about her words complimenting him, Reina seems confused about the situation, but Kurikawa then breaks the news as she doesn't know any Takashi other than him. This made Reina finally realize it, breaking the ice. She stood still where Takashi shakes his head profusely, with the tense atmosphere as he hides his balls. Reina didn't seem to interfere more, seeing as Kurikawa is not in danger. This made her leave without any words. As they both headed back to the club room, Kurikawa finally understood that she wasn't supposed to let his identity be known. She apologizes and misinterprets the situation. Still, he is surprised that she complimented him. This made Kurikawa blush about the idea. He seems to get the idea that it was just flattery and asks her not to worry, although his words made him a bit frustrated. She pointed out that it wasn't flattery, as Takashi seems to not give himself enough credit, and she sees him as a cool person, asking that he shouldn't put himself down. She became red all of a sudden, where Kurikawa asks that he doesn't need to keep being too humble like that, as she might get mad at the thought. Takashi is in disbelief, although still heated from her words. She seemingly scolded and praised her at the same time. He asks Kurikawa to clear up the misunderstanding with Reina-san. She seems to look down, all gloomy, apologizing as she accidentally deleted her contact information. Takashi didn't question this further, as later that day they parted ways. He seems to not go home in defeat, as the Kurikawa complimented him, calling him handsome, taking the win for the day. He never seemed to get a compliment from someone else except for his family. He never felt so amazing in his entire life, exclaiming that it's the best day ever. As he was happily getting out of school, he seems to run into Reina-san. She finds this a coincidence, asking if they can talk for a bit. But without hesitation, my man ran for his life. He doesn't want to get his balls crushed, as she announced earlier. Reina cleared up the misunderstanding, exclaiming that she wants to apologize for jumping into conclusions, believing what she heard without thinking rationally. She noticed that Kurikawa being at more ease as she entered high school, and could tell right away that he built a good relationship with her. This made the idea of him non-existent, and this time she wanted to ask something of a favor. The two headed over to a karaoke, as Reina doesn't want anyone to overhear their conversation. Takashi, on the other hand, is troubled, seeing as how he only can afford 30 minutes. Reina went with free time, going all in. He seems confident as he is able to be fined in affording the student discount, but to his horror he came short for the fee. This made him sweat with nervousness. As they headed in, Reina laughs for the situation, as she will cover all of the expenses, not only that he could order whatever he wanted and be treated to a fair home. Takashi seems wary, as there is definitely some kind of catch here. Reina assured him as she doesn't have any ill intent. With that favor in mind, she wanted Takashi to deliver a message to Kurikawa. She explained trying several times but couldn't in front of her, as her words get stuck. She wanted to tell her that she didn't get into Shubi High. The thought of the school was already a reach for her academically. She pushed herself until she was totally worn out to the point of collapse, but still didn't make it. She became frustrated even though Kurikawa stayed with her, even when people talked behind her back. Kurikawa was there and lowered herself to her level, always putting her first in everything. She became worried if Kurikawa saw her struggled, and it might make her give up going to Shubi, as to why she pretended to act like she was totally fine in failing it. She pretended and made an act, but noticed Kurikawa's dimmed and gloomy expression, which made her realize that she was pushing Reina hard without realizing it. She then realized of how wrong she has been, as she was always seen as equal, and this made Kurikawa realize to the idea that she might fail purely on merits never crossed her mind in the first place. To make matters worse, this made the image that she only hung out with her out of obligation. From that moment on, she started getting nervous around Kurikawa to the point where her words couldn't get out. In the first place, she was really looking forward to entering Shubi High School. She wasn't trying to push the idea that she was failing on purpose, but to beg her good luck on not to worry about her and enjoy her time at Shubi, seeing as they were going on different paths. She asks that the message should be conveyed to Kurakoa and for her apology to reach her. Takashi understood the story but declined the favor as he can't help her. As he was about to continue, Reina cried profusely out loud, leaving Takashi to not know what to do of a crying woman, although I would offer her water. Reina apologized for losing composure. She understood that there's no reason for Takashi to listen to the request of someone who cursed him out upon meeting one another. Takashi then exclaims on doing everything he could to get Kurikoa-san to hear her out. He understands how hard it is to talk to someone you feel like a wall has been formed before. However, he pointed out if someone else speaks for you, those feelings won't be the same height, and doesn't want either of them to go through that, even though she doesn't seem to be able to express her apology properly. Takashi assured that it doesn't have to be perfect, as Kurikoa would never treat someone insincerely if that individual is honest with her. Reina realized this as we flash back to the time Kurikoa talked to Reina. Kurikoa expressed her hate for people blindly believing bad things people say about others. Reina and her family is the opposite, as they thank the doorman. That is where Kurikoa wanted to be friends with her. And on that day, only the Nishizono families and the Kurikoa family thanked the doorman. With lots of people who can't manage that much, she only cherished people who face everything sincerely. That part of Kurikoa made her fall for her. As they bid farewell, Takashi became curious about their plans being leaked last Sunday. Reina exclaims it coming from a friend whom she thought was one, but apparently that girl investigated Kurikoa. This made them realize that when lying, adding 10% of the truth makes it more believable. She wondered if there are people who are jealous of her closeness towards Kurikoa and trying to sabotage her. It seems like she has fewer people who can she really trust from that point. Takashi exclaims of doing his best to support the setup, as their efforts will surely bear fruit. As Reina had Takashi take a cab and pay for it, Reina exclaims that if any other guy approaches Kurikoa, they will crush them on the spot, and their balls. Hearing this shocked the cab driver. He finds high school girls these days to be terrifying. With the responsibility of his job creating to build a bridge between them, it is now up to the two of them to settle, even though the first day they met he was faced with Kurikoa being always alone. This time he carries the responsibility to let her know that is not true. Early in the morning, Takashi seems troubled and seems to ponder about something. Kurikoa noticed this as he seems focused on his phone. Early in the morning he's been pretty fidgety and seems concerned about something. Her phone buzzed all of a sudden, which upon checking, she got invited by Takashi in a serious matter in the reference room today, although they usually talked after school in the reference room. She wondered what seems to be going on as he seems serious. Later in the reference room, Takashi tried explaining about his turtle, confusing Kurikoa. He tried getting to the point, but the words doesn't seem to come out. Takashi asks that she forget the turtle and tries to re-explain the matter at hand. Kurikoa noticed this, assuring that whatever is the topic about, she is all ears and would listen to his story. With a relief look on his face, he explained back in elementary school he had a girl that he was close with, and it reminded him the time he was trying to push the idea and get her to buy his favorite love manga at a bookstore. Just like with her, he eagerly jumped and pushed her hard. At first he thought it was okay with it and bought it willingly, but the next day when he arrived at school, his classmates pushed the idea that he forced his friend to buy it. This made Kurikoa not believed it at first. Takashi found the situation to be worse, as from then until his middle school, the people around him kept calling him a creepy otaku, which also resulted a bit of bullying here and there too. He finds it rough, but then that same girl he was closed with revealed of meaning it as a joke, and passed her apology through someone else in his middle school graduation. He finds it vexing, which resulted Kurikoa to burst with anger, which Takashi noticed and stopped her before it happened. He still runs into that same girl sometimes at his station near his house, and at first seeing her made him break into cold sweat, making his heart race like crazy, even though he's in high school now and get to talk someone like Kurikoa, getting decent test scores thanks to her, and the feeling of being able to finally live, and after seeing that same girl who made him have a terrible life, he doesn't become phased about it anymore. He ponders that woman is someone who doesn't matter to him anymore. Kurokoa looks sad about his story, but Takashi immediately breaks and apologizes profusely as he revealed hearing a lot of things from Nishizono about her. He explained of hearing that story about her lying to you. He kinda say himself in it. Not exactly the same circumstances, but he shared his thoughts that if things went and stay like this, Shizono might end up becoming just someone that doesn't matter towards her. He questioned if Kurokoa is alright with that becoming the conclusion. She exclaims that Nishizono hates her now, but Takashi argues if she really hated her then she wouldn't have taken the super hard entrance exam to their school in order to be with her. Hearing this made Kurokoa think things through with a much clearer thought towards her. And even if once she had fun being with her, would she want to go back to how things were between the two of them? Takashi urged that she takes the first step in hearing out Nishizono-san out, before she becomes another stranger towards her. Kurokoa understood his words, exclaiming the events that happened back then. We then go back to the past where their first encounter towards one another showed a moment of happiness, and she couldn't let that chance go away again. She also questioned herself things would be really okay for her to end their fated encounter, which she didn't, as she will regret it forever. With a desperate look she went and chased Takashi before he turns into just one of the crowd. With confidence, Kurokoa will again try to take one more step forward. She asked Takashi the contact information, but to his surprise, he seemed to forgot about it, as he doesn't seem used to these kinds of exchanges, as he was just satisfied with adding Kurokoa's contact info and didn't think further than that. Kurokoa perceives that she must be an important person towards Takashi, which she brushed it off and exclaims of trying to find the number again, which shortly after she left in a hurry filled with excitement, leaving Takashi to ponder if he got the message across properly. As he left for school, he wonders how things will go after this, as she might not act on it today or tomorrow. As he was about to leave, he gets called out, which upon a closer look it's his female teacher looking at him awkwardly. Takashi again got used one way or another, as he gets instructed of throwing the trash away. As he gets near the school gates, an oddly familiar sight could be seen again as the guards tries to stop an outsider, which upon a closer look Nishizono was being held as she screamed out towards Takashi-kun. She exclaims of being grateful towards him, expressing gratitude, which it's then revealed that Kurokoa was finally able to say what she needed to. We transition to June 1st at 6 in the morning, where Takashi declares the day has finally come, as starting today, believe it or not, is the start of summer, where their classmates wore summer uniforms, Kurokoa-san included. Kurokoa seems to always be caught by Takashi always doing the heroine's routine on the love manga. Takashi is lately getting used to it, which his excitement started to fade a little, but when the outfits change, the emotional purity of seeing the heroine-like behavior comes back full force. Kurokoa noticed Takashi, which she once again made a killer move towards Takashi, making him bleed out of his nose. The entire classmate panicked seeing this. Later in the reference room, Kurokoa checks up on him if he's alright, which he seems to be doing fine so far, even though the final exams are coming up. Takashi revealed prepping like crazy for them this time, and won't worry Kurokoa this time around. But to his surprise, she prepared a guide of notes just for him to pass with teary eyes. Upon hearing this, she hides her notes, but Takashi insists of taking her study guide as he super duper need it. She seems hesitant, but Takashi insists, as he was only joking and really needs it, as the final exams is hard enough to pass. Kurokoa exclaims that her notes aren't perfect or anything and doesn't want to give him something won't help him. This left Takashi with no choice but to reveal his last trick in his leave. Kurokoa suddenly became embarrassed and surprised as he did Jiza asking to be blessed with her notes, leaving Kurokoa with no other choice but to give in, making Takashi to scream in happiness and gratitude. She became happy as he really needs her notes and guide that badly to pass. She also revealed of being able to swap contact with Shizono-san, giving the great news. She also had something to talk about. She heard the two of them going to a karaoke place together. Takashi claims this true, as this is where he got to hear more of her story. Left with silence, she pouts in front of him, where Takashi suddenly remembered this scene just like from the Love Mav manga, where Aoi-tan gets jealous because the main character went to karaoke without her, which that means she also wanted to experience that. Lucky for him, he already knew what's the best answer taken straight from the Love Mav manga. As he tried to say out the words, he stutters embarrassed as he calls her cute, leaving Kurikoa in confusion. He rethinks his thoughts as he couldn't say it due to it being cheesy. He also tried correcting herself and thinks she's cute personally, although it's a misunderstanding as he insists on taking her to karaoke. On that day, he was suddenly reminded that he's still a total introvert, but their plans went through as for the next episode he will take her to karaoke. This is the end of Season 2. Comment down below if you think Takashi and Kurikoa would get together and become an official couple in the upcoming chapters.
The story starts as a high school boy named Hayato-kun was having a dream where he sank on the bottom of the deep sea. As he heard a voice calling, he opened his eyes only to find two beautiful maidens with ginormous melons. They extend their hands wanting to help him, but to his horror it seems these sisters has the love deeper than the sea as they obsessively dragged him further. Upon waking up from a horrible dream, he bids good morning to both of his parents. It seems due to certain events he currently lives alone. Responsible for all the chores in the housework, he does this all diligently. Despite having relatives, he has friends and gets along well with them. It seems today he plans to head out buying materials for their Halloween party. Excited, he hurriedly went out, meeting his two friends named Sota Miyanaga and Keitu Awajima. As they venture around, he labels these two as his closest best friends. It seems the three of them plan to have a Halloween party. However, they ponder if they could invite some women to their party, suggesting the Shinjo sisters, as they seems to be the idol of their class. Hearing the name Shinjo made him remember the girls in his dreams earlier. As his friends insists, he asks them to join their party, seeing they live in his neighborhood. He shuts this idea down as those sisters hates men, and according to the rumors of the men who confessed to them, the sisters only talked bad about the men and brushed them off as a pile of dirt met with hostility. Hearing the rumors made his friends to call this out as some kind of joke. But Hayato insists there is nothing wrong with a party between three good friends. As they finished shopping, they all bid farewell, but as he was walking he noticed a family holding hands while enjoying the Halloween season. It seems the siblings made him have a sense of familiarity with their situation, seeing as the Shinjo sisters also lost their father. But having something in common doesn't change anything. As he got near his home, he noticed the front door of the Shinjo family's household was wide open. Curiosity got the best of him. But this sense of dreadful and dark, creepy aura suddenly got him spooked. As he went in, he immediately wanted to insist of telling them they forgot to close the door, but upon heading inside he was horrified to hear the shout of a man questioning someone if they don't have any money. This immediately made Hayato to sneak around and be curious all of a sudden. Around looking at the corner, a shocking scene unfolds as a bald-headed man was demanding his desires while holding the mother and daughters captive. Hayato wonders if this was a joke, as this is a terrible thing for anyone. He questioned himself on his best course of action next. Seeing the situation, things might escalate, seeing as the burglar has a knife and might use it before the police arrives. Seeing as the three women who is absence of a father, he put his mind together of doing something quick to de-escalate the situation. We then transition a while earlier, where the two sisters was heading home after going out. They seem to also notice the front door wide open. As the sister headed inside, they were shocked to find a bad bald-headed Doraemon-looking man holding their mother at knife point. It seems he was surprised of how fortunate it was that she had daughters. He ordered them to put their phones down and threatened to do something horrible. He also ordered them to take off their clothes. Not having any other options, they abide to his demands, where it seems he enjoys the show. He commented that their mother was already incredible but sees the daughters to be also high tier. The sisters seems to be in tears, going such hardships for a down-low reason. As he demanded they tie the other sister, he let the mother go of his hands, where he went for the blonde-haired one, pinning her down with a knife near her. As he was about to do something horrible, the black-haired woman called out in tears for someone to help them. Their cries for help made Hayato to be left with no other choice but to take matters into his own hands. Wanting to buy time until the police arrives, he braced himself and put on the mask, asking his deceased parents for strength and the will. With a surprised attack, he launched against the burglar. He inflicted damage and immediately knocked him out cold. As the mother, who looked like Komi-san, calls out for her daughters and rejoice that they were saved. Hayato is at ease that he was able to avoid the worst-case scenario, and for the bad guy, he met his demise as the police shortly arrived. Outside, the police were already waiting, where the MC tied him up and pinned him down. Seeing their savior to be wearing a pumpkin mask, the sisters were happy to see but cried with tears of joy. He tries to assure them that everything would be fine and he wasn't anyone suspicious. He seems to flustered at the sight of them, whereas he handed a blanket to cover them up. An image of their father popped up, making the sisters to see the resemblance for a short bit. As the police headed inside, there was a bit of confusion as he looks totally suspicious wearing a mask and was about to be labeled as the criminal, but the sisters insists he wasn't. Hayato insists of clearing things up outside, but left the sisters in a hurry despite asking for his name. The MC was keen of not showing his face, and doesn't want the sisters to remember this incident if they found out, and to avoid further conflict. The sisters couldn't believe the situation as they eagerly wanted to know the identity of the person who helped them. It seems outside what awaited was gossip of the family not having a man in the house since the father passed away. It seems Hayato wanted the sisters and their mother to worry about their emotions and to get proper rest to see their well-being. As Hayato arrived at the police station, the police started questioning him immediately. It seems they were concerned about him entering a crime scene on his own. This mistake made him to apologize and accept the consequences. It seems he couldn't stand by and watch as something horrible happened to the sisters. The police pardoned this as no one was injured. Seeing him also as a minor, they let him go as his parents would be worried. As the questioning were finished, he finds the situation to be super nervous as it was his first time being questioned. Despite this, he was glad to be able to help the Shinjo family, especially the sisters, as they also didn't discover his face and name, as accepting their gratitude would be too overwhelming. He seems to want to completely disassociate himself from what had happened as he doesn't want to speak with them again. It seems the interrogation left him to go outside when it's already dark out. Back at the Shinjo family, it seems the mother is double-checking the lock on their door, checking it more than 3 times to feel secure, as there is nothing wrong with being extra careful. It seems she also insists her daughters take tomorrow off from school. Despite her mother's words, it seems the sisters insists on going to school. Anna is seen to be entering her old sister's room, where she insists on sleeping together as she looks in distraught. It seems she was disgusted by the man touching her earlier and wanted to rip everything apart. The older sister shares the same feeling as they find men despicable and disgusting beings. Despite their father no longer being here, she screamed deep inside to save them, which to her shock someone answered her call. It seems they are fond of the person with the pumpkin mask. It seems as Hayato the pumpkin person, they immediately knew that it was a man, and seeing his fear they didn't feel disgusted. The sisters wanted things to go back to normal as soon as possible in hopes of finding him. They planned to thank and showed their gratitude for saving them. They wanted to be with him. They are keen of serving him for a lifetime as they avoided a terrible fate. As the night continues, we wonder how things would play out forward, as the sisters are keen of finding out the identity of their savior. As the next morning arrives, the 3 friends were walking to school. It seems his best friends already knew the situation and loudly talked about the incident. They suddenly got interrupted as Anna of the Shinjo family walked past by them, questioning about a pumpkin. This suddenly made Hayato startled, as the MC doesn't want them to find out the real identity. As the sisters swiftly passed them, Anna is seen to be looking back at them, but the MC and his friends were terrified. The MC suddenly got head locked out of jealously questioning when he got close to the famous sisters. Hayato used the excuse of being neighbors but shifted topic, worried for the sisters as they should have stayed home to rest their well-being, calling out how too strong-headed they were. The MC is worried about the safety of the sisters as when he arrived at school it seems the rumor already started circulating. Things seemingly is going out of control where he decided to check on the little sister and upon doing so he finds her chatting nonchalantly and calmly about their situation. It seems they still doesn't know the name or face of their savior. Her friends suggest she date a guy that could protect her. But she brushed this idea off wanting her savior to be the one she dates. Being energetic today her friends doubts they were even robbed. Hayato became relaxed as he realized that Ina-san is a girl who managed to stay cheerful despite the hardships they just went through. As their image popped up on his head from yesterday, he panics and decided to eat. In the cafeteria as he ate silently, the Sanjo sisters suddenly sat near them. His friends looks at him with a jealous and irritated face as they became overwhelmed all of a sudden. He suddenly got surprised as Ina-san looks at him intensely. Hayato tries to brush the idea that he was already found out, giving the idea only because she fixed her posture. Putting this as a coincidence, Ina-san suddenly wonders if the person who saved them was here seeing how much people are here. The elder sister insists of showing her gratitude. To top this all off Ina-san exclaims of wanting to have his baby. This suddenly left him to be horrified, leaving in a hurry where they lost their appetite all of a sudden. A fellow classman suddenly came out asking for the elder sister named Arisa to have a moment of her time. Without saying anything she just went and abide. They all talked of how confident he was confessing to a girl who hates men. Hayato seeing this excuse himself, as he was worried about Arisa-san. Despite seeing this to be nosy, he wanted to be assured that things won't escalate. Confirming this to be a confession. Arisa-san rejected the confession explaining she already have someone in her heart. This startled Ayato and the guy. He finds this amazing to think a man was capable of making Arisa-san who hates men to say something like that. This suddenly made him to ponder who spread the rumor that she hated men, and it's a strategy to reject them. Hayato suddenly felt something behind where a closer look it was Ina-san asking him to be a good boy and to be quiet. It seems she was also curious about the confession despite knowing the end result anyways. Hayato ponders if Arisa-san hates men. Ina explains she does but already have someone in her heart. It seems he was also caught being nosy, apologizing as he is worried. Hearing this made his image to be a very kind person to be worried. As the commotion of the confession gets louder, the handsome guy seems very persistent. Despite not having a chance he wanted to give something to Arisa-san. As Ina-san tells him to lean over a little, they wanted to see and hear more of the commotion. She then suddenly leaned forward also rubbing the giant melons against him. This left him to be dumbfounded as Ina-san teases him even more. It seems she was being too direct exclaiming of wanting to talk to Hayato. Hearing this made him confused. As she suddenly went drama queen wanting him to state her last name and asks to be instead called using her first name. Hayato tries to deny her request and teasing. As this ended it seems Arisa-san ripped up the note of poem the handsome guy gave. It seems Arisa-san is disgusted as she doesn't like people who project their own feelings onto others without being considerate of this person's feelings. Hayato comments of how direct she was. But Ina-san argued the boy was very pushy and selfish despite that she kindly rejected him. The boy suddenly came running out crying out. As Ina-san was too close he suddenly got startled but seeing the box falling onto her. He shielded her however this suddenly caused a misunderstanding where his hands landed on a fresh live watermelons. His thoughts wander as he finds this incredibly soft and smelling good. Ina-san seeing his daring actions gaze with lovely eyes, as he tries to deny this claiming it wasn't intentional and an accident he grabbed her shoulders. Because of this she suddenly laughed crazily having no doubts that it was him. Filled with emotions Ina-san suddenly brushed this off calling herself smiling to be weird. As Hayato questioned what was that all about, she didn't pay much attention quickly going back to her classroom asking him to not apologize and wanting to talk next time. The MC could only be stand horrified doing something indecent towards her pondering if she was upset, Remembering the sensation, he questioned his actions while running. Later that night, Arisa-san is still pondering about their savior. Ina-san hugged her as she claims missing their masked savior. It seems Arisa inevitably fell in love with. Ina exclaims no one knows the future and they might see their savior soon. Arisa wanted this to happen and to be used by him. She looked up wanting to be their savior's slave, giving her heart, body and soul. Ina-san feels the same. Aria's hearing herself tries to calm down and apologize as she couldn't stop thinking about him. She also feels sick remembering what had happened earlier. She then points out Ina-san couldn't tolerate men touching her hand, which she has it harder than her elder sister. As Ina-san excused herself from her older sister, out of sight, she suddenly trembled anxiously as this is the first time she kept a secret from her sister, despite it being unfair. She then suddenly imagined a life with Hayato and the things they could do explicitly in the end, questioning how it would feel to get pregnant with Hayato's child. We then suddenly flash back to when the Shinjo sisters was still in elementary. It's true that they both despise men due to the reason when they were little they were called to the homeroom teacher often. It seems this teacher had a foot thing. At that time they had no idea what was happening, and by the time they figured it out they already became an adult. It seems she was haunted by this throughout high school and hearing the boys talked about them explicitly. This made her sick in tears, questioning why does every man looks at her that way. She decided to not deal with men her whole life. Despite that decision, Hayato-kun made her got through her determination to stay away from men. The next morning Ina-san was in the MC's business, even in the bathroom, greeting him about today's weather. It seems this was probably the best place to meet him. She then got up to his face exclaiming about the promise of having a chat again, as they headed outside. Arisa-san suddenly noticed the crowd gathering where she stepped in, questioning her of being surrounded by boys. With a glare towards Hayato, she blocked him, asking he shouldn't come closer. As he tries to explain this was a misunderstanding, Arisa could only give him a cold shoulder. However, Ina-san from behind is happy and is smiling to herself as she feels a bit guilty considering she was hiding the truth from her older sister, as it's her privilege to find him first. As Ina, she de-escalates the situation, being apologetic of making her elder sister worry. She looks at Hayato asking to chat next time again. Hearing this made him flustered, but Arisa-san doesn't seem happy about this, questioning her little sister's demeanor. This ultimately left her to question if Ina is hiding something from her. As physical class starts, Arisa called out to her little sister. But she suddenly saw her running off during class, without even saying a word to her. It seems this was very weird for her, as such things haven't happened until now. As she looks around the corner, she was surprised to see Ina-san tending to the sleeping Hayato under the tree. As he lays in her lap unconsciously, making a pleasant facial expression, Arisa wonders what had happened to her, but it seems Ina wants to go far and uses the MC's hands unknowingly to touch her melons. The MC shortly woke up startled seeing Ina-san's figure. It seems Hayato stayed up late last night and found a place to rest. For Ina, this was a woman's intuition finding him, but he is worried as she isn't around her sister. Ina brushes this off, wondering if Hayato doesn't like talking to her, which horrified Arisa-san, whom was quietly listening to their conversation from around the corner. After school, as the sister headed home, Hayato's friends comments of how often does Ina-san talks to him today. He gets called out for having to completely change. He denies this as he doesn't know a thing about what girls are thinking, but feels his daily routine has changed a bit. On the flip side, Arisa-san finds the culprit of her little sister's change all of a sudden, reasoning it's due to that man named Hayato. Wanting to save her from her suffering, she plans to handle him in the future. Later that night, Hayato was trying to reenact what had happened when he confronted the burglary. His friends, seeing his figure, claims he certainly looked the part, revealing his stance to be part of his kendo practice back then. It seems the Halloween party is held at Soda's house. He gets called out for having low effort on his costume, as his friends went all out for being a vampire and having to cosplay. For Hayato, he only cared about his auntie's best cooking as it's delicious. Soda's mother came in giving extra large more servings as his mother playful have fun with her son, where Soda sees the resemblance back when he was a child. As Soda expressed his gratitude, Auntie suddenly mentioned that Hayato was recently in a dangerous incident, asking he should always talk if he is troubled by anything. As he tries to direct this situation to his grandparents, his friends interrupts as he doesn't need to do that as he could consult his close buddies asking not to be shy. As they shortly play Twisted and have a photo shoot ending the night. It seems time went fast. Despite not having a curfew, he doesn't feel like hanging out anymore. In the past, he vividly remembers breaking curfew and being scolded. But the warm feeling of being hugged tightly as they were worried about him the whole entire time. This left him with a sharp, painful memory. Although he did make a promise to respect the curfew, he wants to enjoy the Halloween a bit more before heading back. That same street as the whole town is celebrating, Aina is wondering why is Arisa-san looking for a weapon for self-defense. It seems she wanted a tool to chase bad guy as there are individuals aiming for her. It seems Arisa wanted to confront Hayato for messing with her little first-hand plotting schemes to initiate her plans. As they headed into the crowded street filled with Halloween decorations, they spotted a pumpkin where she remembered the incident, thinking of their savior again. As Arisa tries to shift the topic, she suggests that Aina-san is being controlled by Hayato and already seen through everything, wanting to protect her. Hearing this made her to questioning if her elder sister already knew the truth. It seems she already does, but is way far from the truth, as when she questioning her thoughts about Hayato, all Arisa could say was how much of a filthy piece of trash he was. Finding this strange, she eagerly wanted to reveal the truth, but was interrupted as Hayato discovered the sisters standing up close next to him. Seeing this figure suddenly made the MC to run away quickly. Arisa is filled with flowery thoughts and is emotionally obsessed, chasing away the pumpkin mask man and even grabbing his dropped weapon. Aina-san suddenly accepts the shorty time she has Hayato for all herself, and seeing the situation to be unavoidable, they pincer move against him and cornered Hayato, moving him to a place for questioning. In the park bench, the two sisters cornered the pumpkin man, where Hayato wants to come up an explanation to avoid any further escalation. Arisa revealed wanting to finally talk to her savior and expressed her gratitude. She then demands asking her name. He reveals this to be Jack, where Aina-san is laughing controllably silently. As the conversation goes on more, she let out her laughter, revealing his true identity to be Hayato, as Arisa tries to deny this as Hayato is the villain who tricked her, venting her frustration of hating that man. The pumpkin mask suddenly came off, where Hayato is apologizing as he looks into her eyes filled with horror. Aina-san all along knew it was him. Arisa could only ponders of how badly she treated her savior and the things she said. It seems she couldn't forgive herself for doing this. With lovely eyes filled with obsession, she asks to be taken as a slave and to be dedicated body, heart and soul towards Hayato. Hearing this completely shocked him, as he didn't expect things would turn out like this. For Arisa-san, the moment her life was saved from despair, it was at this moment she fell in love with him. Wanting to do whatever he wished for her, giving herself all to Hayato. It seems she has been praying for this moment ever since they were saved. She then announced that she wanted to be treated like an object and use her like a tool. The embarrassment Hayato felt from her words left him anxious, as her mood suddenly changed, as a moment ago she was deeply mad at him. Hearing his words made her to apologize profusely, knowing her mistake of insulting him, as it was all a misunderstanding. As she pleads of atoning her mistakes for a lifetime, Hayato brushed this off, claiming he already did something weighing more than that, seeing himself in no position to be given gratitude. The Shinjo sisters claims his words is not true. They then hugged him from both sides, making it too much for the MC to handle two melons. As they asked to be called by their first names, which he asks to be in their care from now on. This instantly made the two sisters to deeply feel pleasure in being called by Hayato. This weird reaction confused Hayato, as they wanted to go home and change clothes. As they walked home together, that night Arisa deeply imagines of being Hayato's slave while touching the crevices of her desires. Looking forward to seeing him tomorrow. That same evening, as Hayato was once again dreaming as he drowns deeper and deeper into the sisters' love. As the morning arrives, he doesn't feel too well, where his mind got occupied getting called out from a distance. It seems the two sisters decide to greet Hayato first thing in the morning, making him check if he was still dreaming. It seems all is well as long as they go to a place they want to attract attention. As a teenager, being greeted by two beauties is too much even for him. They soon discussed if he has any question, especially asking for their personal measurements. Shocked to hear this, it seems Arisa could only give him two options with the same answer. They then happily revealed from top to bottom, causing Hayato to warn them of not say as to carelessly. It seems he was an important person to them, thus revealing it is not much to ponder. They also revealed that their mother would want to meet and express her gratitude towards him. As they headed off to school bidding farewell, Hayato is left with no other choice as the two sisters came like a storm. At school, Hayato already is depleted of energy from this morning's encounter. As his friends invites him for lunch, he is worried that the sisters would take the opportunity they get to get close to him. His friend suddenly questioned how he managed to get close with the Sanjo sisters. Kato is frustrated, pointing out that they should enjoy their youth as it has been half a year since entering high school and they haven't really had a romantic story to talk of. Hayato claims this shouldn't be done in a hurry, and if they pursue that life, the three male friends wouldn't be able to bond and make noises like yesterday. Despite hearing this, he still wanted to experience the bittersweet school life with a girlfriend. It seems he still hasn't have time to set his heart on anyone. He then went out to talk about having someone next to you filled with happiness. This immediately made Hayato to remember his parents pointing out it's nice to have someone be by your side. He then carried out his friends as he ruined the atmosphere and went to eat. On the other hand, above the school rooftop, Ina-san once again rejecting confessions and is tired of it all. As the guy ran off, still not giving up, Arisa-san is there to comfort Ina-san, being disgusted as he was complimented on her appearance by another man and only wanted Hayato as they're all trash for her. Eager to talk to their savior, they wanted to invite him over and ask for his contact information. Just thinking about this made Arisa-san to almost lost control of herself. Later after school, it seems as he was heading home, upon opening his locker, a love letter suddenly fell where his friends gets enraged, curious about the contents inside. It seems he was invited to a maid cafe where the Sanjo sisters is happy to see him. It seems they already knew he couldn't ignore if two people invited him over. As he sat down, he suddenly felt anxious, being the only guy sticking out like a sore thumb, as he ordered coffee. Hearing their story of why the Sanjo sisters hated men from the start made him suddenly to feel anxious, calling the actions of the teachers. Touching them should be a crime. Arisa-san exclaims that they stand out and still do today. Even after moving on to high school, things didn't seem to change much for them, and as a result, their horrible experiences with men kept fueling up, thus resulting in them hating the opposite gender. It seems they are not bothered to remember Hayato's name despite being a man. And as things has gotten this far, it's not possible for them to get rid of the disgust towards the opposite gender. Hayato is different for them and wants to even more get closer to one another. Hayato wonders if this was alright after revealing such sensitive topic, but Arisa-san insists, where they seemingly got excited upon having the means to reach and contact him anytime. She then excused herself to the bathroom, not able to contain herself. Ina-san, being left alone, questioned why the MC helped them that time without hesitation. But for Hayato, he couldn't imagine what would happen if help didn't arrive quickly in time, as such his body reacted on its own, being glad they were safe. Hearing his voice filled with kindness and the attractiveness in such words, made Ina-san to feel the amazing pleasure. As Arisa-san arrived, Ina-san excused herself, exclaiming that her body is not ready to have Hayato's babies. As Arisa questioned him about his career path or dream, it seems he still doesn't have one. Arisa seems to hint of wanting to be beside someone for all eternity. Giving the idea she wanted to be a wife, this left him to comment of how wonderful this dream was. As their date ends, upon heading home, the sisters is in despair, seeing as they have things to do which they couldn't go home together with their savior. Arisa-san then insists of being selfish as Ina-san already hogged him for herself, which in return she asks for her turn in doing so. Upon asking for some alone time with Hayato, Ina-san agrees and left her permission as Arisa could go on a date exclusively with Hayato. Upon hearing this, he suddenly felt anxious as it would be bad if rumors started circulating. Ina-san pushed them away as their date already started and seems bothered about this. As the two headed off into the distance, Hayato wonders what is a good idea for being on a date, as they headed inside a clothing store. Arisa-san suddenly got the idea of teasing him wearing a maid outfit, upon complimenting her that she would look pretty in it. She headed inside where Hayato is troubled as Arisa-san is just beyond the curtains. As she headed outside, Hayato is mesmerized, overjoyed seeing her in a beautiful dress, as she insists of following his every command. He then wonders what should be the words he could say or do to make her fall in love. As he took the courage to look her in the eyes, he acted as her master, asking to be served by her. This made Arisa-san to fall towards her knees, hiding behind the curtains as a surge of pleasure came over her. It seems this was too much for Arisa-san to handle, as she already became too sensitive just by his simple words. It seems later on she bought the maid outfit, and teases him of welcoming him in her maid outfit. Hayato is puzzled, wondering when it was decided he would be visiting the Sanjo family. It seems it was obvious enough, however for the MC it seems like a dream. Left with no other choice, as their mother also wanted to properly show gratitude as Arisa held his hands closely, she asked Hayato to look forward to their great hospitality. Back at home, Ina-san is heated up waiting for her sister to come home. As the next morning arrives, Hayato nervously rang the doorbell. It seems he couldn't believe the day has arrived he would come back to their house once again, worried the sister might get reminded on some painful memories. But was surprised as he received a warm, pleasant hug squished by the melons of Ina-san. Excited of his arrival, Hayato couldn't avert his eyes seeing her cute appearance today. Ina excitedly announced his arrival, where he was met by their gorgeous and beautiful mother, being surprised seeing the actual appearance of their savior from before. Hayato took the opportunity to apologize for not being able to reveal his true identity on their first encounter. However, the mother of the Sanjo family turned things around, as she should be the one apologizing for not being able to express her gratefulness sooner. It seems Sakina is truly grateful, as if it weren't for him, she and her daughters would have met a terrible fate. Feeling flustered, Sakina exclaims that words alone cannot quite express the extent of her gratitude. Hayato, hearing this, appreciate the kind gesture. He also wonders that their mother seems like a big sister, seeing how beautiful and young looking she was, considering she has two daughters. She also insists of being called by her first name and close the gap of their relationship, just as same with her daughters. As he called her by her name, she instantly felt a chill run down her spine, filled with pleasure. The sister then arrived with the snacks, immediately pampering Hayato-kun, squishing their melons together against him. It seems the MC was overwhelmed with the situation, as their way of showing hospitality was more stimulating for him. It seems the two sisters couldn't help themselves. As things calmed down, Hayato finds the atmosphere to be very nostalgic. Sitting down, Hayato realized the house situation, as it originally had 4 people living and now they're only left with 3 of them. As he was daydreaming, he suddenly felt sleepy and was about to dream about his mother. We flash back to the time Hayato is faced with the reality his parents passed away. He wanted to stay at their house all alone. His grandparents insists he should be with them. However, Hayato was looked out for asking to contact them if he ever felt the burden is too heavy. Context behind his parents were his father died of an accident and his mother passing away due to illness. He seems to be also grateful to his maternal grandparents, but it seems he became attached to the house due to having memories with his parents in it. It seems he was desperate to trying to get accustomed to the feeling of loss within everyday life, but going home in an empty house, he realized he could get used to it but could truly never forget the loss of his parents. It seems having people around him to give comfort, he wasn't alone, gave him courage and assurance of everything will be okay. Shortly after, he slowly woke up from his nap. And upon a closer look, Sakina was trying to comfort him, giving a lap pillow. Her figure made him surprised and flustered. Even more, the smell of curry made him to perk up, surprising the sisters. Seeing the time to be so late, Sakina insists he should stay for dinner as her daughters worked so hard making him good food. Taking their hospitality, he was served with delicious food and suddenly remembered his mother's curry to taste like this. Remembering this made him to suddenly make a frown expression in front of the sisters. He tries to brush this off, which later he compliments their cooking and for being invited over today. Upon questioning their worried expression while walking, the sisters wonders about his facial expression earlier being serious and sad. Explaining things to clear up the air, he was reminded of how his mother used to cook food for him. He then revealed his parents passing away. The sisters is left in shock as Hayato has been living alone in the house of his family. He then suddenly apologized for bringing up something gloomy, but was met with a warm, pleasant feeling being hugged by the Sanjo sisters. The sisters became worried as they brought him painful memories and is worried for his sake. Hayato, hearing this, put him into tears. Ina-san asks that he shouldn't act tough all the time. Despite being their hero, he was still a student. He then felt sorry for showing his pathetic self. However, the sisters on contrary wanted to even more be by his side and fulfill their wishes of making him very happy. The sisters then decided from now on that they would make him lunchbox as they could practice their skills that way. Not having any other choice, Hayato is left to accept and enter his house, tired as a lot of things occurred ever since that fateful day. It seems the two sisters smashing their melons against made him regain some strength. He then pulled himself together as he doesn't want to get too comfortable and turn useless. He then looked at the picture of his parents, wondering what will become of him in the future. Later that night, the Sanjo sisters finally realized their feelings for Hayato to be even deeper. Despite being unsure, Arisa wonders if she wanted to be his slave or have pure love for him. Ina-san argues that it doesn't matter and stop overthinking about it and do what she really feel like towards him. The sisters then exclaims of drowning Hayato in their love to help him fulfill the hole he lost in his heart. With this, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to do from now on. The next morning arrived and Hayato is seen happily eating today. His friends then noticed that he seems to be smiling more often. They also relayed a message from their parents that Hayato is always welcome to their house and eat even when there's not special occasion. The MC is thankful and finds his life to be drastically changing as he himself is becoming better. At school, it seems Hayato and the Sanjo sisters still hides their relationship, as his friends insists of revealing who made him the lunchboxes. He can't help himself as he has a deep relationship with two beautiful sisters. As class ended, heading straight home, it seems Arisa-san today was the one who would cook food for him. It seems he became a little happier returning home recently due to this. Hayato knows to himself no one would believe him at school as he got the man-hater to smile at him like that. He also tried imagining what would happen if his parents were still alive to witness this. As he laid down in the couch, he wonders why the sisters are so kind to him, but he then gave in to their kindness, falling towards Arisa-san's delicious cooking. As he explains being grateful having her and eating at the table like this. He couldn't help but questioned her maid outfit, where it seems she purposely wore this for him. She seems happy to play the role of a slave, calling Hayato as her master. As they accidentally fell on top of each other, Arisa-san was surprised being held in the melons. This left her to tremble. It seems she already wanted to have his babies badly. With Yandere obsessive eyes, she awaits for Hayato's orders. As he seemingly gave in, he pulled himself off controlling his urges. It seems he still is scared of becoming dependent on other people. Understanding the situation, Arisa-san comforted Hayato, and asks he shouldn't hold back and talk his problems and be his support. Her soothing and comforting words penetrated his heart so gently and melt away the wall in his heart that's stopping him to depend on other people. However, as the night ends, Hayato still couldn't control his heartbeat so much that her invitation was very tempting and doesn't have a clue going on with their heads. However, thinking carefully, if he took up Arisa-san's words earlier, things might have escalated and he would be on the pathway of being a father. Ina and Arisa-san then calmly states if he doesn't need them they would disappear without a trace. However, the sisters is firm of wanting his children and building a family together, and they claimed that whatever had happened previously wasn't the reason they wanted this but was only the trigger to their desires of this vision they have with him. They then revealed their love for him has always been overflowing and wants to fill his heart with love. Hayato is confused, but to his surprise the sisters wanted to do this in order for him to not leave and stay by their side. The sisters is scared and doesn't want Hayato to be alone. He then realized their words and slowly broke down, wanting someone to welcome him back home, as if someone was waiting for him the whole time. With tears coming out, he expressed his heartfelt feelings, letting out that he wants someone else other than himself by his side as the sisters tries to comfort Hayato and by letting him know he should drown himself in their love as much as he wants. He then refused this, claiming this wasn't good enough. Confused, the sisters looks up and listen to him, as he expressed wanting to give his love towards the two of them, as it isn't right to not give anything back. Accepting their feelings and what he had developed, he hugged the sisters, claiming his love towards them. He shouts, asking they should stay by his side forever, wanting to protect and support them always, his words of endearment, as they hugged each other, embracing the feelings they held for one another. The tears fall out as if tears of joy, and the long-awaited fate has finally come true. As they slowly calmed down, the sisters are grateful for letting them serve him with all their hearts. However, they then also said to do their best to make babies together. Confused Hayato is surprised. It seems their way of loving is a little unusual. Hayato, not wanting to miss the opportunity to take this, he wholeheartedly accepts any kind of love they have for him. As the sisters reach their hands out towards him with acceptance in their eyes, he was left speechless as he both accepted the two sisters. And thus ends the story for the first season, where he writes towards his deceased parents that he got two girlfriends for the second time in his life. We then transition to the after-story happy ending, where the cicada woman creature became the MC's wife. It seems she is overjoyed and happy as it's finally Friday with the entire weekend ahead. It seems the MC promised to get home earlier and would take her on a date somewhere. Hearing this made her smile, as she wanted it to be always like this. Excited for it, she is eager to see him. She promptly got ready as tonight she would do her best, but later on it seems the MC finds the situation nerve-wracking and bad as it's almost 12 midnight. It seems a sudden major problem happened at work, causing him to be overtime as he headed inside his home. It seems the MC already foresee that her wife is already mad at him as he already promised to get home early. Upon announcing his arrival, he finds her to be sitting still, calm and silent, which he nervously approached the dinner table complimenting the food. Hearing her sarcastic comment on the food being better if it was hot, he suddenly apologized and tried making amends. His wife suddenly exclaims, demanding that he owes her the entire night of care. Hearing this made the MC confused as it's already late and insists doing it in the morning as he is tired, but she of course pushes the idea and insists, which left him no other choice. Hearing this made her overjoyed, waiting for so long, as the fun was about to start and are about to make babies till one drops, but she was met with disappointment as his sword is so little and unenergetic. It seems it can't be helped due to exhaustion, which left her to eat the rod and make it go up again. It seems she held the rod, drooling over it and complimenting the strong pulse. She then decided to push him on the bed and laid on top, claiming dominance, asking to be given it all. This seems to make her feel absorbed and finds the MC adorable with possessive eyes. It seems she likes it getting hit in the deepest spots. She then asks for it to be given, all of it to her. After this she was left satisfied and cleaned up the juice that has spilled and insists they go till the morning. As the next day arrives, they finished the meal and the MC complimenting of loving her meals as always. She then suddenly muttered of him being a liar. She seems to point out that her husband the MC has been going home after midnight recently and kept saying of not having an appetite for supper. She then pointed out he doesn't give her much affection and always claims of being tired. She then calls him out. With dark eyes she ponders if he was possible cheating on her. Hearing this made the MC to be confused, but he then got up and claims of not being able to do those things towards her as he only love her. Hearing this melted her heart, which then she insists on baby making tonight. Later on as night arrives she was eager to make the MC lose his head over her. Hearing this made her flustered. It seems she was surprised for the sudden initiative but was glad. After this she was left satisfied and filled to the brim. She then compliments how amazing he was and adores him. It seems she wanted another night of endless baby-making time. The MC hearing this could only abide and fears for his life as his wife smiles happily. After this they live happily ever after as the MC gets his life sucked out of him every night.
The story starts off where a man could be seen exhausted pondering what is drawing him to this place. It seems 10 years ago he ended up moving away from the countryside, where he lived with his parents for a while and was taken by his uncle who lived in the city. It seems one day out of the blue he just lost it and suddenly started fearing coming near his own house. He was crying and trembling with fear, wanting to get away from his own house. It seems he doesn't have a clear memory of that day, but no matter what he doesn't seem to be able to remember anything, almost as if his mind was trying to block the memory on that fateful day. In his rationale thinking, if he had forgotten something he should try to remember it at least. He admittedly had this feelings of dread at the back of his mind but found himself asking the same question over and over again. As he arrived back at his old home, he questioned what had happened here 10 years ago. Upon ringing the doorbell, he greeted his mother as it has been a while. Despite seeing him after 10 years since he moved out, she worries about him coming here all of a sudden. He explains having something he wanted to take care of, but his mother is nervous, wondering if he's alright, as he said that he was so scared he would never come here again, and after all this time he had just done that. It seems he came here relating to that, and have a favor to ask Dad and her. Upon having a sit down, his parents is eager to listen and hear the truth on coming him to take care of something. He tells them it's nothing major and pointed towards the storehouse behind their place, wanting to borrow it for a little bit. His father is not one to be stingy in giving the key, but wonders what does he wants to go in there for. It seems he wanted to confirm something for himself. He ponders if it's just a mistake on his part, then he would feel fine with it. But he just wanted to get rid of the nagging feeling he has, and wanted to go in and look inside, and if nothing happens he would move on, and once he does that then a peace of mind would be to settle. As he nears the door his head seems to hurt and feels like it's splitting in two. He sweats nervously, questioning what had happened here 10 years ago. Upon stepping foot inside, he shine a light filling in the dark warehouse. As he headed inside he described it being dark, moist and misty odor. Just like the untouched insides of your mother, unlike the outside where it's hot and could pass out, inside this place is eerily cold. But then again he doesn't find this strange, as more storehouses are like this. It seems his head started hurting really bad, wondering if something happened here 10 years ago to him. It seems it's pretty dirty inside, as he might have been the first person to enter this place since that day 10 years ago. He also seemed to picked up a wooden doll. Nothing important, he brushes this off, as ever since that day 10 years ago his parents were probably avoiding this place. However, there wasn't anything scary in this place, as it's just some old books and cupboards. There also wasn't anything that he saw made him feel fear at the back of his mind. He wonders if his past event was just nothing, wondering what he is so afraid of. A sudden creak of the door closing could be heard, causing him to be startled. He shouted who was with him inside the darkness. He ponders if it's his parents, but if either of them came they would have called out to him, as he assures as nobody else would come here. He got scared all of a sudden as a woman creature with wings greets him a welcome, questioning what would he like to play. He suddenly shouted but was instantly asked to keep his voice down using her powers, causing his voice to not be let out. It seems she was waiting for him to come back, and is happy that they are able to meet again. She has been waiting for so long to play with him and could barely stand waiting. She also claims of not being able to play with anyone but him. Eager to play, she wanted to see how he is as an adult. She then exclaims of playing an adult game. She finds him cute when afraid but wanted to see his wonderfully innocent smile as well. As she uses her hands to get inside his mouth, she wanted to see his exuberant side and gratified side, as well as she explains her body is eager, waiting for so long it started writing in agony. She also touched his sword, wanting him to also make it stand up, and wonders what would happen if she put it between her marshmallows. As she slowly squished in against his marshmallows, it blew the babies away, and made him lose consciousness, and loses his mind inside as the cicada creature woman claims to play together forever and ever. As she expresses her happiness, he suddenly mentioned that he ran away from her afraid 10 years ago. As he cries in despair, he had gotten away from here so he would never see her again. It seems he regrets his choice of coming back here. the creature woman suddenly mentioned if he was mistaken of it being 10 years ago. It seems it's today that it occurred and he was misremembering things as he held him tightly. He became confused hearing her words. She explains all this time he has not separated from her at all and have enjoyed each other's company this entire time, playing happily together for all eternity. She doesn't need a time when they are not together. She is obsessive and do not want part of it and have no need for it whatsoever. Pushing the idea that it's the same for him also. Hearing this made him scream and run in a panic. In his thoughts all he could ponder was needing to get away from far away and to hurry up in escaping being her captive. He is eager to not ever go near this storehouse again. He ran all with his might, screaming at the top of his lungs. But we then transitioned to him being his adult self and making his head hurt, splitting into two. A hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, welcoming him back. It seems he vividly remembers the past events that occurred in this storehouse, even the words in his head calling out a monster. We suddenly transitioned to him outside, breathing heavily, wondering if this was all a dream as he experienced another throbbing headache. It seems he is on a repeat of some sort where the creature monster tamper with his memories. And the time inside the storehouse is different than the outside, as he repeat the cycle of coming back to his parents' house. As the unexplained still lingers, all he know was that it was a terrifying event for him. It seems what he encountered those many years ago still remains, waiting for him, not remembering much of the specifics as the memory is closed off, forming a lid that has been shut. He didn't came back just to flee from whatever horror lies here. Sweat soaks him heavily as his heart beats like thunder and a pulsing pain stabs his eye and legs threaten to freeze in place. But curiosity got the best of him due to the cause of this fear on what he encountered 10 years ago. Only after he learned what it was then he would be able to leave it behind. As he again entered the storehouse with a flashlight, it seems the air is suffocating. Upon finding nothing he ponders if it's just his imagination, but he then noticed a wooden doll. He questioned what it's doing here, as he doesn't remember ever storing this away, yet he finds something familiar about this. A large figure suddenly creeped up behind him, welcoming him back again. She exclaims of being glad to see him again, wondering if he was waiting for her as well. As soon as he shouted in fear, he was immediately quiet, using her unexplained powers. She eagerly wanted to have fun and to have lots of playtime together. He became confused, wondering if he's someone special to her as he doesn't understand. It seems he finally put two and two together and finally got his memories back together again. Hearing this made her delighted. This storehouse was where it all happened, being caught like this, many times, and now that he has been caught, it seems he has gone back to the moment 10 years ago, causing him to be terrified and wants to escape. The woman creature claims he won't escape her again, as she hugs him tightly, complimenting that he makes such a lovely partner. Slowly caressing him and inserting her hands inside him, it seems she finds him adorable and shall pamper as much as she possibly can. As she slowly pampers her, she seems to caught on his sword rising. She eagerly did her best doing the deed and causing him to release lots of babies. Being in the palm of her hands, he is left no choice but to sit still and be held captive against his will. As the creature woman caress and asks him to play adults again, she seems to see him as a couple, and for a long time she would like to happily get to know each other. After this, it seems he did the same as always during these cycles. It seems he chose to act the same, as there was nothing he could have done inside the warehouse. As he was crying, a voice could be heard asking him to come back. He seems to hear a voice of familiarity, as it was his mother. It seems he remembered late coming after playing for so long, which resulted his mother to come looking for him. As his mother near the entrance of the storehouse, his hopelessness seems to vanish, seeing hope. As his mother entered and was talking to him, questioning what he was doing in a place like this, she is horrified to see a creature of unknown. The woman creature suddenly became possessive, claiming that again she was interfering, indicating that this isn't their first encounter, as his mother shouts at her to release her son. She suddenly screams in pain and agony, collapsing from the sudden pain. Seeing this made him jumped up. The woman creature questioned if he will leave her, as she waited for him for a long time. Horrified, he let go of her hands, asking to get away from him. As he runs away, he eagerly awaits escaping and fleeing with his mother from the horrible place and to never come back. This left the creature woman to cry and be in tears. Upon going outside, she claims as they will once again meet. Leaving him to tend to his mother, questioning the situation. Again he reverted back to the time in the future where every time he tries to remember, a piercing pain stabs his head, as he tries questioning his sanity and the situation. The door opened once again, welcoming him back. We then transition to the MC trying to call out for help, clawing his way out, asking the door. He shouts his frustration, wanting to keep moving forward, as he already suffered year after year, asking to forgive him for whatever sin he ever did. A hand suddenly reached out, claiming they haven't even begun the fun yet. As he tries to turn around, he is once again back at the entrance, wondering if he once again imagined this, as he was about to once again enter the warehouse, claiming having nightmares like fears, as if he was trapped in an endless cycle. Upon entering, he suddenly reverted back to being a kid, but add to this his mother was in pain. Upon rushing to her aid and trying to see her condition, his mother suddenly started throwing up blood. He suddenly became horrified, but the entire time he was holding a key. Still once again back to the outside of the storehouse. It seems this is the finale, but upon waking up it seems all this time he was still trapped by the creature woman. He cried and cried. It seems the creature claims to be his wife now, and with obsessive eyes she asks that they should be happy together, as they have done the deed once again. It seems he was trapped on a never-ending nightmare with her. But this time he suddenly woke up from a nightmare screaming. All of these scenes were supposedly nightmares. Upon snoozing the time, he was heading back to the countryside, putting us on the beginning. It seems he tries recollecting his thoughts before heading back. It seems he wanted to put a stop to the nightmares and the never-ending horrible cycle. As he stood once again to the door of the storehouse, he is confident he would put a stop to this and wants to keep moving forward. We suddenly get a glimpse inside. As the creature woman claims of getting impatient, making her mad, it seems she claims the true end is just a little while away. As she vents her frustration, a voice could be heard calling her out to be her mother, being a worrywart. It seems inside the storehouse space she gave birth to their child, where she claims that their father would bring lots of happiness for them, claiming him to be his father after all. We then transition to the MC apologizing to the manager, wanting to take the whole week off next week. It seems he was working at a convenience store for part-time. His company workers talked badly about him, calling him a total freak and a big introvert. As he once again headed to his old house once again, he was greeted by his mother, seeing him to be such a surprised, as he once again was lent the key to the shed in the back. He entered once again, describing the same thoughts previously, but this time he found the dirty doll again. As the door shuts closed behind him, he was welcomed again by the creature woman, expressing her happiness. It seems she was clearly non-human. It seems 10 years has passed, but despite that she still looked forward to this moment, doing her best and waiting for him to come back. A child of the non-human creature suddenly pops up, waiting for his arrival, and being happy seeing his actual father. Being overjoyed, waiting for him forever, he asks that they should stop messing with him, as he called them monsters and not having a child like her. Hearing this made his child to use her powers to strangle him, calling him out for being mean. As the non-human creature mother comfort their child, she explained that her father was confused, not remembering anything. As she assures the situation, they both eagerly asks that they should have some family fun. This made his body suddenly got hot. As they take off his clothes, they suddenly ravaged his body, causing him to be dizzy and fuzzy. Not being able to be moved, they went ahead and did the deed as their child watched. Their child find his face to be cute. It seems he finally remembered what had happened 10 years ago, resulting in him being assaulted here, time and time again, and this resulted to her giving birth to their daughter. Their child suddenly exclaims of being envy of her mother, wanting his baby seeds too. The mother agrees to let her daughter do it also, causing him to be in fear. As she poses her daughter for their first time, the MC asks to stop the madness, as he can't control his body and doesn't want to do any of this. As his body moves on its own, he entered his sword on the hole. As the rest continues, the non-human creature could only exclaims its happiness, always adoring and loving the MC. Being ecstatic of their fun time. It seems both of them finds this to not be enough at all, waiting to play more. Later on he questioned why did this madness happen to him, begging to be released and set free. The MC's non-human wife questioned the sad look on his face. Even though he got totally satisfied, the MC explains that he would have to relive these past 10 years and to keep suffering again and again, forever, always going back around and around. His child suddenly spoke up he would be fine and shouldn't worry, as they would be here for him. Upon asking what do they mean by this, they then reveal somebody would take his place. Behind him a doll-like creature stood up, exactly looking like him. It seems his non-human wife made this doll out of a cocoon, so they could raise their child. It seems they made a replacement so the real him won't ever need to go outside again. and they won't be bothered by anyone ever again, claiming they can stay here forever. Hearing this made the MC filled with anxiety and fear, trying to reach out and asks that it shouldn't go off, as if it went outside his life will be over. The MC's non-human wife claims that this is the beginning of the happy time they will spend as a family. His child also claims they would be taking lots of his baby seeds, wanting to work hard. It seems he can't stop the madness to unfold, crying and begging them to stop as he just wanted to move forward. As the doll creature like him steps out, his mother questioned his mimic as they were worried. This mimic acted like him, and claiming to not be scared of the shed anymore. Upon locking the door, he claims it's okay now as he became a proper adult, handing over the key, being done with what he needed to finish, as he will be moving forward. This left the real MC to be trapped in a never-ending cycle of madness, forever put against his will, thus ending out story. The story might be confusing but is definitely an interesting read.
We start off by looking at a classic fantasy setting described as a fantastical world filled with nothing but swords and magic. But the mood shifts quickly as we learn about the Gold Dungeon, a place that was supposed to be empty until a teleportation trap sends the characters straight to the most dangerous, deepest floor. The main character suddenly realizes that they are facing the true boss, an incredibly powerful top-tier monster known as the Grim Reaper. As his companion desperately shouts his name, the protagonist, Wolka, admits to himself that he actually knows exactly how this story is supposed to go. We see the other girls in his party completely broken and defeated on the ground as the realization of their situation sinks in. He explains that according to the story, their entire group is destined to be wiped out right here, despite him being a reincarnator who has been trying his best to reach a happy ending. In a moment of pure self-sacrifice, Wolka pushes his friend out of the way of a deadly strike while she screams his name in horror. The attack connects with a brutal sound, and we see blood spray across his face as he let out a choked gasp of pain. He collapses against the stone wall with deep gaping wounds on his leg and face while his teammate cries out in absolute despair. As he fades away looking completely exhausted and beaten, his only final thought is a simple expression of frustration that things ended up this way. Wolka observes that the monster is enjoying their suffering, even though it could kill them instantly. And he predicts that next the beast will summon endless monsters while he remains helpless. He envisions a horrific end where he is torn apart, and his female companions are tortured and eventually eaten alive by the beast. Wolka wonders why he realized the truth so late, feeling regretful that he didn't tell everyone to run away after spending 17 years in this new world. He finally understands that this reality is actually based on a manga story and figures out the tragic roles they are supposed to play in this grim plot. He notes that this terrifying monster is only meant to be defeated by a main hero who is scheduled to arrive much later. He realizes they are just side characters meant to make the real hero look good. Essentially, a group that was always destined to be defeated from the very start. Looking at his fallen friends, he admits that no one can fight or wait long enough for the hero. And escaping is simply impossible for them. He sighs at the hopelessness of it all, knowing they wouldn't win, even at full strength, because the story itself has already decided their doom. Suddenly, one of the girls grabs him in a tight, emotional hug, as if she is holding on to him for her dear life. She begs him through her tears not to leave her, crying out his name and pleading for him to stay alive. One of the girls lies on the ground, desperately calling out to her master and pleading with Sir Wolka to run away while he still can. She reaches out her hand with tears streaming down her face, screaming for him to escape right this second. Another companion is seen clutching her head in total despair, crying out in a state of pure shock and terror. Walla looks at Itori and Elisha as the girl holding him keeps apologizing over and over, feeling completely responsible for his injuries. She continues to sob uncontrollably, wishing that she had been stronger or done something differently to prevent this. The scene zooms in on Walla's eye as he internally questions the idea that they are actually doomed by the plot. He clenches his fist with sudden strength, deciding that even if he loses his own life, he must keep his promise to make sure these girls find happiness. Facing the terrifying monster, he realizes that since he knows the original story, he actually knows the secret to winning this fight just like the main hero would. He gives a small, determined smile and tells the confused girl that he's okay with this because he never liked the original ending where everyone died anyway. In this epic final shot, Wolka declares with a fierce look that he is going to stay alive just long enough to completely crush this bad end once and for all. Even though he's covered in blood and his leg is badly mangled, Wella starts to focus a mysterious glowing light around his waist. As he slowly stands up to face the monster, his teammate reaches out for him, crying and begging him to wait and not go any further. He continues to walk toward the giant shadow, ignoring the screams of terror as the Grim Reaper prepares to end it all. The monster brings its huge side down with a terrifying sound while a girl's voice echoes through the air, screaming his name in despair. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper looks completely shocked as well as somehow blocks the deadly attack, causing a massive burst of energy to explode between them. With a look of total calm on his face, he reaches for the handle of his blade. As the sound of clashing metal fills the room, he thinks about the special sword drawing technique he spent 10 long years mastering and decides that even if he's not sure it'll work, he has to try. He tells himself to push everything out of his mind except for the enemy in front of him, diving deeper and deeper into his concentration. A feeling of peace washes over him, and he notices that he can't even feel the terrible pain in his body anymore. As he enters a state of perfect focus, standing just one step away from death, he declares that he isn't afraid and promises to throw every single bit of his remaining life into this one final strike. The scene explodes with a blinding flash of light during the final struggle, and we see a close-up of a terrified eye realizing the power of the impact. Suddenly, the chaos is gone, and Welko wakes up safely in a soft bed. Groggy, asking himself where he could possibly be. He sits up, clutching his head, and wonders what happened to him, just as the door swings open, and the girl in the witch hat spots him, calling out to her master in total shock. The girl stands there in the doorway, looking incredibly somber, her face filled with a sadness that tells us she's been through a lot while he was out. As she whispers his name, Wella notices her expression and asks her why she has such a terribly long face. She stares at him with wide, trembling eyes, her voice breaking as she tries to say form. Without another word, she suddenly takes off, running toward him, screaming his name as she prepares to close the distance. She lets out a small cry and launches herself into a flying tackle. Wella tries to play it cool, telling the girl that he just lost his balance for a second, but then he suddenly stumbles with a loud thud, looking completely out of it. We see a close-up of his panicked face as he realizes something is seriously wrong with his body and wonders what is going on. His friend rushes to catch him as he staggers. But he tells her that he is fine and that she should just stay put. She starts crying while trying to smile, apologizing over and over while begging him not to push himself too hard. Wella looks a bit bashful and apologizes for making her worry so much, though his eyes still look pretty surprised. He sits back on the bed and admits that he actually doesn't remember much about yesterday, and that his body just isn't moving right. She asks him if he really doesn't remember, and he confirms that he doesn't have a clue what's happening. She looks down sadly and mentions his left leg, making him wonder what could be wrong with it. Wella looks down in absolute shock at his leg. The girl tells Wella that his right eye was cut so badly that he won't be able to see out of it anymore. While he suddenly remembers the terrifying moment he was almost killed by the Grim Reaper in the dungeon. As he looks away, he reflects on how he finally understood the true plot and the tragic roles everyone was forced to play in this world. He remembers his past life in Japan, looking at his phone and recalling the original manga he read back then, admitting that he always hated that dark fantasy story because he only loves happy endings. He thinks about how every single character in that manga, whether they were important or not, suffered through merciless torture and died pitifully. Wolka lets out a sharp gasp as he suddenly panics, asking where Yalisha and Atori are, and if they're still unharmed. Just as a loud thud echoes, someone tells him that the girls are safe and had simply gone out shopping. The door opens wide and both Yalisha and Tori appear at the entrance, looking completely stunned to see Wolka awake and sitting up. Aroused, Lygia's eyes immediately fill with tears as she stares at him, her face showing the pure agony she's been feeling while waiting for him to wake up. She can't control her emotions and launches herself at him, crying out his name as she tackles him into the bed with a massive hug. As she sobs into his chest, she tells him through her tears how truly worried she was and how incredibly glad she is that he survived. Atori stands by the bed and softly says his name, admitting that she was also deeply concerned about him. With a pained look on her face, Atori confesses that she was actually worried sick about his well-being during the time he was unconscious. Wolka stays silent for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression as he takes in their words. Yalisha quickly pulls away, looking worried as she apologizes and asks if her sudden hug caused any pain to his wounds. Wolka looks down at his bandaged leg and realizes that it makes sense for them to be this upset since their comrade has literally lost an eye and a leg. In a surprising move, he tells them all to stop worrying about his body, leaving the girls looking totally confused by his calm attitude. Wolka reflects on how he successfully avoided the most sickening and traumatizing bad ending in the entire series. He thinks about how he managed to defeat the plot of that cursed manga. Feeling happy that his precious friends didn't have to suffer through the grotesque torment shown in the original version. He reminds himself that he put his life on the line to protect everyone. And seeing them alive in front of him makes all the pain worth it with no regrets. Wolka tells the girls not to be so hard on themselves, explaining that losing an eye and a leg is a small price to pay for their safety and that he is doing fine. However, he admits that he had no idea what kind of reaction that single sentence would trigger in his teammates. During the 10 days he was close to death, the trauma of the battle pushed the girls' fragile hearts past their breaking point, causing something inside them to snap. Wolka notices an incredibly tense atmosphere in the room and wonders why they are all acting like they're at a funeral instead of celebrating his recovery. The narrator mentions that while they escaped a literal death, a new kind of trouble is starting as someone screams that they refuse to let go. The girl begs him never to leave her again, promising to stay by his side forever and protect him so that he is never forsaken. Wolka tries to get her to listen, but she is clinching on to him so tightly that he can only let out an overwhelmed sigh. One of the girls tells him that he doesn't need to do a single thing or push himself anymore, promising that they will take care of absolutely everything for him from now on. Wolka tries to argue that they need to stop and just stay put, but his words don't seem to be reaching them. Atori tells him to just rest easy because it will feel good, vowing that she has decided to give him her entire life, and even die for his sake. Wolka is left completely speechless and stunned as he realizes just how much the situation has changed. The narrator concludes that every single member of his party has become mentally unwell, while Wolka is heard shouting that he can at least wash his own body. We see that the story is moving to the town of Luther near the dungeon where Willa was taken to a cathedral for medical treatment after his brutal fight with the Grim Reaper. Wolka mentions that he was actually surprised to hear that the main hero of the original story was the one who carried him to safety. And he realizes he is definitely trapped in the world of a dark manga he read in his past life. He reflects on how he barely remembers the details of the plot because it was far too dark for someone like him who loves happy endings. And he thinks about the permanent loss of his eye and leg. He looks up at the ceiling wondering what he is even supposed to do with his life from this point on. The scene focuses on a girl who is breathing very heavily while staying right next to him as he lies in bed. Wolka admits to himself that he just can't get used to seeing something like this every single time he wakes up. He introduces us to his magic teacher, Lizardi, explaining that while she looks young, she's actually the oldest and tries to act like an elderly lady to be more imposing, though she's become much more overprotective recently. Just then, Yulia opens the door and gently lets him know that it's morning, calling him her senior. From a high angle, we see Wolka noticing that Yulia has finally come into the room. Wolka thinks about wanting to sleep a bit more, while Yulia looks at his bandaged head and begs him never to push himself to his limits again. She tells him with a very serious expression that he won't have to do a single thing anymore because she will take care of all his needs forever. An idea that Wolka finds absolutely terrifying. He sits up with a start, looking pretty nervous as he tells Yulia good morning. She gives him a huge bright smile while greeting her senior back for the day. Yulia then turns toward the bed and lets Lisel know that she needs to wake up too because the morning has already started. We see Lisel groggily waking up while Yulia tells her it is time to get up even though Lisel just wants to keep sleeping. Wolka watches them thinking about how their personalities seem to have completely switched places. Altaya tells Wolka that she is bringing his breakfast and asks what his plans are for the day, promising to make everything perfect for him. Wolka just thanks her, looking a bit overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. Wolka explains that he wants to take it easy today to get used to his injured body after everything that happened. He looks calm on the outside, but you can tell he's still processing his new situation. Altia looks incredibly sad and asks if he thinks she isn't dependable enough to take care of him. She really seems to be taking his desire for a little independence as a personal failure. Wolka gets nervous, thinking about how in his everything for him would feel totally wrong. He quickly tells her that she's actually too dependable, and he's just afraid of relying on her too much. Yulia shuts him down immediately, saying it's only natural for her to worry. Even though Wolka tries to say he's fine, she isn't listening to his excuses at all. She explains that since he almost died and now has permanent injuries, she could never forgive herself if she left his side. She tells him that the whole party has made a vow to protect him no matter what happens. Suddenly switching moods, she gets super pumped and asks again what his plans are. Wolka is internally screaming because her sudden intensity is literally scaring him to death. She keeps asking if she can be of any assistance with a fixed smile on her face. Wolka wonders if she has turned into some kind of programmed character from a video game. Wolka looks at her and thinks that his suspicions about her total change in personality were definitely right. We get a close-up of her face and the narrator points out that although she's smiling, the warmth doesn't even reach her eyes anymore. She just keeps asking what she can do for him over and over. Wolka tries to give her a simple task by asking for water for himself and the master. Yulia gets upset at herself for forgetting such a basic thing and calls herself silly. She drags Lysel away to go get ready and fetch the water while Wolka rubs his stomach in pain from all the stress the girls are putting him through. Wolka thinks back to how Yulithia used to be a responsible person, but he realizes she had never been this level of crazy or overprotective before. We learn that Althea is a young swordswoman who joined the group because she admired Walla's amazing skills. She used to be a very quiet and modest girl, which makes her current behavior even more shocking. The narrator explains that Yulithia's talent was so incredible it made her own brothers jealous, making her almost quit. Though Wolka admits her skills are something he could only dream of. Walla looks off to the side with a somber expression, simply thinking about the sword and what it represents for him. Now he tells himself that he should probably get changed before his master and the others return. But as he tries to push himself up, he realizes something is very wrong. With a sudden shout of pain, he loses his balance entirely and crashes toward the floor with a heavy thud. As he lies there groaning, he wonders why he can't move properly while we see the shock and pain visible in his one good eye. The reality finally sinks in as he remembers that his left leg is actually gone now, leaving him unable to stand. Hearing footsteps approaching, he thinks it is a good thing no one saw him fall because he doesn't want them to worry or make a big scene. Suddenly, the master bursts into the room and screams Walla's name in absolute terror. Walla looks up from the floor and lets out a small sound of surprise as she finds him in such a pathetic state. He tries to play it cool by saying he just slipped. But his master's face goes completely pale with a look of pure horror. She rushes over to him in a total panic, screaming to know if he's all right or if something terrible has happened to him again. She pulls him into a tight embrace, calling him a stupid disciple for overexerting himself, and yelling at him for not taking it easy. In a state of pure hysteria, she wonders if his wounds have reopened and offers to fetch help immediately while Wolka desperately tries to tell her he is fine. She looks him in the eyes and begs him to tell her if anything feels off, insisting that he needs to be upfront with her about any pain he feels. Rout clutching his clothes with trembling hands. She whispers that she would never be able to live with herself if something happened to him again. Walla tries to reassure his companion that he is seriously all right and apologizes for making her worry, then politely asks if she can help him get back into bed. The master asks him what happened and offers to go fetch him some water while Wolka seems to hesitate on how to explain himself. Wolka admits that for some reason he still had the strange sensation that his left leg was still there even though it's gone. He wonders if the feeling is called a phantom limb and mentions how he wobbled while trying to stand up normally, noting that he really needs to get used to his new body. The master stays silent for a moment before sadly acknowledging how difficult it must be to lose a leg and an eye while Wolka notices a strange shift in her tone. She suddenly breaks down into tears and apologizes profusely. But then she snaps at him asking how he can be so calm and if the situation doesn't even frustrate him. Wolka looks away wondering why she would ask such a thing when his reaction seems like the only logical one to have. He confesses to her that he never actually expected to survive that terrifying boss fight in the first place, which seems to catch her off guard. He explains that because he managed to protect all of his friends and still stay alive, he feels more relief than sadness about his injuries. Wolka tells her that she doesn't need to take it to heart, but she clenches her fist and cuts him off with another tearful apology. She begs for his forgiveness while weeping, blaming herself for accepting the quest and calling herself useless since he has to suffer for her mistakes. Rap. Wolka is completely startled by her intense outburst and wonders why she is crying so hard as he tries to call out to her. The pressure of the situation and her overwhelming guilt start to give Willa a massive stomach ache from all the stress. The view shifts to the outside of the building as the narrator suggests that the atmosphere inside is getting so intense it might just burst. A bit later, Woola wakes up and stretches, complaining about how staying in bed all day is boring him to death and wishing he could get back to training. Will lies in bed, thinking that if he makes even a small selfish request, his master and the others will just end up worrying about him even more. He reflects on the battle and admits he's had a nagging feeling that everything his companions say and do lately has become a bit too much for him to handle. Looking up, he thinks he can't really blame them because seeing their friend on the verge of death with permanent injuries would be hard for anyone. He realizes that the entire experience must have taken a massive emotional toll on the girls who managed to survive the dungeon. He's certain that they are being eaten away by guilt because they weren't strong enough to protect him when it mattered most. Woka acknowledges that if he were in their shoes, he would also be wallowing in a deep sense of powerlessness right now. He wonders what he should do next. Realizing that the incident has likely sent all of his friends into a serious downward spiral. He stares blankly, questioning if he can even make a comeback as a professional swordsman now that he's lost his right eye and his dominant foot. We see a memory of him standing tall, remembering how he honed his skills to perfection simply because he had a childish fascination with looking cool. He covers his face, admitting that he was so desperate during that life or death struggle that he doesn't even remember the details of how he beat the Grim Reaper. Looking out at the town, he notes that since they've deviated from the original plot, there's no telling what kind of unhinged dangers this dark fantasy world has waiting for them. He wonders if this world has a high-quality prosthetic leg that could give him one more chance to walk the path of a warrior. Suddenly, the mood shifts completely as Atori jumps onto the bed and hovers directly over him with a very intense look in her eyes. Woka shouts her name in total shock, but she tells him to relax, claiming she was just trying to attack him, which leaves him completely baffled. He sighs and tells the extreme battle junkie to give him a break, reminding her to actually look at the state of his missing leg. She suggests that she can do all the moving and that it'll feel good, but he begs her to stop because his master could walk in at any second and see them like this. The narrator explains that Atori is a heavy fighter from a legendary warrior race as she looks down at him and asks if his leg is still hurting. Woka explains that holy magic already healed the wound, so it doesn't hurt, but he internally panics, wondering if she's about to ask him to start sparring with her immediately. Atori looks directly at Woka and mentions that she has already hunted down most of the monsters in the nearby area, stating that she feels quite relieved about it. Woka realizes just how crazy strong she is and starts thinking about how Atori, Ulithia, and his master are all incredible powerhouses, which makes him worry that his injuries have turned him into nothing more than baggage for the team. He calls out to Atori and explains that since he is still struggling to get used to his damaged body, he won't be able to participate in any fighting for a while. As he tries to suggest that she doesn't have to stay with someone as impaired as him, Atri suddenly moves in close and declares that there's absolutely no way she would ever leave him alone. Leaning right over him, she confesses that her failure to protect him resulted in his terrible wounds, which she considers a sin that their god absolutely hates. She notes that their leader, the master, has drilled this idea into them many times. She stares into his eyes and explains their custom rule, which is that if someone saves your life, you must pay back that favor with your own life. The scene zooms in on her face as she begins to say that because of this debt with an incredibly serious look, she vows to dedicate every single part of herself to him, claiming that every strand of her hair, her blood, and even her soul belonged to him.
The story begins as a female worker exclaims of everything going according to her plans, where it's also seen a person is tied up. With possessive eyes, she finally took captive of her prey and claims of taking care of him for her entire life. The captive in question is the MC, pondering who did this situation turned dire all of a sudden. We then are introduced to the MC proudly showing off finally becoming a productive member of society. He deems his company workers to be good people. Plus the apartment next to his lives such a nice girl. It seems his happy life is about to begin. But that was just all an imagination and is far from reality. It seems he realized that the company he joined to work was exploitative, and the motto it has, working without overtime, is valued here. The MC is left exhausted once again working overtime, pondering about his work, questioning how he is supposed to finish this, but even so he doesn't seem to have a way to get home after finishing his work near midnight. All he could ever ponder was it wasn't supposed to go this way. Late that night at midnight, as he almost got back to his apartment, he suddenly gets questioned by his gorgeous neighbor questioning if he just got here. It seems she went out to the convenience store. She questioned if he was alright as he is amassing a large dark circle under his eyes. The MC could only laugh this off, and used the excuse of attending an unexpected meeting. Worried for his health, she could only give him care of words asking that he should get some proper sleep. She then reached out giving him an energy drink to help with the fatigue. Receiving this could only make the MC feel taken care of, seeing Yagami-san as like his angel. She leans forward warning him to not push himself too hard. As she smiles happily, he could only be mesmerized by how huge her watermelons are. She then pushed him away asking him to go home and get lots of rests. As the door closes, she could only smile with a smug look on her face as if she deliberately planned to bump into him tonight. Inside, the MC has been feeling he often meets with Yagami-san, which he finds the only thing comforting his miserable day-to-day life. As he staggers inside, he doesn't feel taking a bath and finds his work to be more exhausting than he thought. He suddenly got worried seeing as a car outside is hanging by a tree or what he thought, but it seems to be just a plastic that got caught on a tree branch. He then suddenly rushes to the balcony wanting to save the cat. Upon reaching a bit further, Yagami-san suddenly barges in asking him to not do it, misunderstanding the situation as she grabbed hold of him at the edge of the balcony. As he pulled him away from danger, she crushed his face with her jiggly puff melons. As the MC tries to think of the danger of the cat on the window, he seems to not resist of the warmness soothing him to fall asleep and causing his conscience to fade away while looking at Yagami-san. As he fell in a deep sleep, all she could ever ponder is that if he continue in his company furthermore, he would end up like this a lot of the times, but seeing his sleeping face she smiled bidding him sweet dreams. As the MC woke up he seems confused. He questioned why his hands and feet are tied up, but upon looking around him he finds it strange that a monitor is surveying a room, which is oddly familiar to him, but he suddenly got shivered down his spine seeing his room is shown on the screen. A voice could be suddenly heard questioning if he woke up. This instantly startled him, jumping out of his tense state. Upon a closer look, it was none other than his neighbor Yamagami-san. She briefly explained the MC fainting from exhaustion, which resulted in her bringing him to his room, but upon a closer glimpse, he wonders why is his room shown on the screen. Add to the fact it's pointed in all of the rooms. She seems to shown concerned seeing as how the MC tried to take his own life, claiming he tried jumping off the balcony. Hearing this made him try to explain the whole situation as it was a misunderstanding, but Yamagami could only choke him with her jiggly melons. She seemingly cried and hugged him of how worried she was always thinking about his well-being, which she ponders it wasn't enough, so she took matter into her own hands, watching him over 24/7 a day. Seeing this made him speechless, being comforted while tied up. As Yamagami let go, she seems frustrated as she could only watched him from before, but not she decided to take care of protecting him, and with lovely possessive eyes she claims of wanting to show how wonderful it is to live. She also claims that from now on she won't leave him alone even if for a moment, and no matter what she would take care of him, asking to quit his job. This left the MC to question why would she go so far. She briefly claims of subtly having a liking to him Yandere personality-wise, watching him from afar, and now she wants to live together here and would accept everything from him. The MC couldn't believe her words as this must be a joke, whom the neighbor he thought was an angel, turns out to be an obsessive Yandere woman, that was so intense in loving someone like him. She then suddenly had the bright idea of lifting up her shirt showing her jiggly melons, claiming she would do anything he desires as she knows what kind of man he is, loving melons. It seems he likes mature and understanding women, which she then seductively moves forward, asking to like her body. It seems all along his screen was being watched all this time, causing her to not give up until he accepts her, as she claims the MC as her husband from now on. The MC could only find this troublesome, but in my opinion what a lucky bastard, as it should have been me. He leans over towards him. She exclaims of accepting everything about him. Hearing this made his heart beat crazy, pondering that she is out of control. The MC couldn't have believed that the lady next door would be crazy. Not able to think straight, he then soon came to realize that this situation might not actually be bad, as having such a beautiful woman long for him like this fills him up. As he slowly gave in of not running away, the doorbell suddenly rang, surprising both of them. Yamagami-san wonders who would visit her this late at night. As she smiled, excusing herself, the MC seemingly got saved as he was about to be sucked in. Upon opening her door, she was surprised to find a police officer patrolling. It seems the noise coming from their rooms got reported. As she tries to explain while breathing heavily, the police officer suddenly excused himself and misunderstood the situation, asking she should keep the noise down. Upon heading inside, she went back to the MC, dragging him away. As he tries to question the situation, she was relieved from the shackles and was pushed into the bed, where she squeezed tight, hugged him. As she fell asleep, the MC also dozed off, where in a blink he fell asleep. As the morning came, he was awoken with a jump. As he stood up, venturing into the kitchen, the MC saw Yamagami preparing a delicious breakfast. Upon asking him to be seated, she borrowed his hands, where he got startled for a brief moment as she put on the handcuffs. However, it seems she wanted the idea of spoon-feeding him with her own. And upon tasting the food, he was delighted for the delicious meal, causing her to smile and be satisfied with her hard work. As she hugged him tightly, he exclaims she shouldn't forced herself. Where it was that obvious. Shortly after, she announced the MC would be held captive and would stay here from now on. Upon asking about his job, and to let them know where he would stay, he asks Yamagami-san to at least go back to his room to grab the necessities. However, she insists he should stay here, as she would be the one to provide everything he needs, asking they should live together in this apartment. The MC tries to glance at her, claiming that he's good and knows what his body needs. Appreciating her sentiment, he claims of not relying much on her. Hearing this made her to suddenly get gloomy and scary, all of a sudden questioning his words. As such, she will do everything for him and doesn't want to see him suffer anymore. That whole day into the night, Yamagami treated the MC like a baby and didn't let him do anything. He lost all of his freedom mostly. However, he noticed she was mostly carefree around him and loose. That night she was eager to give him a service of cleaning his ears on her lap. As he obeys her requests, he finds this too comforting, being used to this kind of relaxation, stagnant life, doing everything flawlessly. She is eager to do everything, even for the little things for him. The MC ponders this could have been the ideal wedding life if he wasn't restrained. However, he wonders if this is her plan to trick him using cajolery. In Yamagami's mind, she seems to not able to hold herself calm and is freaking out. It seems seeing the MC, her beloved being in the same room as her, felt different. It sends shivers to her spine. This made her to even more fell in love with him so much. As we pan out more in between the two of them, she was already thinking ways of holding him captive and making sure he doesn't get away. On the other hand, the MC is thinking of ways to escape or a plan, as he doesn't want to be stuck in here forever. Finding the situation to be late, she prepared him a bath. Upon taking the offer, the MC is pondering if he could hold on any longer, as he maybe should let one out. However, to his surprise, he suddenly jolted up as Yamagami entered the bathroom with him. It seems she was eager to take a bath together and is eager to face him. It seems his sword was eager to see her also. However, she insists of doing the relieving herself and claims she isn't forcing herself. She then slowly marshmallow sandwiched his sword, causing it to explode with babies. In the end, the MC wonders if he is ever gonna leave this place. At work, the phone rang, where Haruko commercial introduced herself to the caller. It seems the caller was inquiring when will Sakurai return to work. However, his fellow co-worker knew that he was taking some time off. However, she find this strange, as it's unlike for him to not even call himself, and his parents live an airplane flight away from here. With doubt in her mind, she then decided to go out for a bit and visit him. However, upon arriving at his apartment, she rang the doorbell but was surprised to find the door open. Upon heading inside, she didn't seem to find him. However, hearing voices from the next room, she suddenly got interested and could hear the faint voice of her senpai. Questioning the situation, she decided to ring the doorbell next door, where the MC was exclaiming of wanting to go to work. However, the two didn't expect to meet like this. As the MC landed towards his company workers' melons, they shortly introduced themselves. Where Yamagami announced that Sakurai won't be longer going to work anymore, asking her to leave. This made his company worker to be annoyed as it's not for her to decide that. However, she argues that she won't let the MC go back to the company that treats him like a disposable pawn. Hearing this made her question Yamagami's relationship with the MC. Yamagami answered that she was his caretaker, as things got even more confused. She is confident in her answer as she does everything for him. She proudly boasts about making him dinner and preparing his bath. Hearing this by his company worker, she put up an anxious look, where it seems Yamagami-san is confidently complimenting that the MC has got a surprisingly good build, which annoyed her even more. It seems his company worker came by to check on him seeing as he was sick and weren't at work. However, she was shocked to see him flirting with the gentle and caring lady with giant melons. As the MC tries to give his side of the story, she stops him and clench her teeth. Yamagami then speculates she is also in love with Sakurai-san. She tries to deny this accusation. However, Yamagami insists she doesn't hide her feelings. However, she already claims Sakurai-san and won't be letting him go back to the same place that worn him out like this. She then announced that they should meet again after she's done with work and would like to have a proper conversation with each other. The co-worker agrees and would come back again later, leaving immediately. Yamagami then tended to the MC's pampering. Later that night, as the co-worker once again came to visit, she was warmly greeted by Yamagami, pushing her inside where she was amazed by the amount of food. Yamagami-san asks her to not hold back. She even gifted them a bottle of wine for her generosity. Shortly after, she was smiling weirdly, where in the end the MC and Yamagami-san were asleep due to the alcohol. She then initiated to execute her plans, where the MC shortly woke up with a weird feeling as if he was in his room, but to his surprise, under the covers, Shirayuri, his company worker, was all over him with her melons. It seems she was about to do the deed with him, and would like to also make one with him. She expressed her feelings towards him and questioned if she was good enough for him. Trying to convince him towards her, Shirayuri gave off a weird feeling where the MC then confirms that she is also a crazy yandere. Trying to calm her down, noticing his rising sword, she then finished herself first. Finding both of these women to be dangerous, he wonders what should be his action, and wants to get out of here somehow. As the MC fell asleep and woke up shortly after, he seems confused, finding himself in a weird room. As the door opens, Yamagami came with a smile. Upon asking where his company worker was, she could only answer about her heading home early. Seeing her demeanor gave him a shudder. That night, as the two fell asleep, Yamagami fixed things up. It seems she finds her to be sly, slipping something in their drinks. As they had breakfast, the MC questions what kind of work she does. As she doesn't leave the house, she then expresses herself of being a novelist. As things are going smoothly, she takes it easy. The MC is mesmerized by her having the skills. Upon announcing that they could take things slow, she offers that they should cuddle and sleep, finding her odd to be sweeter than usual. However, after waking up, he couldn't find Yamagami anywhere else, but to his surprise, he was tightly tied to a chain, even having a collar for dogs.
The story begins as a female worker exclaims of everything going according to her plans, where it's also seen a person is tied up. With possessive eyes, she finally took captive of her prey and claims of taking care of him for her entire life. The captive in question is the MC, pondering who did this situation turned dire all of a sudden. We then are introduced to the MC proudly showing off finally becoming a productive member of society. He deems his company workers to be good people. Plus, the apartment next to his lives such a nice girl. It seems his happy life is about to begin, but that was just all an imagination and is far from reality. It seems he realized that the company he joined to work was exploitative, and the motto it has, working without overtime, is valued here. The MC is left exhausted once again, working overtime, pondering about his work, questioning how he is supposed to finish this. But even so, he doesn't seem to have a way to get home after finishing his work near midnight. All he could ever ponder was it wasn't supposed to go this way. Late that night at midnight, As he almost got back to his apartment, he suddenly gets questioned by his gorgeous neighbor questioning if he just got here. It seems she went out to the convenience store. She questioned if he was all right as he is amassing a large dark circle under his eyes. The MC could only laugh this off, and used the excuse of attending an unexpected meeting. Worried for his health, she could only give him care of words asking that he should get some proper sleep. She then reached out giving him an energy drink to help with the fatigue. Receiving this could only make the MC feel taken care of, seeing Yagami-san as like his angel. She leans forward warning him to not push himself too hard. As she smiles happily, he could only be mesmerized by how huge her watermelons are. She then pushed him away asking him to go home and get lots of rests. As the door closes, she could only smile with a smug look on her face as if she deliberately planned to bump into him tonight. Inside, the MC has been feeling he often meets with Yagami-san, which he finds the only thing comforting his miserable day-to-day life. As he staggers inside, he doesn't feel taking a bath and finds his work to be more exhausting than he thought. He suddenly got worried seeing as a car outside is hanging by a tree or what he thought, but it seems to be just a plastic that got caught on a tree branch. He then suddenly rushes to the balcony wanting to save the cat. Upon reaching a bit further, Yagami-san suddenly barges in asking him to not do it, misunderstanding the situation as she grabbed hold of him at the edge of the balcony. As he pulled him away from danger, she crushed his face with her jiggly puff melons. As the MC tries to think of the danger of the cat on the window, he seems to not resist of the warmness soothing him to fall asleep and causing his conscience to fade away while looking at Yagami-san. As he fell in a deep sleep, all she could ever ponder is that if he continue in his company furthermore, he would end up like this a lot of the times. But seeing his sleeping face, she smiled, bidding him sweet dreams. As the MC woke up, he seems confused. He questioned why are his hands and feet are tied up, but upon looking around him he finds it strange that a monitor is surveying a room, which is oddly familiar to him. But he suddenly got shivered down his spine seeing his room is shown on the screen. A voice could be suddenly heard questioning if he woke up. This instantly startled him, jumping out of his tense state. Upon a closer look, it was none other than his neighbor Yamagami-san. She briefly explained the MC fainting from exhaustion, which resulted in her bringing him to his room, but upon a closer glimpse, he wonders why is his room shown on the screen. Add to the fact it's pointed in all of the rooms. She seems to shown concerned seeing as how the MC tried to take his own life, claiming he tried jumping off the balcony. Hearing this made him try to explain the whole situation as it was a misunderstanding, but Yamagami could only choke him with her jiggly melons. She seemingly cried and hugged him of how worried she was, always thinking about his well-being, which she ponders it wasn't enough, so she took matter into her own hands, watching him over 24/7 a day. Seeing this made him speechless, being comforted while tied up. As Yamagami let go, she seems frustrated as she could only watched him from before but not. She decided to take care of protecting him, and with lovely possessive eyes she claims of wanting to show how wonderful it is to live. She also claims that from now on she won't leave him alone even if for a moment, and no matter what she would take care of him, asking to quit his job. This left the MC to question why would she go so far. She briefly claims of subtly having a liking to him Yandere personality-wise, watching him from afar, and now she wants to live together here and would accept everything from him. The MC couldn't believe her words as this must be a joke, whom the neighbor he thought was an angel, turns out to be an obsessive Yandere woman that was so intense in loving someone like him. She then suddenly had the bright idea of lifting up her shirt showing her jiggly melons, claiming she would do anything he desires as she knows what kind of man he is, loving melons. It seems he likes mature and understanding women, which she then seductively moves forward, asking to like her body. It seems all along his screen was being watched all this time, causing her to not give up until he accepts her, as she claims the MC as her husband from now on. The MC could only find this troublesome, but in my opinion what a lucky bastard, as it should have been me. Transition to their fun. The MC is worried letting a woman like Yamagami-san in control. He might perish on the worst case possible scenario, but it seems upon reaching down, his sword seems to be rising due to the heaty situation. He ponders why of all times, but his body is reacting positively, giving her happiness. As he approached slowly, she squeezed the SWRD tight, not planning on waiting anymore. As she slowly caressed the rising sword, she got the double combo of being smudge in melons. As she put her clothes away, the MC could only find her to be definitely a dangerous woman, as her face and body is like the angel he always dreamed of, and if she corners him like this he won't be able to resist anymore. Yamagami-san suddenly claims finding him cute. As she get on top claiming he doesn't need to hold back, she slipped it in, claiming he would wrap his sword carefully, giving the MC our happy ending, as the manga doesn't consist any chapters and hasn't updated in months now, but we could only assume he won the lottery. Thank you for watching. Peace out.
The title of this manga is Mutual Love. The story begins as a loud crash could be heard in the school hallway. Tanaka once again bumped into a fellow female classmate. He got scolded for bumping onto her too much at school, questioning if he has a crush on her. He tries brushing this off, as Inu hurriedly bid farewell, asking to see each other again later. Tanaka is left alone and seems to picked up a strand of hair from Inu earlier. He put this in his pockets and decides to leave home. Later that night, back at home, Tanaka all along was collecting her hair strands for his collections. He seemingly has an obsession of love towards her. We then revealed that Inu is watching him inside his room. As she also is an obsessive and Yandere person that loves Tanaka so much that she has his face plastered all over her walls, she eagerly awaits what's the next thing she would take from her. As Tanaka was admiring Inu and her face in posters plastered all over the walls, his little sister seemingly barged in unnoticed. This made him immediately panic all of a sudden, which his little sister calls him out for being gross doing so. Tanaka exclaims that she should properly knock before entering, but hearing this she immediately claims herself that he should be grateful that his adorable little sister went to his older brother's dirty room after going home, and he shouldn't have an attitude from him. It seems all she wants is a warm hug with a welcome home gesture from him. This left Tanaka no choice but to spoil his little sister, showcasing their sibling love to one another. Even though she talks bad towards him in a sarcastic way, she noticed the stuffed toy which Tanaka is keeping as it came from a gift from his crush. The little sister asks they should throw it away as it's gross and doesn't suit him. Upon showing her anger, she insists on throwing this away as her older brother doesn't need this stuff. Hearing Maid Inu darkened her eyes upon listening to their conversation, Tanaka immediately a horrid and unpleasant face exclaiming it's important to him. This made his little sister cry, poking his eyes and calling him a dummy. For Inu her vision of Tanaka became like a shining armor. With pretty eyes she immediately became excited hearing him defend her gift. She then glamorized of the thought that it's important for him, and she really is glad he gave it to him. We flash back to the time when the present was given. In class as she was giving out gifts, she then had the idea of bumping into Tanaka head-on. Like a tsundere, she asks if he would be delighted to receive some gifts, which he immediately got excited wanting to accept anything she have. Upon revealing the gift of a teddy bear, Tanaka questioned if it's alright to receive this as it seems precious to her, but Inu only asks with a pleasant and warming voice that he takes good care of it. Embarrassed by this, Tanaka couldn't believe her words, making both of them blush. As he shortly left, Inu's classmates questioned what she wanted the most. Although she didn't answer properly and wanted to keep it hidden, she deviously wanted the most was gifting Tanaka a surveillance camera on the teddy bear she gave to spy on him. We then transitioned to a woman standing over the edge of a bridge, remembering the hurtful words and the amount of times that she was pushed away and the agonizing pain of being rejected. Being left by her lover, tired and full of regrets, she wanted to finish it all as she cries heavily. Tanaka, on the other hand, was walking along the bridge when he noticed a woman over the edge ready to jump. Without hesitation, he grabbed onto the woman clinging onto the rails. Both became surprised by one another, but shockingly fortunate the bridge wasn't high enough and the water wasn't deep enough. Thus they both came out unscathed, but although drenched. Tanaka immediately questioned the woman if she was alright and what she was doing was dangerous. He asks that she shouldn't take her life that easily. Upon being relieved, he suddenly catch a cold. Thus the woman insists going to her nearby house to dry, ultimately dragging him along. Tanaka followed along, which he suddenly noticed the amazing apartment. The woman revealed it's her dad's building and it's too much for two-person. As she welcomed him in, he suddenly became surprised over the extravagant place. Even as he entered the bathroom, all he could ponder was that this older sister he saved was too rich. Shortly after, he was welcome, being served with the finest food she could ever. Exclaiming it's not enough as he saved her life after all. With stunning eyes, all she could ever ask was that he won't be shy as she loves entertaining her guests. Hearing this made Tanaka to dig in for the food she served, even getting complimented for being too kind. This made her blush, asking not to tease the older people. Although Tanaka didn't mean to, he seems to not notice his quick, pleasing personality towards women. He suddenly got a notification sound from his phone indicating his little sister was trying to look for him. As he thanked for everything and being welcomed, he then had the idea of leaving her, as he doesn't know what's going on that much, but asks that she doesn't let it get to her. Tanaka left him messaging app number, asking her to reach out as he would listen to her problems. She became grateful, being grateful for the kind gesture. Which, after leaving shortly, all she could think of was about Tanaka and wanted to be near him every single day. It's then revealed with dark and obsessive eyes she wanted to lock him up. With a firm decision, she decided to plan in doing so, as she is confident Tanaka also wanted to be near each other forever. Later that night, as Tanaka arrives home, his little sister suddenly rushed towards him, causing them to crash outside. As she calls him out for being an idiot, she questioned where he has been as it's already late enough, and was worried. But upon sniffing his clothes, she immediately started panicking as she could smell something different. With dreadful eyes, she exclaims with anger that his clothes smells weird, indicating that he must be playing around with other women. Tanaka asks if he could explain, but his little sister disregards this and hurriedly dashes to grab something. She shortly came back with new clean clothes, asking that he should march straight to the bathroom. It seems he has his clothes washed with some other detergents, asking he should not dare do that again. In the bathroom, little sister Yua insists on coming with him, showing her brotherly love. She insists that his brother won't have any objections, as she insists on helping him wash away his stupid smell. She also revealed going in with a swimsuit. In the bathroom, Tanaka is forced to be washed by his little sister. As he asks her to go away, she held on tightly, squeezing him. She then questioned him if he got himself a girlfriend. Tanaka questioned her on what made her think that way. It's also revealed she was listening to his heartbeat, which didn't spike, indicating he was telling the truth. She then exclaims of trusting him this time, but in exchange she would hang out in his room tonight. Tanaka agrees and asks that she go already, but upon pushing her, a knife suddenly dropped from behind them. Seeing this made him jump out of fear, all of a sudden questioning why is it in the bathroom. Yua claims of bringing it along just in case she found out he has a girlfriend, although it seems he doesn't have one, claiming he won't be chasing girls behind her back anyways, as he already have such an adorable sister. After all, Tanaka was left all alone in the bathroom to ponder what she was on about. But shortly after, in his room, he explained the whole situation to her, and in Yua, as they both listened, and all could ever think about was trying to end the life of the woman who approached him. which then the older one San reached out to Tanaka that night, starting their love triangle towards him. The next day Yua is angry by the fact that his brother Tanaka forgot his lunch, and was forced to bring it to him in his school. As she gazed into the classroom, his friends was with him trying to imitate animate punches and doing boys stuff. Yua questioned their actions but is troubled as she can't seem to barge in and say something, pondering to immediately be noticed by her older brother, as she is only tough at home. She suddenly got startled as Anu approached quietly, questioning what's a first year like her doing up here. But upon observing her, she immediately understood that she was a relative looking for Tanaka. Upon knowing so, she insists on calling him for her. As she called his name, he immediately became quick to notice her, spinning his head wildly towards her direction and rushing in towards them. As he was given his bento, Anu bids farewell as her job is done. Yua could only ponder how beautiful and how good she smells, but she then noticed a small bear toy on her phone, questioning as this is the same toy on her brother's room. She seemingly found this fishy, questioning her name, but brushes it off as Tanaka head pats her aggressively, showcasing their sister and brother shenanigans, but from behind Anu looms with dark eyes as the story continues.
The story starts as the MC started chanting a spell out of a book he picked up. It seems he was summoning something, and upon a closer look a woman with horns appeared. Seeing her summoner, she questioned his inquiry. Around 11 hours ago, the MC encountered a female classmate who was seemingly confessing her love to Kenji-kun. It seems she liked him for so long and wanted to go out. Hearing this made him happy and immediately agreed. He ponders of how long he waited to finally get a girlfriend, waiting 17 years. But his encounter soon turned tragic as another woman intervenes, calling his love letter to turn out to be a lie. After another of the women showed up in disbelief, calling him the worst, things suddenly turn sour as they all angrily prepares to teach him a lesson for toying with a maiden's heart. This startled him and immediately shouted in class. He calls this out for being a terrible dream and was still hung up on the past. Another person agrees right next to him, telling him it's not good to let those things linger too much. It seems this was the teacher all along, and his friend was laughing at him and at the situation as he was asked to go into the guidance room afterwards. After classes, it seems he had a rough time. His friends calls him out for having some balls on sleeping during Kitagawa's Japanese class. It seems she also tried to wake him up, but despite this he couldn't get up in time. He then revealed doing some research. His friends jokingly told him he was just busy watching some lewd stuff. They then proceed to make fun of finding his dirty magazines and calls him old-fashioned. His friends then suggested having someone to date, especially with her little sister being popular, as such he could get introduced. The MC doesn't want to bother with his little sister and wants to confess on his own once he has enough confidence. Hearing this made them call him out for saying the most weirdest things. He also revealed spending all his allowance for this month, and it seems it's the weekend, as such going out is out of the question. It seems he also has important things to tend today and tomorrow, as he heads off and bids farewell to his friends. He was pondering alone walking back home, not believing he got caught earlier in class, and it seems he knew to himself that he is not in a state to confess to anyone right now, as a real girlfriend is nothing but a dream for him, but today it seems to end. As to settle and fully enjoy his school life, he plans to summon a demon on granting his wish. It seems he was determined to execute this, but he tries to hold his composure, realizing the embarrassing words that makes him shed tears in shame. It seems the great demon he wants to summon is the Lady Gremory. It seems she possesses the ability to match his wish. Anxious about this, as he wonders if he could negotiate properly without getting flustered, but with great determination, he arrives at his home wanting to settle things with his past self somehow and enjoy his life with a proper romantic relationship. But upon doing the ritual, he deems this to be a failure. He wonders if he made a mistake and right now he isn't good enough. But the demon claims she is the great demon duchess of the demon world named Gremory. The MC ponders as her appearance and personality is totally different from the legend. As he was talking to the demon, his little sister seemingly overheard a woman's voice in his room. She questioned this, which made Kenji-kun suddenly panic as this seems bad and blames the demon for the noise. He then pleads towards the demon to cooperate. He shortly opened the door and apologizes towards his little sister, making up the excuse of trying to adjust the volume to watch a movie and messed up quite a bit. His little sister scolds him and worries of him to not stay up too late. She then realized of not having also any school tomorrow and is wide awake, thus she suggests to watch the movie together in his room. The MC suddenly apologized and reveals of actually watching adult videos. Hearing this shock her, she calls him out as this is one of the reason he doesn't have a girlfriend. She also noticed he is poking his head out from behind the door, questioning if he doesn't want her coming inside his room. But the MC exclaims that he isn't wearing anything under and was watching those kinds of videos. This ultimately made her lashes out against him. It seems he avoided another misunderstanding and somehow managed to bluff his way through. The demon insults him for being the worst to bluff. She also threatened if he ever step out of the protective magic circle before signing the contract, she would end his life. Hearing this made him anxious, mentioning something about his past life. This suddenly made the demon Gremory to be curious, questioning if he has memories of his past life. It seems he MC suddenly remembered stuff about 2 years ago. And this was also related to summoning her. She then asks for more details about his past life, asking out of a little curiosity. He then introduced his past self to be a resounded great sage in a world of swords and magic. The demon doesn't seem to believe this and calls him out to be embarrassing. It seems in his past life he died in an accident and had things he regretted. It seems he really wanted to go back to his original world. Gremory is confused. If he was such a great sage, he can just do it with himself rather than summon a demon to help. It seems it was impossible for him to travel to another world with his current and weakened state. It seems it's not just his appearance was reverted back, but his physical and lack of magic abilities are fatal. It seems he did his best to reproduce summoning ritual passed down in this world. It seems this was the whole reason she was summoned, as she possessed the knowledge. It seems she also wonders about this world if it has magic. Upon hearing everyone has magic powers on the other side, Gremory didn't thought twice to agree and wants to make a special contract with the MC. However, she pointed out that the compensation for a contract with a demon like her in exchange is for his soul. It seems he already knew this and asks her to take it after he dies of natural causes. Only of course if his wish was granted. The demon calls him out for surprisingly cautious, wondering if this was due to him in a position to impose such conditions. The MC is scared as violence isn't the answer. She then went ahead and calls their encounter a rare opportunity and considered their contract established. She officially introduced herself as the Duchess of the Demon World, holding authority of the universe. Upon asking what's the regret he wants to fulfill, costing of selling his soul to a demon like her. The MC then reveals of wishing to check out how his girls are doing in his harem after he passed away. The demon is in shock of having a harem, wondering if he was an emperor or something. Gremory teases him for giving off virgin vibes aura. It seems this was caused by the trauma he had from the cause of death in his past life. He also assures that he was super popular and cool. Upon questioning the cause of death in his past life, he reveals being stabbed by one of the girls in the middle of something, which hearing this made her comment of how traumatic this was. She then uses her powers to search the coordinates of his past life and creates the ritual for creating a gate to transfer as well. Upon completing the search, she then insists of opening the gate while they were at it. It seems she was quickly stopped as his house would be damaged in the process and suggests doing it in a more secluded space. Upon going out of his room to go fetch his shoes, he suddenly encountered Saya-chan outside of his room. It seems the whole time she was outside of his room the entire time. She calls him out for bad at keeping secrets. Thus she pretended to go back, but instead she listened on the whole situation. She then immediately cried, wondering if he isn't her real brother all along and is someone who has taken over by memories of a past life. As the MC tries to clear things up and reason that he has a reason to go back. Hearing this, she suddenly questioned if he really want to see his harem that badly. But to his shock, she already had a knife pushed against his stomach the moment he leaned in. He suddenly started coughing up blood as he fell. She then calls out for the demon to stop hiding and come out. The demon faced her, questioning what are her plans, as they were real siblings. Saya then revealed she was about to be abandoned, and claims to be the only woman who should be by his side in this life and in their former lives as well. Kenji couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth, as ever since she was born she had memories of her past life too. She reveals she was the first partner he ever summoned and the traitor who killed him in his past life. Her name was Sake, the fox spirit. After ending his life, she also took hers, as well, as she doesn't have any attachments to a world without him. She also made sure to prepare a reincarnation spell in advance so that the two of them could be reborn in the same world, though it seems she had him for the past 17 years until today, having the pleasure to have him all by herself. But it seems she is enraged that a demon woman appeared in front of his big brother. The demon then questioned if she, as a mere human, can do anything against her. It seems Sake has other plans and immediately showed her true form. The two were surprised as she transformed to her former fox self. Expectedly, she chose this world to be reincarnated, as this was her birthplace. And unlike Gremory, she could barely move without the help of a contract. Unlike her, she can function normally in this world that lacks magic. She then insists going outside to settle things, but the MC pleads they don't need to fight. As he passes out due to much blood loss, Sake asks that he should wait for her to return and would pass with him shortly again to reincarnate and spend an eternity together in the afterlife. Outside the balcony, Gremory sees the opportunity and attacks, calling her to be underestimating her too much. But her attack was blocked, as she claims to have the confidence in beating her. In an enclosed barrier, they then headed to cast magic spells towards one another. It seems Gremory is pissed about how crazy of a Yandere fox her enemy was. Meanwhile, the MC was fading away as he tries to fight for his life. It seems it wouldn't make sense if he died and has to find a way to stop them somehow. Upon realizing where he could get a bit of magic power, he then looked towards their way. As the battle engulfs and more magic power gets scattered, their final blows was stopped by the MC as he blocked the attacks and got in the middle of their fight. Gremory was in shock as her final attack was stopped by his fingers, not able to believe he was using magic. It seems he absorbed and recycled the magic they both scattered during their fight. However, this was only his former title of Great Sage. It seems his wound is also completely healed and backfired against Saya, as Gremory recognized her summoner for an exceptional spellcaster. The Yandere fox who betrayed her twice is now in a sorry state. It seems Saya also realized she couldn't win against him, but the MC puts out his magic and asks Gremory to step back and give space. Saya could only look with fear as they faced one another. Saya braces herself for the worst. But instead he was met with a hug and comfort as he apologized for being the one at fault, pushing her to do this. It seems he realized how much of a fool he has been, seeing her face as his consciousness faded away. It seems he never thought she was chasing after him and was more worried she might get punished by the others. It seems she also misunderstood his intentions of going back and staying permanently, but wanted to check up on the things he left abruptly. It seems he plans to stay also as her big brother. Saya the Yandere fox apologizes as she stated she was scared as more and more people were gathering around him and was afraid she would eventually be completely ignored. It seems deep down an ugly jealousy stemming from her inferiority complex sprouted. It seems his own shortcomings drove her to that point. Their moment was shortly live as Gremory is opening the portal to the world where he was reincarnated from before. And if it's true that it was truly overflowing with magic, it could become a paradise for demons like her. It seems she plans to invade that world, seeing the achievement she could achieve. Hearing this, the two of them is worried as she gets called reckless as on the other side. It seems the MC's reincarnation destination is confirmed. And in that case, the former harem of women will gladly go to their beloved master, as they could finally meet once again, awaiting his return. It seems they are all aware that he has been reincarnated and his appearance will be completely different. It seems they were more than delighted to meet him if he was significantly weakened, as they could snatch him away and make them theirs all alone. It seems this was the beginning of Yandere hell. Back to the portal gate, it seems monsters were attacking from inside. Seeing this made Gremory to see the monsters as weaklings. But upon being targeted, she was surprised to receive its attack more powerful than she anticipated. The MC and Saya asks that Gremory defeats them, as they would soon find out the situation, but it seems she has trouble in defeating the monsters out. Saya panics as the barrier would soon be undone and everything would be revealed. The MC isn't that bothered, as they would be left alone once the other side is finished observing this world. As he tries to use another magic attack, it seems it's impossible, as he doesn't have any magic power left, but somehow the gate is closing slowly. It seems running around for Gremory was just a way to buy time. It seems the entities chasing has unbelievably high magical density paired with the magic being sparse in this world. They soon collapse and the gates closed. Gremory is delighted to know the magical monster entities were tougher than she thought, thus she expects a lot from this other world, wanting to know more. As she heads down, she asks more information about this other world, but the MC is satisfied and doesn't want to go to that world, stating their contract is fulfilled. Gremory exclaims this was not possible, as the magic leaking out from that gate was this much and can power up by a lot. She then states what would happen if they invade and make that power theirs. The MC argues this would be impossible, destroying her determination. It seems the MC tries to explain. He questioned what does Gremory thought of the monsters earlier. It seems for her she foresee this as a high-level demon. But in reality it was just a low-ranking one, of familiar use for reconnaissance. It seems the magic density of the world Tullia is off the charts. Because of this place was teeming with monsters everywhere. Among them there are also exceptionally vicious individuals, ones that could easily destroy an entire country. It seems the human are also stronger than expected, but technological level stuck on medieval era. It seems it's possible that the inhabitants over the other side are stronger than her race. She instantly was met with fear, but shortly cried and weep as when she finally had the chance to achieve something big. The MC could only comfort her of handing over his soul to fulfill the contracts. Hearing this made the Yandere fox to be enraged, but was stopped by the MC with a smile on her face. She bids farewell and wants to go back to the world of demons and claims of seeing him again to claim his soul when his lifespan is over. But it seems nothing happened when she activate. As the two watch in awkwardness, it seems Gremory doesn't understand the situation. But afterward she doesn't have any means to return to the demon world. Normally she could just go back and easily dissolve her temporary body. The Yandere Saya used her eyes with magic power to identify the problem and found out her figure is completely incarnated. They suggest this must be because she absorbed the magic from the gate. It seems her body got bound by the laws of this world, which means she could only use a bit of magic and have become a mere human. Hearing her words made her stunned. She laughs hysterically and borrowed the knife, wanting to also take her life as a means to return. But the MC stepped in, as she might perished away normally. The after effects soon started as her clothes deteriorates. This left her to shout and make the MC to take a peek. It seems this world has an unusually low magic density, and that ritual also serves to support the demon activities. It seems the magic used to fulfill contract are sourced from said demo world. And since the contract with the MC is complete, the support for magic is gone, which means Gremory doesn't even have the magic to maintain her outfit. All she could do is be left helpless and cry. They try to come up ways to help her, but it seems he already settled things with his previous life and doesn't want to rely on magic or demons anymore. Saya pointed out this was impossible as he was already discovered where he reincarnated. It seems the familiars earlier came to investigate and find any trace of him. As he tries to use the reason that they would just be disappointed to see his current state, Saya argues not everyone looks up to him due to strength alone, as even now Saya still loves him very much. The MC exclaims that once Grammary calmed down he wants to make another contract, but right now it seems it's impossible to do so, and leaves her alone for a while, as they catch some rests. Saya exclaims of having her past life exposed, and despite everything she eagerly wanted to sleep right next together in her room. As he pats her head and made her blush, the MC is dense as a forest and insists on borrowing their parents' room for tonight. They left her in distraught and shocked. She then approached the former demon Grammary with a smirk on her face. She suggests they make a little deal with her. With scary eyes, the former Yandere fox explains that if she agrees she would provide support for her to live in this world and would help to do something about her current condition. It seems Saya can't give 100% guarantee but could only back it up by studying reincarnation techniques. Saya then anxiously asks for the price for this. It seems Saya has 3 demands. First, Grammary has to make sure that her brother falls head over heels for her, and asks it to be natural. Grammary paused, pointing out that they are siblings despite their past lives. But Saya doesn't seem bothered, as she is confident they could alter the family registry. Grammary, despite being a demon, finds her to be serious dangerous. Saya, with a deranged look in her eyes, asks Grammary to listen till the end, as this would benefit her also. Grammary could only stood in silence, pondering of how of a demon she is. As the morning came, the MC barely got any sleep and wonders about any solution to fix about Grammary's situation as he headed inside his room. He was surprised to see them being close to one another, having the girls talk. He was surprised the two of them got close. Saya is happy that they talked about a lot of things last night. It seems Grammary decided to accept his new offer to renew the contract. It seems Saya put the details as Grammary has to protect him from anyone who was involved with him in the other world. Although it feels kind of vague, it's necessary when demons like her wants to stay in this world for a long time. The condition is also until his lifespan runs out. Grammary has other plans for its conditions. The MC offers his computer, but made Grammary to be enraged as this trash doesn't deserve to be offered. Saya calms them down, as for her they seemingly agreed upon providing support for clothing, food and support. Saya also already plans to explain to their parents, which they then once again formed a contract. Upon testing her magic powers to be back, she became happy and enthusiastic and started right away. She then transformed her outfit back into the original. But Saya seemed displeased as she destroyed her favorite outfit. Her room was also decided that it would be the storage room. As the idea of the brother and sister being together, it seems he wanted some privacy and stuff, but Saya doesn't mind if he were watch his collections. In the end, it seems she was given another room to stay in. But before they do everything, Grammary asks about his exes from the previous life. The MC is unsure as it's in the triple digits, but Saya confirms it's 7 that for sure won't give up on him. It seems beforehand there is a round table consisting 8 people that were his previous lovers. Hearing this made Grammary to comment that he was something back then. Back to the other world, it seems the 7 women were gathering as they were called, and in this round table we are introduced to Veracruz the Blazing Radiance, Anita the Vessel of Corruption, Sharistina the Iron-Blooded Saint, Aruthia the Elegina Wind Blossom, and last Kalzavina the Divine Abyss of Hope. Kalzavina announced to everyone that they have identified where he has been reincarnated. Hearing this surprised them, and most of all were delighted to hear the news. Upon being questioned for the basis of this claim, the footage was shown where they confirmed the soul waveform of the boy matches the description perfectly. It seems they were confident as he still has that stupid look on his face. Upon seeing this, one of the group memes is enraged, questioning why is a treacherous vixen is with him. They suggest that he must have forgave her due to being lenient with those close to him. They wonder why he opened the gate as he could just came back already. They argued that someone hostile to him interfered. Hearing this made them happy to crush this hostile entity as they plan to bring him back. As they gather more information on the area and world, it seems they still hasn't much as they currently are deploying a gate for investigation. We are also introduced to two shut-ins. It seems they were altered when the familiar they had monitoring the other has been destroyed. Eager to check it out, the group disperse and is worried if something serious were to happen. Veracruz questioned if all of this is going according to plan. She then comments the two of them are alike, but for her desire are far more shallow and petty than one thinks and would be taking advantage of the situation as the rivalry over Kenji the MC has already begun.
Early in the morning, the two brothers seemingly got out as a person could be heard ringing the doorbell. Yuto seems nervous as he insists on opening up the door for the visitor as it's probably his friend. His brother Kai brushed this off, which shortly after Yuto advises his so-called friend to be quiet as it would be troublesome if he found out. Only for this friend to turn out a woman that seems a bit in distress. The two went up into Yuto's room. Seemingly she breathes heavily heading towards his bed, but is stopped by Yuto for a moment. He suddenly urges her to pay for the service he offered. She understood and quickly abide to his demands of holding hands, although she questions him a lot of the times for asking too little. Yuto and Akira is now holding hands. As she got up close to the walls trying to listen in on his older brother, it is then revealed that Akira-san is an ex-girlfriend of his big brother, ultimately got dumped due to her overbearing personality. Although she couldn't seem to give up on him, it led to the situation where Yuto, being Kai's little brother, she uses her weakness to her advantage, which is his crush on Akira. Despite being used like this, he ponders twice as she is both trash and the person he likes the most currently. His phone suddenly buzzed with a text as Kai seems to take a break from studying and ponders if he would like something. This ultimately led Akira to follow his footsteps closely and gaze from afar. She then nervously questions if she really isn't allowed to put a listening device to Kai's room. Yuto jolted up in anger, shouting that crimes aren't allowed even if she asks 1,000 times already. It would burden his older brother and not forgive her for her actions. She then pointed out his trashy personality of letting her in and give in to her demands just to flirt with her, despite that he loves his brother dearly. He immediately became in distress as this is the reason why he is in big trouble. Shortly after, she ponders of getting a message from Kai. On the flip side, she got blocked on everything, being jealous of their closeness. Meanwhile, his brother Kai got back after going to the convenience store. Seemingly, he noticed something, the pair of shoes missing from the front. The two inside discussed quietly of Kai's whereabouts. They suddenly got startled as a knock could be heard, as Kai seemingly wondered about Yuto's friend not being here, thinking his friend left already, which Yuto decided to use an excuse, smoothly talking his way out of the situation. Although he ponders of being too optimistic, as he knows his brother wouldn't notice as he didn't look, he tried telling him about being too overprotective, asking not to come knocking on his door every time just to check on him, which his brother seemed to understood and left him. Upon closing shut the door, he announces that she could come out of the closet, but didn't get any response. He then checked on her, which she immediately fell out of the closet, landing on him. She then exclaims getting a nosebleed upon hearing his brother Kai's words, giving her the euphoria she is craving for. This made Yuto get a nosebleed, as suddenly his phone gave out a notification, making him hurry as his brother questions the loud bang noise that could be heard from earlier. He cleaned up the mess, but is surprised as Akira is panicking, exclaiming that her back seems to be broken, leading up to a messy situation, although in the end he managed to cover it all up, but is worried he might need more serious countermeasures. In school, the two also followed up one another, where Yuto could be seen showing Akira a funny photo of his older brother. Akira immediately insisted on buying the photo from him. He then insisted of just letting him pat her head, as the photo was sent. The done deal of flirting with her started. Seemingly the two benefited from this transaction, showcasing their happiness. Afterwards, Akira was questioning about the pose they did inside the photo, as it awfully looks familiar, like the action figure in his closet. As the two were walking, they manage to stumble upon his older brother, shocking them both, looking like they've seen a ghost. Kai, on the other hand, seems distressed seeing them both together. He questions their behavior together, wondering the reason. Yuto used the excuse of coincidentally bumping into each other, pointing out it's not weird as they are acquainted to one another. But Kai isn't sold on this, and it's weird considering the reason he broke up and distanced himself. Apparently Akira was the same person that kept on calling him dead at night around the clock, leaving it unanswered, but this action of his resulted in Akira coming to their house dead of the night, crying and screaming outside of their gate. The commotion caused the entire family to be awoken by the noise as she kept crashing outside, yelling her apologetic behavior, asking to not leave her alone. Yuto clearly remembered this but brushed it off as Kai pointed out having feelings for him before. Letting go of the pathetic behavior she did, but although upon a glance at her, his life became more peaceful since then of breaking up and to not provoke her again. Seemingly Akira is acting weird again, suddenly mumbling to herself as she uttered the words of getting wet and being flustered in front of him. Her actions struck the heart of Yuto, looking at her as he suddenly fell in love again with her. On the other hand, his big brother is not sold on her words and actions, showing disgust. She ultimately ran away from the situation, leaving Kai to question on how did he even go out with her in the first place. He also warned Yuto to not get involved with her at this point. Yuto, left alone, ponders of how hopeless but also how cute she was, which he couldn't leave her alone at this point. Shortly after, Yuto is troubled as he doesn't know what to do anymore. With the fact that they both got spotted together, there were no other way to cover it up. He ponders of asking Akira-san as to restrain herself. But this would seemingly not work as she exploded upon the sighting of his brother. He also realized the truth that Akira doesn't have the slightest pulse in her, and it's best to give up on her already. Pointing things would be better if he rejected her, although he knows this, he can't seem to do it in the first place. We got interrupted as the president seemingly gets called out for being unattentive, but is saved by Yuto, although she doesn't seem fond of his actions. But they suddenly got saved the bell, where the teacher seemingly noticed Yuto's action earlier. As the class ended, Akira was sitting down outside when the class president seemingly shouted Yuto's name, confusing him as she exclaims being grateful for trying to help her. With her stern look, she got near him and pointed out her responsibility to accomplish it as class president, asking him to go ahead and spend his recess. Yuto seemed to understand her feelings and insisted they both work together, showing that these two might have some nice chemistry, leaving Akira to look at them with envy. After school, as Yuto was going home, he suddenly got grabbed by a woman in a random alley, shocking Yuto. He exclaims being scared and surprised as it is Akira all along. He pointed out that they both should lay low as they already been discovered earlier. But she seems to not be worried about that and is more concerned on him hanging out with the class president, showcasing that he's not interested in her anymore, making Akira to cry as she will stop trading with her anymore, puzzling Yuto as he doesn't seem to understand her words. After a brief explanation, she seemed to calm down, as she apparently thought they were dating. He then exclaims of needing things to cool down, but he suddenly gets kissed in the hand as Akira tried, showing a cute face as explaining she can't control herself and needed his help just as much he helped her until now. With this, he finally became a simp to his brother's ex-girlfriend, labeling himself as a trash person also, even though he was only like second. We are now then showed the past as Yuto is seemingly into cartoons where the hero saves the day in school as the bell rang. He noticed a bunch of bullies ganging up on a fellow classmate. This prompted him to have the idea of not leaving the Trouble's home kid alone. He then confronts them, asking to not force their classmates. They seemingly agreed, but the tide turns as they had the bright idea of making Yuto play the game himself. Shortly after school, as Kai was bidding farewell to his friends, he noticed his little brother in the playground all drenched with his head down. He questions if he's not going home, pointing out their parents will be worried. He then suddenly questioned the person behind his condition, as it doesn't seem like he did something wrong to deserve this. He crouched down, promising not to tell anyone if he revealed the situation. Yuto was all along saving the kid in trouble instead of asking for a grown-up's intervention. Praising his cool actions, he suddenly cried with tears. Kai seemed to understood the situation and step up as his big brother, using his upperclassman powers to take care of it. This suddenly turned him into a gangster, as he muttered silently, giving the kids a little scare. As the week passed by, the kids who previously wronged Yuto apologized to him. In disbelief, he didn't suspect his brother of doing anything, but with the big change in attitude, he questions his brother's way on how he managed to handle the situation. In the end, Kai didn't fully reveal his ways of doing so, but he politely asked them and totally not warned them with force. From that point on, Yuto's world is now filled with two heroes, one being his brother. But then 6 years later, he couldn't have been prepared, as he woke up seeing his brother bringing home his girlfriend, showcasing the clingy and obsessive Akira being their first encounter. This sudden revelation left them in silence, and without the need to introduce to their parents, leaving Yuto to understood the situation. He embarrassingly left, and excused himself, making Akira beam with light as the two were left alone. Although he found her to be his type, showing the type of cuteness he preferred, he liked her so much that he freaked out and left. Although his brother had girlfriends in the past, this one is completely different, and he wishes them the best, but to also be married one day. But as 2 weeks later passed by, he stumbled upon his brother leaving early. He teases him of going out with Akira, but he revealed breaking up with her due to being overbearing. This shocked Yuto, as he couldn't believe the words that came to him. In the school's top floor, Yuto is still remembering the kindness Akira showed to him. He ponders of liking the way she looks and her oddities being offset, but add to that his brother and Akira didn't broke up with her on good terms. Although he knows this, he still seems bothered by all this, not having his head wrapped around the whole situation. Above the school, he saw his brother chatting with his friends. As they left, Akira is seen being a creepy weirdo stalker, smelling his brother's scent from the bench. This made Yuto confront Akira, questioning her behavior, as she looked like a stalker. But even if that's the case, she exclaims of seeing Kai as her one and only hero and is willing to offer her life to him. Her words made Yuto see her even more attractive. He pointed out her behavior resulting their separation, but she is still hopeful as it's their first breakup. He then asks her to skip class, confronting her that he wanted to help her. He questions if they will ever get back together. She seemed to get the idea that it's hopeless, but right now she seems obsessed, as she will do everything to get back together, being confident she could match Kai's preference of a dream girl. She doesn't care no matter how many years it takes, as long as she achieve her goal. He ponders if she would just stalk him, pointing out that rumors might spread and it won't be good for his brother's reputation. She then exclaims if he could plant a listening device on his brother's room, but he immediately refused. With how hopeless the situation is, he doesn't want to become an accomplice, and it would be stressful if his brother ever found out. She then pointed out if he truly doesn't care, why didn't he reveal anything to his brother, let alone her stalking. She then wonder if he's being kind, or he likes her in a way. Those words made Yuto blush heavily in silence, leaving Akira surprised. As he sat down, revealing his love for her even if she seems messed up, but his willingness to give and simping for her, he wanted to help whatever possible way towards her due to the feelings he has for her. In his mind, he sees this as a really crappy way of confessing to someone. Akira suddenly giggled and seemed happy hearing his words. She then exclaims that he should help picking the pieces up of his brother. She insists on knowing more about Kai, pointing out the more information she could gather the better, even more so if he helped out. Although she pointed out his kindness is returned with something, as she doesn't want it to be free. She exclaims the help service she gets, she will offer anything she could. The rewards depends on his desires, and she will respect his feelings as to not cross the lines. With an euphoric face she displayed, she exclaims, making everyone happy as they all get what they want. We then introduce as he woke up heading downstairs, stumbling upon his brother. Seemingly up early in the morning, Kai is seemed to be heading to somewhere. Yuto ponders if he's going out with another different woman this time. But his brother Kai seemed to stop for a second and half-heartedly agreed to his words, leaving Yuto surprised. Later in school, Yuto is also selling videos of his brother to Akira. Seemingly she drools over the sight of him even doing the simplest things. In exchange for the video, he insists on the service of touching her cheeks. His loser behavior towards his brother and the whole situation seemed selfish, as he enjoys this kind of exchange. Although the sudden thought earlier of his brother finding another woman sparks his mind all of a sudden. After school, he ponders if Akira already knew the situation. but then again he hasn't heard any rumors of stalking towards his brother, indicating that she really is listening to his words of advice on stopping the stalking behavior. Upon arriving at his seat, he noticed the quiet and shy president reading his favorite book. He shared his opinion and love for the manga, which they seemed to share a common interest but also the similar personality, but her sudden words struck him, which upon the sudden realization he reveals to Akira that his brother already has someone which he seemed to already know everything. Yuto immediately called Akira, questioning if she's stalking his brother right now. Although she doesn't seem to do so in school, but outside she stalks him, especially after school, by using a disguise. This sudden confession left Yuto worried, as she has been taking it far all this time. Akira sounds confident even if she get caught, although she won't do it if she did ever get found. She described herself as a detective, but Yuto labeled her as not a respectable character, let alone personality-wise is overbearing and is crazy. She pointed out that those professions do something for an objective or interest, exclaiming she is just the same just to achieve her goal. As she watched her afar from her ex, Akira doesn't care if Kai already got a woman beside her right at this moment, or how many women he would have, as in the end if she ever gets to have him it would fulfill her goal, and doesn't care about the obstacles, showcasing her true personality also being one of the main reason that Kai left her. Her words made Yuto realize his mistake, as Akira is apparently not just any other woman, but a deranged and crazy person that would do anything to get what she wants. She even gets more crazier, as she doesn't mind sharing the good stuff, even thinking of getting close with his girlfriend. Later that night, Kai gets home, who isn't welcome that much as his mother just passed by half-heartedly, leaving him to ponder. Noises suddenly could be heard from the kitchen as Yuto is making coffee, offering his brother, as he lay tired on the couch. The two discussed as he seemingly smiled as his phone. Yuto noticed this grinning of his, questioning his date if he had fun. Kai explains enjoying their bonding, as his girlfriend and him seem to have good chemistry going on. This left Yuto speechless, questioning if he's not going to end their relationship on such short notice. Kai explains it's different this time, as he wants this to last for a long time. This left Yuto to see his brother finally be serious on his new relationship. But he then suddenly remembers Akira and what would happen with her from now on. Kai suddenly showed his little brother a message containing his favorite hero on it. This made Yuto happy, seeing someone like his girlfriend got some good taste. Kai suggests they would get along just fine, insisting of introducing him to her next time. Yuto suddenly seemed nervous, pointing out as he would garner hatred if his girlfriend got excited over a hobby or interest with some other guy. His words stunned Kai for a moment, but with a calm demeanor he doesn't seem to care much or mind it, as he doesn't really have interest in it in the first place. But for him, he sees his little brother just like a hero. Yuto is puzzled, questioning this, but Kai didn't seem to answer this and just laughed it off. Yuto is still pondering his words and his brother's image towards him. Shortly after he met up with Akira, wanting to talk seriously, he confronts her of drawing the line. Although he wants to help her gather more information about his brother's new GF, he put up a condition of drawing the line. She seemed to not get his words, asking to explain as such. Yuto doesn't want Akira to contact his brother's girlfriend in any way, shape, or form, only willing to help her and G forward if she ever stick with that condition. This made Akira look troubled. She panics, questioning his decisions, as she can't seem to bring her to do that. Yuto revealed that his brother is serious this time and doesn't want to intervene with their compatibility. With this in mind, he doesn't want her to get in between of that way. Her crazy personality and deranged side suddenly came up, as Yuto doesn't want her to also destroy their relationship no matter what. Akira stood silently, looking fierce as she silently sat looking at him. Yuto became nervous, although he shares his mind a bit, as it might be a good idea for her to fit into remodeling herself to fit his brother's dream girl, pointing out she could use this for her plan. Yuto still is selfish by supporting her and simping towards her behavior. Although Akira agrees and asks that Yuto has to do his best in order for the conditions to be met, and get really close to the new girlfriend, or else she might lose her self-control. She then suddenly leans and whispering on his ears, teasing his simp personality. Akira ponders that he still seemed to be in love with her, acting all sympathetic towards her situation, giving the idea of protecting everyone, labeling him as a hero. Pondering that he's nothing but a gross person anyways, indicating once again her Yandere and deranged behavior, but also crap thinking. The day finally arrived as Yuto waited in the courtyard, which a loud voice suddenly could be heard calling out for him. As the one who loves Persoga, the manga they both liked, she introduced herself as Nagano Shuryan, exclaiming her radiant and extrovert personality. Shuryan sat down right next to him, questioning if he watched this week's skeleton, pointing out the cartoon. Being a first-gen fan, he immediately gets intrigued. The two immediately became enthusiastic, talking about their favorite cartoon, finding compatibility towards their hobbies and passion. They then shook hands, coming to an agreement, being happy as they seemingly found someone with the same love for their interest. Yuto suddenly noticed his older brother looking, which he apologizes of being too excited. The bell soon rang, leaving Shuryan unsatisfied as she hasn't met anyone in real life who she could comfortably talk about her hobbies out in the open. Yuto also felt the same, which Shuryan suggested going out to a cafe collab Sunday. Yuto loves the idea but worries his brother's schedule might not align, but he instead got insisted of going alone with Shuryan. This shocked Yuto, seeing the boundary between them. Shuryan seems confused, pondering if Yuto if a bit childlike. He suddenly gets embarrassed, exclaiming of not having a girlfriend, questioning if he's the one in wrong, although in the end he decided of going, leaving the two to understand his frustrations. The day suddenly arrives where we see Shuryan and Yuto bidding farewell, asking to see sometime again. He felt happy but also got a bad feeling about this kind of setup in a weird way. Akira suddenly revealed herself from the shadows. She exclaims the two having different senses of values, suggesting that his brother and Shuryan is why they probably are a good match for one another. Yuto apologizes of being thankful as they didn't talk about his brother and their love life much. It's then revealed that Akira was watching from the side, observing them all along, pointing out that she was a really good reference, being thankful for Yuto following through. Shortly into the past 6 hours before, Yuto is seen meeting up with Akira, discussing the sudden change of plans. As he seemed to set up a different kind of close-up, she questions what does she owe him, asking if he wants an advance service payment. This sudden thought made him look a bit frustrated and gloomy. But in the end she decided to grab him and kissed his neck, referencing to the cartoon named Persoga having a moon on the neck. Later that night at home, Yuto was showering, where Kai is looking at the text messages from his dad sending them allowance. Yuto suddenly got out and welcomed his brother. Kai suddenly revealed going home early due to withdrawing a losing tournament. This made Yuto worried and shouts his concerns, especially with his girlfriend. Yuto immediately pointed out that he shouldn't hide these things, especially it would make her mad if she ever found out he's hiding important events in his life. Kai suddenly see the realization and reason of hiding it, as he didn't want to bother her, although Yuto questions if his brother even values his self-respect. Kai pointed out it's not like that, but is suddenly intrigued by the band-aid on his neck. Yuto suddenly got flustered and excused himself. But Kai looks at this suspiciously, not believing that Yuto is meeting up with a woman if not having a girlfriend. The next day at school, Shuryan is loudly exclaiming her frustration, as she couldn't believe he had an important event, especially a tournament. Being angry as she shakes him heavily, Shuryan exclaims even if he was losing she would support him no matter what, even though he didn't win. With no tournaments or practice, they both can go home every day from now on, making Shuryan a bit happy after all. Shuryan immediately punched him softly, questioning if he would start going to prep school, suggesting going to college. Kai understood this and is in talks with his father, pointing his good self-discipline as he would probably make time for her, assuring Shuryan and their relationship to be secured. Shortly after, the two headed down when suddenly Kai mentioned that his little brother's neck was cut by a price tag, mocking him for his weak skin. Kai assured himself as there would be no way that Yuto would betray him, but the sudden realization kicks, as he suddenly remembered Akira was with Yuto that day, giving him discomfort and the sudden urge to investigate. After school, Yuto was waiting in the usually spot, being troubled as Akira is taking for a while to arrive. He suddenly gets startled as Akira surprised him from the back. Upon a closer look at her, her appearance suddenly changed. She exclaims of getting her hair done, and her eyes droopy causing for her late arrival. She questions what does Yuto thought of her new look, which he seems to look at her differently this time. Akira seems to suggest that her new looks doesn't suit her, but Yuto revealed that her usual self would be much better, truly showing his love and attraction towards herself. This sudden realization kicks into her understanding that he views her differently. She explains on going back to her usual self as she just wanted to practice and show off her reference from yesterday. Shortly after the two part ways, he rushed back home flustered as he ponders that Akira will specially go back to her usual self just for him and the service he deserves, causing him to burn up from the idea. Yuto stopped by convenience store but is suddenly surprised by Shuryan exclaiming that real one, referencing from Akira impersonating her. Kai suddenly intervenes as they both are going to her house afterwards. Shuryan insists that Yuto should also come by sometime to enjoy preaching their hobbies also. Yuto-san sees this as a good approach towards him and compliments her for being a kind person. Kai on the other hand agrees but noticed that the cut on his neck is gone. He then questions if he's going out with anyone weird, surprising Yuto-san. Yuto-san became nervous, wondering what's the sudden question as he declined and reason, although it may be sad but he doesn't have anyone at the moment. Although he ponders in his mind of going on a date with someone who's weird. Kai brushed the idea off. Even though Yuto is a bit too honest, he does worries about him most of the time, exclaiming that his girlfriend is a bit harsh sometimes, pointing out that he doesn't notice this. After their short meeting they all parted ways, leaving a few days past as Akira and Yuto once again met, although it feels like it's been a week since they haven't seen each other. The reason being Akira is once again talking the couple after school, ending their daily meetup. But they see each other once every weekend, which he doesn't mind. Akira suddenly ponders if she is going to pay him today, questioning what does he desires from him. She suggested charging her all at once for the payments. Yuto is embarrassed as he exclaims of having all her payment at once. The simp lord named Yuto closed up on her, but surprisingly his brother was tailgating him the whole time and even watching from afar. He breathes heavily as he already guessed the situation before. He then silently thought to himself that Akira is just a thing for him, and it doesn't deserve his little brother at this point, showcasing his care for him, but also the concern if they ever go forward with this relationship. Shortly after Akira is happy drooling over the images she got, Yuto is suddenly worried that the hickey he gave her might be seen. She seems to not care much of this as he does, parting ways with him quickly. As she was walking admiring the photos she got, her name suddenly gets called out, causing her to get wet, instantly dropping her phone. Immediately shivering as her voice trembles in excitement, as she looks behind her, the image of Kai stood in front of her, inviting her to have a sit down and talk. She suddenly bursts in excitement, agreeing to his invitation. In the park, Kai suddenly gets straight to the point as she excitedly awaits for his words coming out, but is then met with disappointment as Kai insists he breaks up with Yuto. This left Akira puzzled, questioning his sudden words. Kai pointed out that she was the one who gave a hickey to Yuto. Her eyes suddenly darkened, indicating that he somehow found out by tailing Yuto-kun that day. She then suddenly read the atmosphere, claiming that Kai is one hell of a bro-con for his little brother. Wondering as to how she didn't notice this, she suddenly got the bright idea, pushing that if she became part of their family, Kai would then also love her this way, giving her motivation but also showing a deranged face towards him. Akira suddenly became troubled as she doesn't know what to say towards him, not having the courage to reveal the hickey was part of the payment of exchanging detail of his life. Kai suddenly gets aggressive, holding her shoulders as he questions her again if she's going out with Yuto. She suddenly screamed they are officially going out, leaving Kai in silence for a brief moment. He suddenly ponders if he's imagining that she still acts as if she's still in love with him, and wondering if she is just playing with Yuto. She suddenly became serious, revealing that it wasn't her that got close first but Yuto-kun that day, the first move. She pointed out his cuteness, questioning what's wrong for her to go out with a kid like him who likes her in the first place. She then suddenly stared at him, questioning if he were in love with her truly when they were both still together. Kai stood in silence, being looked upon by Akira-san. He wants Yuto, his little brother, to be happy more than anything, but with Akira in the picture that won't ever happen. Akira-san on the other hand is going crazy, being pleasantly happy about the situation, eager to take a picture or set up a hidden camera before they met up. Things aren't the same like elementary, which left Kai to beg Akira for her to cut ties and break up with Yuto. Akira can only exclaim her sarcasm, calling him cruel. She ponders if she would do something like that for free. She wants something of an equal deal, or some sort of trade. Kai gets the idea, pondering if he would take Yuto's place and go out with her. He ponders that he has to break up with his current girlfriend, which Akira abruptly stopped him for a moment, exclaiming he doesn't have to break up with Shiryan, but instead they should stay together and go out with her, having two women right beside him. Hearing this, horrified Kai seeing her in a completely different light. Yuto the next day ponders why Akira haven't read his messages at all day. She usually respond quickly, but oddly enough she didn't. Shortly after 3 days without any reaction from her, he realized he got blocked on his socials. At school, Yuto spends time normally like nothing happened, but in his thoughts he still tried to remember if she has any other social accounts in order to reach out. His eyes wander, trying to catch a glimpse of Akira-san, but as what he suspects Akira-san is avoiding him, as they don't pass each other at school anymore and don't see the conspicuously colored braids at all. With the sudden turn of events, he seems at a loss as he doesn't have the slightest clue of what had happened. Although at least the last time they saw each other she looked happy and was smiling, exclaiming words like seeing him next week. That night Yuto is spaced out in the living room, which Kai seems to notice this as he has been out of it lately, questioning if something happened. Yuto brushed it off, leaving the room awkwardly, trying to excuse himself. As he left the room, Kai whispers the words sorry. In Yuto's room, he talked to his friend, calling him out for being totally dumped, although the reason seems unclear as he's zero clues on the situation. His friend over the phone called out towards Akira's past boyfriends, which kinda angered Yuto hearing this, seeing as how he got dumped. But he made a point that Akira still had a lot of lingering feelings for her ex-boyfriend, calling her out that she must have went straight back together with her ex. Akira then made statement pointing towards her ex being with someone else, no, which he knew the ex-boyfriend. His friend then made the suggestion Akira found a new fiery love for someone else, as it looks like she doesn't need a backup anymore. Yuto is in disbelief, although it seems his friend was right as he doesn't have anything to say at that point. As they played the game trying to forget Akira, he still ponders that she should have at least told him to stay away and not be in her life anymore. Late that evening, as he slept soundly, a small inch of light could be seen where Kai seemed to check up on his little brother to see if the coast is clear. We then caught a glimpse of Akira-san as they both sneaked in upstairs. Kai warns that she is only allowed for 1 hour. She seems tense and nervous, having her hair down, showcasing his overcrazed obsession towards him. We flash back to the time they met a deal. Hearing his words, he ponders how does she knew about Shiryan. She revealed knowing from Yuto. She is envy of their relationship, seeing them close and walking around school. Although they both broke up before, but even then she doesn't want to give up and want to learn from about what kind of girl Kai wants to go out with, which she plots to observe and be his ideal woman, asking him to show her. Kai seems confused, suggesting that she wants to become like Shiryan too. Akira agrees, which she still is insane as ever. Normally for Kai he would have instantly turned her demands, but he doesn't want his little brother to suffer nor destroy their bond. He agrees on the terms and condition as Yuto came beforehand and everything else can wait, although Kai sets rules in the relationship as they both have interests in it. The condition was Akira has to not meet up or contact with his little brother, and in exchange she gets an hour once a week to have a date with him at his house. He then also state that during those times they won't do anything physical, and abandon from getting near Yuto. And she could spend following their dates with Shiryan as long as she doesn't get caught. Hearing this made her attention goes somewhere else, admiring his room and breathing heavily. Kai on the other hand find the situation anticlimactic as he found it a little bit too convenient for him. Except for the weekly dates in his room, although it's a bit nerve-wracking seeing as Yuto usually stays up all night on long weekends, and on weekdays he usually goes straight to bed. He seems confident in being careful as to not get caught. He has mixed feelings about this. Akira on the other hand is filling her lungs with the scent of Kai's room, shivering from the air heavily. Kai noticed this, which made her embarrassed and plopped down onto the table, asking that he shouldn't worry and not mind her at all. Akira exclaims that he should just go do normal stuff, especially with Yuto. This made Kai at ease, not expecting her words. He also exclaims that she shouldn't plant some weird gadget here. She silently flinched at the idea and promised not to do anything of that sort. As days goes by, they were watching a drama film movie. Kai seems to enjoy it and find the atmosphere to be perfect for their date together with Shuryan. He looked behind him where Akira seems to be tailing them. In order for him to be happy, he has to at least forget about her stalking from behind. As the movie ended, they parted ways. As Kai got home, he seemed to notice that he arrived earlier than Yudo. He sat down in his chair, breathing a sigh of relief as the day ended again. He ponders that when someone is watching you, Eve, when you're acting like always, it gets to a point of tiresome. And tonight it will be his fourth at-home date with Akira, 1 hour per week as promised. Akira sat there not doing anything. He wonders if he could still call it a date at that point, as he doesn't understand why she's obsessed with being the girlfriend. But compared now to when they were together, things got a whole lot calmer. Before then she was jittery and nervous as always. Where it got to the point she was clingy and all over him, at last ended with him having to break up with her, leaving her to be stuck exclaiming of forever waiting. He seemed to fall asleep, and upon checking his phone it was already 3 a.m. Akira was texting him, which made him nervous and shocked as it was already past 4, and upon looking outside, Akira waited the whole midnight standing in the rain with an umbrella waiting. She seemed unbothered, looking at Akira with a pleasant face, leaving him to be wary. Shortly after seeing him she left, and texted him to make it up for next time as he seemed to fall asleep. We are then shortly given a flashback of when Akira was still a little girl, as her mother mentioned it would have been nice if she was a boy and not a girl. As Akira was still in her mother's womb, she heard that her father passed away. This made her mother of wanting her to be able nice and good just like her father. But things doesn't go smoothly when you pretend to be another gender, as her classmate questioned if she was really a girl, as he kept using the words directed at men and wearing pants. As she got home she welcomed her mother, and almost wronged her words using a feminine first-person pronoun, which made her mother angered and slammed the table. Her mother seems different, which made her to accept what she was supposed to be in her mother's eyes. At school her classmates gossiped about her startling and giving them a scare. And she doesn't seem to also fit in with the boys. Ultimately this made her to be at a loss, as she doesn't have a slightest clue on where to position herself. At home her mother called out that she still hasn't made a single friend, as she all ever do was study and nothing more. Her drunken mother seemed to still be in grief, questioning her existence on why she can't be more like her father. As high school rolled in, she seemed to dress like a girl and act feminine. She got a part-time job and everything, which surprisingly her mother didn't said anything about, and in fact they slowly began to stop talking to each other. All her life her mother never allowed her anything, and when she finally got the things she wanted she cried over and over again. She still felt a bit guilty, as she tried to put half of her first paycheck into the house, but her mother would never take it or use it. In her head all she ever pondered was if she ever grew up to be her father's substitute, then maybe her mom would gladly accept it. Unbeknownst to her, the boys at the school seemed to talk about her and liked her from a distance. Which later she got approached by another woman who was supposedly a classmate of her in elementary. As they approached they questioned her if this was her high school debut. Akira stopped them midway, questioning who exactly she was. This made the girls shoved her over a flight of stairs. As she fell she was caught by Kai in the nick of time. As they were left alone this made her fall in love and see Kai as a hero, and immediately made her to confess. At first she approached Kai if he had any girlfriend. Then as time goes on they got closer and closer, but in the end Kai seemed not too keen on having her around due to her overbearing personality. Which as they broke up, she knew she was going to be all alone all over again. But she never gave up and did her best, and now she's the girlfriend, although in secret. She doesn't have to worry anymore, as no matter how many times they fell apart, in the end Kai and her will always be together. No matter what happens. That night when she arrived home she silently went to a room, which upon entering she had a room full of Kai, with pictures and posters plastered all over the whole, showing her obsessed personality and Yandere characteristic. That night she ponders what she should request for compensation, as she also thought about getting a part-time job and practicing to be more like Shuryan. Early in the morning as he had breakfast getting ready to leave,
Yudo came down looking sluggish as his face was all red, which indicate he got a fever. Their mother seemed to push him out of the way, giving Yudo priority instead of him. As they headed upstairs, Kai was left all alone and not be bothered by being left out. It has been like this way for him ever since he was a kid. Even when they were eating food, Yudo was the favorite and was deemed to be the official child, as Kai was from a previous father from a past marriage, which in the end he basically didn't exist to them. The only exception was when Yudo was around. This treatment and behavior was the norm for him, even asking for things like towards his stepfather. But still, he sees himself pretty lucky being able to be as a child, being sheltered and eating, wearing clothes and having his own room. But most of all, he doesn't get beat up by his parents. As he went home, he noticed Yudo in the playground, and for him, he hated his brother, being an ignorant, careless good boy. But even then, all that luck, he knew it was all under the condition of being a good brother, which was his purpose, and he knew that. He always protected and approached the people who hurt his little brother, making them nuisance go away with his way, asking politely in an aggressive manner. Shortly, his little brother seemed to get closer towards him and his friends. He still feels weird about it, but his perspective changed as he seemed to notice that Yudo was making something special of a figurine for him, as he always looks super cool, making it for him as a gift. This gift made him feel happy, as it's the first time he ever got something from someone not his parents, but from his little brother. And from that day onwards, his focus in life became clear, as the only thing he wanted is to make Yudo happy, even if it's having two girlfriends to protect that smile. Back to the present, as they ate, they chatted well with their mother, having a normal but sane treatment, oddly enough. But that night Kai was with Shuryan, where she laughs hysterically towards him for being bad at bowling. They soon arrived near a convenience store, stopping for a bit. Shuryan seems to suggest that his mother is not home today, which she then got the bright idea of inviting him to eat at their place. As they arrived, he was warmly greeted, even though on short notice. Shiyan's dad seemed carefree, as he seems to like him coming over, considering he's the only guy in the house. Kai appreciated the warm welcome, questioning if he could help with anything. As he sat down, Shuryan claims that he is liked by her parents a lot, although he doesn't seem to have met her mother. But to their surprise, her mother came home earlier, making them in a panic. As she walked in, she questioned Kai, which he introduced himself formally. Shiyan's mother became eager to know him, being enthusiastic about knowing all sorts of information out of him, even questioned going as far as if they were using birth control, which made Shuryan to be enraged and embarrassed, as she knew this would happen. Her mother claims this is something normal to ask someone who would be part of the family in the future, exclaiming he wouldn't entrust Shuryan to a guy who would pull something like this. Kai became confused hearing this in a wholesome way. As they sat and ate for dinner, her mother called out to her eating less rations, pointing out that it must be due to Kai, happily teasing their daughter in front of her boyfriend. As the night ends, her father insists of driving him home, and insists on wanting to have a man-to-man talk with Kai-kun, leaving Shuryan no other choice, as it seemed fine with her dad after all. As he was driven home, the father mentioned of her wife taking a fond of him, which made Kai to be thankful, although he questioned why do they treat him nicely, as he haven't done anything to them to make them like him in the first place. The father reveals that he didn't really change even how you act between them and their daughter. As such, it's pretty easy to imagine that he would treat and act the same way with her even if they are left alone together. He also pointed out that her wife questioned what he wanted to do after high school, which was what all he needed to know. This made Kai feel a bit guilty, considering he is hiding things from Shuryan. He gets asked if it was something that could hurt her, although he assured it was nothing evil or illegal. In the end, he made a bold claim that rather than be unreasonably trusted by the people who might become his family, he ponders he should tell them things beforehand. Hearing this made the father laugh uncontrollably, as he didn't expect hearing this, although is grateful that he met his wife tonight. The father points out that even though he's still in high school, he thinks seriously about them and their daughter. But as parents, they believe in Shuryan much more than he does, as even if he and Shuryan broke up, they are certain she would still be happy in life regardless. Which is why he should be a bit more relaxed and have confidence in the relationship they had. In school, Yudo is trying to comfort a fellow classmate,
which from a distance the class president seemed to notice that he meddled with other people's lives. But he himself had been acting down lately, suggesting that he should not be involving himself too much in other people's heartbreaks. Yuto became dazed as he thought he was doing everything right. Turns out the first time that someone noticed calling the president to be very observant of him, which left her to silently collect herself. 2 weeks ago, as he was chatting with his friend about being able to be given approval of being boyfriend and girlfriend, he suddenly remembered the time when Shuryan was still pursuing and putting effort chasing his brother. He then gets questioned if he ever got his own stories like his friend of being interested in someone or being dumped. Although he seems puzzled, he fondly remembers about Akira, although he can't say it, probably due to circumstances, which he replied of not having any stories or no one at all in his life. Even though he still thinks of Akira from time to time, he still ponders how she is doing. As he waited near the station, he could overheard the class president's voice, which upon approaching her she seemed to have lost something. She then revealed losing a super memorable and one-off keychain. It seemed important, which he suggests giving one which he already has, but the class president refused, not wanting another one as someone important gave her that keychain a long time ago. He questioned why she was having it out and not hidden, which made her boldly exclaim that would he rather choose to have it on forever, or keep it hidden because it's precious. Yuto seemed to understood this, apologizing for saying something weird as he joins in on finding it, which in the end they seemed to find it together. Later that night, Yuto was reminded to not go to sleep and stay up until 1. At first he doesn't seem to get it, but as soon as the clock hits 1, he came down upon his brother's words. But to his surprise he met Akira standing inside their hallway in a dazed, confused by the sudden confrontation. Before this happened, Akira was happily imagining the events that can unfold, as she can demand whatever she wanted to make up for last time as Kai didn't met the condition. As she arrived, she also couldn't believe she was facing Yuto-san. The two of them had a surprised face, questioning one another. Kai seems unbothered by their reactions as he calmly asks that they should go to the living room. As the three of them sat awkwardly, Kai explains that they are both confused and would like to elaborate on what's going on. As for the past month or so, for one time a week he was meeting up with Akira-san before everyone else had gone to bed. Yuto is surprised hearing this, as it was all for the condition that Akira stays away from Yuto. Enraged, he questioned why his big brother decided all on his own without telling him. Kai called out to Yuto on how many times have he lied about this, as he already knew what kind of person Akira is. This left him speechless, as his brother already knew their arrangement. He apologizes as it was his bad, as it would be much faster to deal with Akira-san directly and doesn't want to start unnecessary trouble. But later on Kai realized the way he was doing things wasn't the right way. Vividly remembering the words of Shien's parents, he'd proceed to end this relationship and facade once for all, begging Akira to stop. Hearing this, Akira freaks out, mentioning that if Shuryan finds out, a poor and ignorant woman like her will get hurt. As seeing her boyfriend has been meeting his ex late at night without doing anything, calling him out if she ever believes something like that. Akira already knew she would stoop low, revealing that Shuryan already know earlier this morning. He came clean to Shuryan and apologetic towards her, which of course he got the negative end side of the stick. Even though he already listened to Akira's future plans, she hasn't done anything in the past month because of that, although thankful he stands firm that both his girlfriend and little brother is valuable to him. Whether Akira tries to copy Shuryan, there will never be a substitute for her. Exclaiming that he doesn't need her, hearing his words struck Akira where she immediately turned Yandere all of a sudden with malicious intent. The three stood in silence where Yuto the simp tried chasing but was stopped by Kai. As the older and mature one, he apologized for doing things on his own, but he won't stop him from dating whoever he wants, and would always look out and help him. After all, he will always be his strength. Hearing this, he remembered Akira's words. As they are old enough to do things on their own, he is aware they were all in the wrong and they came in the right track due to his actions. But Yuto seemed anxious, claiming that if he relies on him, he would just cut away Akira out of his life again. As he left, Kai felt relieved but anxious. Akira became gloomy walking down the street, as ever since she was born until middle school she never became a substitute for her father, which in the end she gave up on being loved by her mother,
and went off to doing things on her own. But shortly after met Kai, a hero she never knew existed, and though everything would be alright from then on. But right now she doesn't have any answers on how to keep him in her life. And because of her anxiety, overbearing personality, she became too reckless. As she stood above the overpass, she decided if she ever had another chance she would remodel herself to be exactly the girl of his dreams, as after all, Kai doesn't need her. Her mother doesn't need her, but most of all she doesn't need herself. With overwhelming emotion she decided to become a boy staring at Truck-kun, where she decided to jump over, but this action of hers was stopped by Akira. As Yuto desperately tried getting Akira-san off the railing, he expressed his frustration, calling her out, still longing for love towards her, confessing his feelings still not fading away. He anxiously explains instead of his brother doing something with her life, he wanted to take his place. Akira, hearing this with a sad and miserable look on her, gives in having the option of going out with him. As the next morning arrived, as Kai woke up still feeling terrible, he stumbled upon Yuto getting ready to leave. Upon trying to talk to him, Yuto didn't even took the chance to reply. Leaving early, this left Kai to look in despair. In the classroom, the class president stumbled upon Yuto early. Upon questioning him on why he was early, he expressed of not feeling staying at home right now. However, he seems excited to study hard and make someone happy. The class president brushed this off. Where after school, at the top of the main building, Akira and Yuto was having a bonding time together. He expressed his appreciation towards her, as she worked part-time enough to treat him. As their conversation shifts to the end of school where summer vacation is nearing, she questioned him if has a club or a part-time job. He shared of not being able to do any other thing as he was too busy doing exchanges with her. Hearing this made her to suggest that this whole summer they spent their time together. As their summer vacation starts, Yuto happily spent his time with Akira. Deep in his thoughts he knew that Akira doesn't care about him at all despite being so close to each other. But this was all just dependency. However, he doesn't mind this circumstance between them as long as she's happy. It's not so bad at all. We shortly transition to where Yuto noticed a parent in desperation of finding her lost cat. Akira, seeing his hesitation to help, urged him to take action, left with satisfaction. He apologized for dragging her along with his personal choice of helping someone. Akira doesn't mind this and acknowledges he's the kind of weird guys who love anyone else who is weak. Her words made him to blush. Where she then suggests he comes over to her room as it's already late. Upon shortly arriving at her place, he suddenly got nervous not being prepared of doing the deed, as Akira insists of cleaning for a bit and taking something out before he headed inside. This made him ponder what is this thing she was talking about. Upon entering her place, his heart couldn't stop beating. In his mind he imagines what would happen as nothing out of the ordinary. However, Akira explains if they went to a love hotel, he would probably freak out like breaking the law or something, thus she planned this all along from the start as her parents also weren't around. Seeing this situation, he instantly freaked out. Despite only going out for a week, he still doesn't know much about her or her past relationship. Akira explained that if she doesn't give everything from the start, it's just not worth living anymore. Besides that, she is worried that he might be into guys. However, it seems to be the latter. Taking their feelings into account, he got on his knees pointing towards his care towards him, and went to forward bit by bit. With a dead stare she expressed her feelings of still not being cared for at all and would feel anxious and feel disgusted. This made Yuto to suddenly remember the class president's words. As she leans in to kiss him, she hated his rambling and asks for him to go for it. As he leans in, a picture suddenly flew in where it's his older brother. Seeing this made both of them anxious. Akira became nervous, but Akira was even more horrified seeing the other room full of his brother's pictures on the wall, portraying as if she was some kind of freak, all along hiding her intentions. Seeing the word sorry written on the wall, Yuto acknowledged himself as an idiot. Even if he was the only one who's happy between them, then what's the point of it all? As she tries to make up excuses, Yuto was trying to think of something to do from more to Akira, or yet something he wants to do. He pushed her away, apologizing for being wrong and stopping their relationship. Akira became furious
and immediately threw a fit, enraged as he had the nerve to stop her from jumping back then. She expressed her despair as the people she desperately wanted to love her doesn't need her anymore. Even worse, she didn't even need herself. With a warm hand Hito approached things of becoming friends. Confused, he explained of doing the same things together, of helping each other. Despite not having to do something with her life being in that role, he assured her that he would be always right by her. As she drops to her knees, she acknowledged herself having a terrible personality, being innocent, and using him all along. She wonders if she could just be herself. He pointed out that the two of them already are absolute trash and would get along really well from now on. As she hugged him tightly, crying her sadness and heartbreak, the two of them finally got the conclusion of getting a proper one. Thus ending our story of what an absolute trash ex-girlfriend and little brother.
The story starts as 1 year ago. It all started at class of 1 of 5. As the class ended, the whole class was in an uproar about the upcoming gym class. However, a certain student was troubled as he forgot his PE uniform. Ichino's Hajime is worried as the sensei of this class was very strict and terrifying to the point it gave him a headache. He looks around and ponders if somebody could let him borrow their tracksuit as he could not be scolded. However, to his right, a student with a silent figure with dark brown eyes named Mitsuishi Yuka gazed and observed his circumstances as he had this troubled look on his face. She looked at the uniform and found this to not be a good solution, brushing it off. As Hajime questioned his friend for a jersey, she was left alone to ponder. On the other hand, his Hajime's friend break the news that he didn't brought any jersey and wants to find a solution. This left Yuka to gaze and initiate her plans as PE class started. Everyone already gathered up, but however Hajime is still in uniform and was sweating heavily with a fierce look. The sensei with glasses seems to be distraught, however, as Hajime tries to make up an excuse. Sensei already was informed ahead of time, hearing he wasn't feeling well, and asks that he should rest up and go to the infirmary. From afar, Yuka's plan was a success and was happy to give her future husband a happy ending. The story officially begins as my weird Yandere classmate is clingy but also goes into my business. In class, Hajime once again forgot his gym clothes. Yuka then stepped up, startling him, insisting he should borrow hers for the time being. Expressing his scared expression, he wonders what is she doing here. It seems her timing was perfect as she came by to meet a friend, but turns out he was in a pinch. Hajime excused himself of just borrowing from other guys from other classes, where Yuka became broken-hearted and sad, claiming he just doesn't want to borrow hers. However, as Hajime was gaslighted and was pushed to be the one of not wanting to borrow, he immediately changed his mind and was left with no other choice. However, he was troubled to hear that she was going to use the same set of clothes later for gym class, and left shortly after. The next morning, Yuka saw Hajime eating some sweets where she insists of getting one that was in his mouth. However, she was surprised to have been given it as this was an indirect kiss and it seems embarrassing to do so for both of them. Later at class, Yuka enters the classroom and sees a bottle of Coke where it seems to belong to Hajime. She then had an idea to plot of writing a love letter using that to convey her feelings. After school, as class ended, Hajime gets called out by Yuka where she questioned him if he saw her message on his Coca-Cola bottle. This left him confused and wonders what this means. Upon hearing this, it seems she got frustrated against him for seeing her such a pain. She wonders why did he threw the message on the bottle right after it. However, he explains that it's only natural taught by one's parents to throw trash immediately. He then wanted more explanation about her letter in the bottle. It seems the message was written on black ink, thus he couldn't have noticed it. Upon questioning the context of her message, she blurted out she liked him, where he wanted to hear more, however, on the condition he goes home with her. The next morning, as class was dismissed and was about to leave, he called out to Hajime. Noticing him being late again, he was ordered to be checking the short quiz as punishment. However, in turn he was to receive a reward. On the other hand, from behind, Yuka-san is slowly creeping up on him where her breath made him to suddenly feel anxious and spooked. The teacher also called out to her and asks her to help as well, seeing them both close to one another. The two then seemingly flirted to one another in front of the teacher. where he questioned them if they are dating or something, as it's rare to see them together. However, upon hearing the teacher to suggest they break up already, as it's hard seeing a lovely couple and being jealous at the same time, Yuka called out the teacher's hair for resembling seaweed, as the principal earlier was looking for it to eat but he already took it. The teacher questioned this statement if they don't like him for some reason. Shortly after, they were both left behind to do everything else by themselves until he gets back. Left alone, the two discussed about Hajime's oversleeping, leading to him being late and receiving punishment. It seems he woke up right at time but late enough to go to school. Yuka then had the idea to call him every morning asking for his line and contact details. Hajime suddenly remembers her line wasn't working properly last year, but this seems weird to hear her asking for his. Trying to avoid the discussion, she brought up his quiz scores being a 10, to which she suggests adding another 0 to the end. However, their devious plan was stopped as the teacher barges in, catching them on time. Sensei handed out their reward, where they shortly exchanged contact numbers. With a smile from Hajime upon handing out his contact details, she immediately folded and became shy facing him. She then stated she would be calling him every morning. Finding this a bit much and the flirting to be too much, Sensei asks that she should go home already, as he doesn't get what's happening and can't put up with the lovey-dovey atmosphere. We also got a glimpse that the teacher is friendly with the students, even having his hair be played with. The next night in the convenience store, as Hajime enters, Yuka was conveniently in the store. Not expecting to see each other, seeing Hajime, she couldn't believe her eyes and immediately put his hand on her face. It seems she finds this to not be a good image, as she was zoning out and would have preferred to meet Hajime wearing something better. However, he doesn't mind and compliments her. However, this compliment gave the idea in her mind that he was proposing for marriage. With scary eyes, Hajime became scared, asking her to stop. Shortly after, she was browsing the store shelves, where it seems she has an older sister. Upon being called for, the two jokingly made a parody of how she was 3 years old and was called away by Hajime towards her older sister. As the sisters and Hajime finished their business, they are ready to part ways, bidding farewell. Yuka then noticed the time, as it was already 12 midnight. Expressing her concerns, she asks he shouldn't go out this late and warns that if she ever caught him out this late again, she would have to take him home, figuratively like a serial killer. Hearing this made him to be anxious but could only agree in her favor. As he was about to leave, the bigger older sister noticed Hajime and called out to him. It seems she was familiar with him. The next morning in class, Hajime was spraying something onto a classmate's hair, where Hajime was portrayed as a bully. Seeing this made Yuka to ponder if he could do her hair next time. Hajime wonders if she really is sure about this, as he isn't good enough to execute this, pushing the joke that she might not be able to marry anyone because of this. As he started, he tries to comfort her, even questioning if she feels itchy anywhere. However, he was surprised to hear that her breast was the itchy part. As he finished doing her hair, she was happy with the outcome of having a side braid, questioning if she looks cute. Hajime agrees with a firm tone, expressing his feeling of wanting to tell everyone the masterpiece he created. As she struggles to stop him of sharing this information, she eventually lost in the struggle and was flustered of her new looks. The next morning, as their test result came back, Hajime was surprised about his score, to where Yuka perfected the test, being praised for quite a smart kid. She then wanted to know something about him, but to his surprise, she just wanted to know his full name, but he only answered his first name and not his family name. Hajime shares his surprised expression, as she doesn't know her classmate's name, let alone their family names. She then had the idea to know about hers, but with a firm tone he declines revealing anything. She then had the idea of asking for his contact information, however she declines as her line wasn't working. In the end, the teacher scolded them for flirting in his class. We then transition to the Yuka's household, where her older sister is asking her to take a bath. However, she got interested on what she's doing, talking with Hajime-kun. She silently gazed from afar and suddenly grabbed her phone, where Yuka immediately ranted towards her older sister. She then told Yuka that if she smells bad, Hajime will hate her. Shortly after, Hajime received a text message where, upon checking, so he was left confused where he was being invited to come over on the weekend. This left him to not believe her words, immediately sleeping it off. The next morning, Hajime was sound asleep when the doorbell rang. This left him to still be in a daze, too tired to get up. He just slept it off. However, Yuka managed to somehow get inside the house as he was still asleep. Finding his room to be messy, Yuka picks up the trash and decided to clean up, where shortly after Hajime woke up, not believing his eyes as Yuka was in his room greeting him good morning. He questioned this if it was real and touching it. It seems she got in by his mother and she decided to come by as he didn't visit at her house. Hajime then questioned her actions if she woke up and the first thing he saw was him. She then shifted her personality for this, wanting to keep him for herself. As the MC shortly wash his face and freshen up, he asks that she should sit and be a good girl. Shortly after, realization kicks in where Yuka's presence is actually real. He questioned how and why is she here. She reveals that she asked Natsuki-chan where her older sister drove her here. Hearing the name Natsuki made him to question who was this, finding it scary as this person is unknown to him. She explains that Natsuki-chan was the girl whom he went to elementary school. Not remembering this, Yuka questioned on why does he remembers her name, clearly asking if there was any particular reason. As she slowly got up close, he immediately became flustered about her outfit. He then expressed his frustration, questioning if it's really alright for a junior high schooler to wear these kinds of clothes, calling her naughty. Yuka then cleared everything, stating she was an upright high schooler. He then tries to push the idea it was enro. However, he apologized, claiming he was just a healthy pubescent boy and those clothes does excites him a fair bit. As he tries to clear things up and push the idea of how the situation are, Yuka then realized this, also wanting to go home immediately as she shortly left. Hajime ponders if he overdid it. It seems he was also left with the impression that his room suddenly felt a lot cleaner than usual. The next morning at school, Yuka's friends gathered where they were taking looks at boys in their phones. As she dimly comments on the photo, her friends wondered if she was even into boys at all. With a firm tone, she submits she was. It seems the MC was standing outside of the classroom pondering if he can just casually walk into another classroom. However, Yuka peeks where she finds him to be quite rare seeing here. They both played a joke as he seems to be looking for Mitsuishi Yuka-san. She then giggles and asks how could she be of assistance. This made the MC to ponder if she really is the top of their entire grade. The MC then brought out a gift as a thanks for cleaning up his room the other day. Despite just barging in without asking, it seems his mother intends to gift something to her. To their surprise, it was a key with a label saying that feel free to come anytime. Yuka questions this, where Hajime claims it was the key to his apartment. Yuka then had the idea of jokingly eating it, where Haim freaked out, asking he should spit it out. She refused and tries to show she really did. As their sensei walked in, he noticed the MC asking that he should go back to his classroom. However, he argues that Yuka ate his apartment key. Sensei argues that she would never do that as she is a top student such. However, she claims in front of him that she did in fact ate it. Sensei then asks he should go back as he would try and resolve things. Shortly after the MC left, Yuka then pulled out the key she was hiding behind her hands, explaining to Sensei everything, where he doesn't even understand young people nowadays. As Yuka sat down, he got a question if Hajime was the guy she was into. She also revealed receiving his mother's blessing, confusing them even further. The next morning, Jaime is surprised as he was soaked with water. It seems his friend Sato was the one that's caused this. It seems Hajime snuck out of cleaning duties, where both of them was in the same boat. Both of them suddenly teased one another, asking Sato should also cool off. Outside the bathroom, Yuka was hearing their voices. As she peeked around the corner, questioning what seemed to be the commotion all about. As both of them stared towards one another, Yuka became heated, questioning how much does he offer for an hour. She tries to persist how much for an hour for him. His friend Sato then went ahead and jumped into action, renting him would costs an hour, teasing them for a bit. Hajime then asks for her gym clothes. As an awkward silence came over, Yuka suddenly hurried to fetch hers shortly after. She brought it back as he compliments how fast she was ebbing a lifesaver. As Hajime starts taking off his clothes, Yuka breaths heavily, taking her phone out to take some photos. She then shortly left, dodging further questions. As Hajime finished wearing the spare change of clothes, he thanked Yuka for the kindness, seeing her jacket be worn by her so-called lover. She immediately left, without any words. Sato then wonders if the two were dating, however Hajime could only laugh for a bit. He explains that it's not like she does this because she likes him or anything, as a lot has happened between them. A flashback then showed up where Yuka left it up to him on what their relationship is. Hajime also explains that beside it's him and the honor student they're talking about. Sato then ponders what does he really feel, which he asks to not make him say something embarrassing. In Yuka's classroom, her friends wonders what seems to have happened, as it seems she had enough hajiminium for the day, overdosing on his handsomeness, where they giggle, claiming the joys of youth. The next morning in class, Hajime